Chapter 797, Complete Victory. Sparks scattered when the blades collided, although the exchange appeared slow. In reality, everything happened in an instant. Sirius's HP drained like flowing water. Only after Sirius fell to the ground and lay there motionlessly did everyone realize the Berserker's HP had dropped to 0 lost. Impossible. The glorious lions were dumbfounded as they stared at Sirius's unmoving corpse in the dueling ring. None of them dared to believe their own eyes. Sirius was one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings, yet now he had lost to a nameless upstart. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In fact, the glorious lions weren't the only ones who were shocked. Every member of the audience was stunned as they stared at the name above the dueling ring victor, Feng. No one had expected this outcome. How could the competition end so suddenly? After one direct confrontation, the famous Sirius had tasted defeat. It was inconceivable. I am not seeing things right. How can the Azura battle team be the victor? This is unbelievable. The Azura battle team is amazing. The Glorious Lions, a battle team that had won twice in a row, had lost 3-0 to the Azura battle team. Only those watching will probably ever believe this. Even now, the audiences had yet to recover from their daze. It was as if the last, brief exchange from before had etched itself into their minds. The techniques in this battle were definitely worth studying. The Glorious Lions were not weak. The Azura battle team was just a little stronger. Although I've lost some materials from betting on the Glorious Lions, it was worth watching this battle. Many among the audiences had bet on the Glorious Lions battle team's victory. However, the majority of these people were not disappointed. On the contrary, the upper echelons from various major powers felt as if they had raked in a huge profit. The high-level battles that had taken place in this competition had taught them much. Particularly, it had allowed them to understand the true strength of each battle team. After this competition, it would be much easier to cope with the team members. At the same time, everyone had grown cautious about the Azura battle team. A fear of the guild called Zero Wing slithered through the crowd. The small upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually obtained so many epic items. If someone had told them that Zero Wing did not have any background or strength, they would not believe it. Big Sis Rain, now that the Azura battle team has become so famous, it will probably be very difficult to arrange opponents in the future. Although Blue Phoenix was happy for sure Feng in the Dark Arena, the stronger battle team was, the more difficult it was to find an opponent. Every battle team in the Dark Arena fought to gain the arena's hosting rights. However, that was not an easy goal. Firstly, a battle team needed to participate in 10 games, winning 8. Only then would a battle team have the right to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Only after defeating the organizer's battle team would one obtain the hosting rights. Hence, the various battle teams would not accept challenges easily. It was even more difficult for strong battle teams. Everyone wanted to rack up victories by challenging weaker teams, of course, to prevent some people from avoiding battles completely. The Dark Arena had a time limit. If a battle team could not find an opponent within 10 days, the Dark Arena would choose an opponent randomly. Hence, the stronger teams in the Dark Arena did not need to fear a lack of challengers. They just had to wait a relatively long time before they could complete all 10 required games. Much would change in God's domain after 100 days. It doesn't matter, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. Previously, I worried that the Azura battle team would lose miserably. As for future matches, it seems that we're going to make a fortune from now on. Big Sis Rain, did you agree to another match before this? A realization struck Blue Phoenix. That's right. As the Azura battle team is a new team with members from a small guild, many people had requested battle. A few had even promised to bet favors and a certain number of materials. It's a pity that each battle team can only compete in 3 matches every 10 days. It would be great if we could arrange a few more matches. Phoenix Rain laughed. When she thought about the next 2 battle teams they had to face, she could not help but pity those teams. Chances were that the players from those teams held a deep resentment for her right now. Every one of them had assumed that the Azura battle team was quite weak. None of them would have imagined that the team was actually a dark horse only. Finding opponents for the last 7 matches would give her a slight headache. Hopefully, Feng can hold back in future matches. Otherwise, finding an opponent will be a problem, Phoenix Rain muttered softly. Lost. He actually lost. When Hua Qiushui heard the applause and cheers, her face twisted into an ugly expression. Losing a game was not a major issue for her. After all, the Glorious Lions only needed to win 8 out of 10 games. However, not only had they exposed much of their strength, but they had also lost the competition and suffered immense losses. Primal Emerald Wood and Soul Cultivating Stones were not cabbage that one easily found on the streets. Not to mention, they also had to pay the 1,000 pieces of level 30 Dark Gold equipment and 30,000 magic crystals. Such a huge loss would not end with a slight sting. Who knew how much time she would have to spend to recover? However, losing money was secondary to her. Her reputation was far more important. The upper echelons from the major corporations would learn of the Azura battle team's victory. It was a guarantee that they would launch investigations on Yi Feng. If they discovered that she had chased Yi Feng away from the Glorious Lions, she would probably be branded with the title Blind Fool. Her superiors might even begin to question her abilities as a manager. Zero Wing. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. Exemplary Willow raged as she stomped her feet. She shot a glare at Feng before turning to leave. Below the dueling ring, Zero Wing's members celebrated and rejoiced. Leader, are you all right? Fire Dance asked as she approached Feng. Feng looked worn. His complexion was pale and waxy. He looked nothing like a winner. It's nothing. I just expended too much of my concentration, Feng replied as he shook his head. This battle had been truly dangerous. He had gone all out from the very beginning of the battle, pushing his 5 senses to their limits. He had remained on full alert throughout the match, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lose him the fight. Sirius's combat standard was simply too high. If this match had taken place 2 or 3 weeks from now, he definitely would have lost. Although Sirius's equipment was already impressive, the old man, even possessing several epic items, at the end of the day, he did not have a fragmented legendary item. He also had not learned any super skills. These 2 aspects could improve a player's combat power by leaps and bounds. Even Sirius would have a hard time trying to bridge the gap by relying on techniques alone in front of absolute strength. All manner of trickery was useless. This was the cruel reality of games. Hence, regardless if they were experts or ordinary players, all players prioritized improving their weapons, equipment, and skills. While Feng rested, Sirius revived below the dueling ring and marched straight over to Feng. Kid, you sure know how to hide your strength. However, you might be able to beat me now, but it will be a different story in the future, Sirius said, a warm smile appearing on his stern face. All right, I've said enough. As per our agreement, I'll give you this. With this information, you should be able to improve yourself further and reach my level a little sooner. However, whether or not you obtain the item will depend on your own abilities. Saying so, Sirius sent Feng a private message. He then turned and left. As he walked away, he could not help but glance at Fire Dance, shaking his head and sighing. His reaction creeped Fire Dance out. Seeing Fire Dance's reaction, Feng chuckled. The 2 had discussed their bet through private chat. Nobody knew about their conversation. If Fire Dance knew that Sirius had wanted her as his disciple, she would probably feel quite awkward. However, although Feng admitted that Sirius's guidance would open many doors for Fire Dance in the future, he did not think that she would have any fewer achievements if she remained by his side. He also would never allow the Battle Wolves to poach one of his experts following, which Feng opened the file Sirius had sent him. Intending to glance through the information, he had one from the old man. Just what kind of information could actually give him the possibility of advancement? Chapter 798, Deterring Force. Like a wildfire, news of the Azura battle team's victory in the Dark Arena spread throughout God's domain practically minutes after the competition ended. Information regarding the Azura battle team had reached the hands of God's domain's various major powers. The reports were so detailed that it even included information on the acquaintances of the Azura battle team's members. Starmoon Kingdom, Maple City. Maple City had already become Overwhelming Smile's main headquarters. With Underworld's hidden support, the guild had solidified its position as the city's overlord. At the same time, Maple City had become the second largest city in the Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city's player population was over 1 million. Although it was still far from the grandeur of White River City, it was superior to other cities within the Kingdom Yulan. Why have you called me here all of a sudden? Feng Xianyang demanded, annoyed, as he entered the residence's meeting room. His gaze locked onto the charming, elegantly smiling Yulan. He should have had the most authority in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, due to Yulan's successful management of Maple City, Underworld higher-ups designated Yulan to handle everything in the region. This enraged him. He had expended all of that effort to deal with Zero Wing. Yet Yulan sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Without an enemy to deal with, it had naturally been easy to develop Maple City. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have had any issues handling the task either. It's nothing major. I just wanted to tell you to withdraw Overwhelming Smiles members from White River City immediately and have them develop elsewhere. Yulan instructed, paying Feng Xuanyang's rude behavior no heed. And why should I do this? Feng Xianyang said, his expression darkening as he grew somewhat indignant. You know how high of a price I've paid to solidify my position in White River City. Although Zero Wing is very strong, White River City's Overlord isn't set in stone. Don't even think about ordering me to withdraw Overwhelming Smile from White River City. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were focused on all sorts of quests, including guild quests. In White River City, as long as they completed a certain number of quests, Overwhelming Smile's status in White River City would improve. Afterward, they could accept all sorts of rare, high-level quests. They might even receive epic quests. With epic quests, it would be extremely easy to obtain all sorts of top-tier weapons and equipment. They might even find new, strategic tools for war. The guild's recent promotion had even triggered an epic guild quest. If they completed this epic guild quest, he could obtain a tool of war. When they started another war with Zero Wing, even if Zero Wing had an abundance of experts, he did not think he would lose against the guild. If they pulled out of White River City now, then all of the White River City quests they had already completed would be for naught. He couldn't give up on the city. Now, Feng Xianyang, this is not my decision. The higher-ups made this decision. You have no say in this matter. In any case, you have 3 days to transfer all of our members to other cities. Yulan stated coldly, that is not possible. Feng Xianyang was dumbfounded. The higher-ups had hoped to obtain White River City, investing manpower and resources into the endeavor. Yet now, they had decided to give up on the city? No matter how he thought about it, such a thing was impossible. I also considered the decision foolish. However, after seeing the information they provided, I changed my mind. I don't disagree with the decision, Yulan said. She then threw a file at Feng Xianyang, saying, have a look at it yourself. This is... Feng Xianyang boiled with rage when he saw the folder's title Zero Wing report. Zero Wing was Feng Xianyang's sworn enemy. If not for Zero Wing interrupting his plans again and again, White River City would have been his by now. He wouldn't have suffered under Zero Wing's oppression as he did now. To make things worse, Zero Wing had flourished in the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, becoming one of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds that could even rival first-rate guilds. This had also weakened Overwhelming Smile's position in the city significantly. Now, Overwhelming Smile's members had to tread carefully when encountering Zero Wing players on the city streets. This humiliated Feng Xianyang. However, he endured because he knew that this was still not the time to pick a fight with Zero Wing. Now, after striving silently for a long time, he had finally obtained an opportunity to seize White River City. Hence, no matter what, he could not give up in this competition for dominance. As long as he obtained White River City, the favor Yulan received from Underworld's upper echelons would also vanish. At that time, he would become the absolute leader of Underworld's branch in Star Moon Kingdom rather than playing underling to a greenhorn, who had only been a member of the organization for a short time. However, after Feng Xianyang read the Zero Wing report, his excited expression froze, his eyes widening with shock. He paled as if he had seen a ghost. How can this be? Feng Xianyang couldn't believe his eyes. How has Zero Wing appeared in the Dark Arena? They even defeated a battle team that has the backing of a super guild? Currently, Underworld was considered one of the virtual gaming world's major powers. The organization was stronger than most first-rate guilds. Over the years, it had nurtured plenty of experts. However, there was still a vast gap between them and super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not to mention super guilds yet. An upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually managed to defeat a super guild battle team. This was simply inconceivable. Super guilds had too many experts to count. They even had monster-like existences. The powers supporting them were also profound and complex. Only other super guilds and super first-rate guilds could shake the foundations of such giants. No one else should even consider trying unless Zero Wing had a super guild behind it. A super guild? Feng Xianxia suddenly felt his body grow cold. That's right. The higher-ups have reached the same conclusion. Hence, we can't provoke Zero Wing anymore. There is no reason to continue wasting our time in White River City. In truth, Yulan doubted that Zero Wing had the support of a super guild. However, the Mana Pulse Cannon in the Stoneclaw Mountains and the various magic array scrolls. Now, they also had to consider the performance in the Dark Arena. A mere upstart guild was not capable of achieving these feats. Hence, it was quite possible that a super guild supported Zero Wing from the shadows, even though it was only a possibility. Underworld would not take this risk, I understand. I'll transfer the majority of our members to other cities. However, I still have a quest I need to complete. Feng Xianxia nodded. Fine, but make it quick, Yulan stated before standing and leaving the meeting room. Elsewhere, Feng had led Fire Dance and the others back to White River City. On their way back, Feng browsed through the information Sirius had given him. So, this is the case. After reading through the files, Feng was so happy that he found it difficult to hide his smile. Guild leader, what has made you so giddy? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she moved to Feng's side. It's nothing. I just found something that can help you improve your combat standards. Feng laughed. Guild leader, what is it? Can I have a look? Violet Cloud sent Feng a yearning look. Fire Dance had already reached the refinement realm. This development placed a weight on the rest of the team. Violet Cloud felt particularly pressured. She was incredibly anxious to become stronger. There is no need to rush. We happen to be on our way there right now. Saying so, Feng pointed at the distant candlelight trading firm. Chapter 799, Secrets of God's Domain. The Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Guild leader, here are the items you requested. After Melancholic Smile entered the room, she stacked materials onto the stone table, creating a large mound of items. If the upper echelons of other large guilds saw this, they would be shocked. Every material was extremely valuable. Some were even used to construct a stable. However, among these materials, there was one item that was particularly eye-catching. A fragment of a silver stone tablet. This fragment was clearly not a raw material. Feng picked up the stone tablet, while transferring the materials into his bag, including the materials he had won in the Dark Arena. He had enough to begin the guild stable's construction. Currently, the various large guilds were occupied with raiding dungeons to collect the stable design and required materials to construct the building. However, no one would have imagined that a small guild like Zero Wing had both. The only thing left to do was to construct the stable itself. Feng could not contain his excitement. In the past, Shadow had invested a lot of time to construct its stable. By the time the guild stable was complete, God's Domain's mainstream players had surpassed level 50. Many ordinary players even had their own mounts. On the other hand, this timeline's mainstream players had only reached level 30. Yet, Zero Wing could begin constructing its own stable. Zero Wing would be the first guild in God's Domain to reveal its guild mount to the public. Ordinary mounts cost 40 gold. However, guild mounts only cost 25 gold. Although the difference was only 15 gold, no ordinary player could afford that, even if they sold everything they owned. Even guild elite players would have to save for a long time to accumulate so much due to this 15 gold gap. Guild players could obtain their mounts ahead of ordinary players. The only problem guild players faced was that they needed to a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount. GCPs were automatically rewarded after one completed a guild quest. The amount of GCP varied depending on the quest difficulty, with higher-leveled quests awarding more points, and ordinary and daily quests awarding very few. In fact, one could say that the GCP requirement wasn't a major issue. Money was the only thing guild players truly needed to purchase their guild mount's guild leader. Is this stone tablet related to your earlier, mysterious actions? Fire Dance knew of their plans for the guild stable. However, she was more concerned with Feng's previous statement after reaching her combat standard. It was extremely difficult to advance further if there really was an item that could improve a player's combat standards. It must be heaven-defying, that's right. This stone tablet is the item that can help everyone grow stronger. Feng nodded the information he received from Sirius, stated that there were all sorts of skills in God's domain. There were ordinary skills, general skills, taboo skills, and an extremely rare type of skill known as a secret technique. Secret techniques were unique in God's domain. Moreover, learning a secret technique was different from learning ordinary skills, whereby players could learn a skill with a click of a button. Secret techniques were also different from taboo skills, where players were only required to reach a certain completion rate. To learn a secret technique, players had to comprehend it. One's comprehension depended on the player. As to how one used the secret technique, that also depended on the player. Unlike the usual skills, a secret technique would not appear in a player's skill menu even after learning it. Secret techniques also lacked a cooldown. Players could use the secret technique whenever and however they desired. The only resource consumed when using a secret technique was concentration. Feng had learned a secret technique before. In truth, a secret technique was just a unique method of utilizing combat techniques. Void steps was considered a footwork-type secret technique. Moreover, Sirius had revealed that his 6-in-1 combination attack was a byproduct of his secret technique. Although he had known how to use such a technique for quite a while, he had not been able to use the 6-in-1 combination attack. However, learning the secret technique had allowed his combat standard to reach a whole new level, allowing him to execute a 6-in-1 combination attack. Without the secret technique, even with his domain, such a complex technique would have been beyond him. Meanwhile, when speaking of secret techniques, Feng immediately thought of the secret sword technique he had obtained during his promotion to Blade Saint. At the time, he had not realized what this item's purpose was. The stone tablet's introduction simply stated that it held some kind of divine power, and that he needed to collect all the stone tablet fragments to restore the engraved pattern. Hence, he had not bothered with the secret sword technique. After all, obtaining this single fragment had nearly cost him his life. How difficult would it be to collect all 6 pieces? Of course, the secret technique stone tablet the Battle Wolves had obtained was also incomplete. Even so, players could still learn from the fragment. However, they needed to meet a specific requirement to learn the secret technique. It hid. The requirement was magic crystals. One needed to inject a significant amount of magic power into the stone tablet to activate the secret technique once. Moreover, this secret technique was not complete. If one wanted to learn the complete secret technique, they had to collect all the necessary fragments. Although Sirius had kindly told him how to activate the secret technique stone tablet, the old man had not told him where to find one. This was also the first time Feng had ever heard of secret techniques. This was the tragedy middle and low-class players faced. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, many of God's domain's secrets were beyond people like him. Secret sword technique? Violet Cloud blinked as she looked at the stone tablet in Feng's hands. Guild leader, can't only melee classes learn this? No, any class can learn a secret technique. However, some are more suitable for certain classes. Fortunately, there is no limit to how many players can learn it. Take Void Steps and Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack, for example. These combat techniques are not necessarily suitable for our classes. However, if utilized properly, they are still significantly effective, Feng explained, smiling. In reality, the secret technique Sirius had learned was more suited to magical classes, while Void Steps was more suitable for assassins rather than swordsmen. When used, however, they could still improve a player's combat power significantly. Aside from suitability, how much one had a secret technique was also important. Sirius had learned his secret technique from Fragment. Hence, he could display immense power with the technique. On the other hand, Feng had learned Void Steps by copying another player. His skill with the technique was less than garbage. Hence, his capabilities with void steps were limited. If he had learned the secret sword technique before his fight with Sirius, he would have had a much easier time taking the old man down. Hearing Feng's explanation, his companions were speechless. They had all seen Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. They had never imagined that the stone tablet before them was actually something so amazing. If they could learn such a combat technique as well, they would have a higher chance of winning their battles, even against more powerful opponents. Chapter 800 Restrictions. Feng could not help but smile when he saw the yearning and desperation in everyone's eyes. He could relate. Although the secret technique stone tablet is an excellent item, there are many restrictions. There are even restrictions while one is learning the secret technique itself. This is not an easy endeavor. Feng explained the secret technique stone tablet help players learn how to better utilize their combat techniques. While learning these methods, they might even discover a breakthrough and advance their combat standards. This was why Sirius was so confident of his declaration that Feng could grow stronger if he possessed a secret technique stone tablet. If every member in a guild could learn the secret technique, their strength could defy heaven naturally. The main god system would not allow such a situation. Although the legacy within a secret technique stone tablet would not expire, it could only be used once per month. Moreover, only 10 players could learn the technique each time it was available in addition. Because he only possessed a fragment, he needed to create a stabilizing magic array to use it. Magic arrays were incomparably precious. Normally, it was impossible for players to obtain the knowledge of creating one. Moreover, kingdoms and empires kept a very tight lid on any information they had about magic arrays, making it even more difficult for players to learn the process. Hence, players had to rely on the magic array designs they obtained to teach them the mechanics of producing magic arrays. Currently, no player throughout God's domain knew how to produce stabilizing magic arrays. They could only obtain them from NPCs. Although God's domain had countless NPCs, not all NPCs knew how to produce magic arrays. Even powerful magical class NPCs rarely knew how to produce more profound arrays. The stabilizing magic array just happened to be a particularly profound twofold magic array. Even Tier 3 magical class NPCs would find it extremely difficult to produce an array of such caliber. This wasn't the only issue they faced. These magic arrays also required something of each player. To learn a secret technique from a stone tablet, players also needed to know how to produce magic arrays. Of course, they didn't need a complete understanding of the topic, but they did need the ability to produce a simple intermediate magic array. This was why Feng had led his team to the special forging room, the simulation device, in the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms had already recorded all of the information Zero Wing possessed about magic arrays. Even the designs for the 9-star polar domain and teleportation magic array had been recorded. Players could easily rehearse the production process without needing to waste precious materials. They only needed to spend some magic crystals. When Feng thought about how the Battle Wolves lacked a special forging room of its own, he imagined how many materials they Super Guild had spent to allow 10 players to learn to produce an intermediate magic array. The thought was staggering. However, the Battle Wolves was capable of such a feat precisely because it was a super guild. A first-rate guild could never afford to learn a secret technique without a special forging room. If you wish to learn the secret technique, you'll have to learn to produce intermediate magic arrays. All of the necessary information can be found inside the simulation device. Learn the technique as quickly as possible. Once you can produce intermediate magic arrays, you can learn the secret technique. Feng explained as he pointed towards the flowing ball of water inside the forging room. Learn to produce intermediate magic arrays? Aqua Rose repeated with a frown. This task would be very difficult. As a cursemancer, she relied on incantations and runes to cast her spells, so she had little understanding of the subject in reality. When magical class players cast a spell, they drew runes or chanted incantations to guide the surrounding elemental mana to form a magic array. Of course, higher-tiered spells required more runes and incantations. As she understood it, a Tier 1 spell's magic array was the equivalent of a basic magic array, while a Tier 2 spell's array was the equivalent of an intermediate magic array. Moreover, when constructing a magic array, the system would not offer any assistance or guidance. Players had to draw the runes or chant the incantations themselves. Hence, the requirement was quite strict. In other words, without any assistance from the system, she needed to complete a relatively complex Tier 2 spell in a set period of time. Furthermore, the magic array she needed to craft would be far more complex than any of her spells. It would be very difficult for her to produce an intermediate magic array if a magical class player already had such troubles. This would be a nightmare for physical class players. This is mandatory. Even I can't do anything about it. You have to rely on yourselves for this task, Feng said as he spread his hands in a helpless gesture. He could not help them. He had only been able to produce the 9-star polar domain so quickly because of the understanding he had gained in his previous life. Hence, it would take a relatively long time for the others to produce an intermediate magic array. Fortunately, he could use this opportunity to deal with the guild's stable following, which Feng left the Candlelight trading firm and headed towards the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the other physical class players began to learn all they could about magic arrays. As for Aqua Rose and the other magical classes, they began to experiment with the process of producing basic magic arrays. As the number of guild residences in the city rapidly increased, the number of players who visited the Adventurers Association in search of their daily guild quests increased as well. Currently, the association enjoyed a constant stream of players entering and leaving the building. When the players inside the building saw the six-winged guild emblem on Feng's chest, their gazes turned green with envy. Many of the female players acted like ravenous wolves when their eyes landed on Feng. They shot him flirtatious glances and dreamed of pouncing on the young man. Devouring him whole, Feng was speechless. He inwardly celebrated the fact that he had not come as Black Flame, and that he had chosen to wear his black cloak. Otherwise, these players might have truly devoured him. However, when he saw the players lined up to accept their daily quests, he could not help but feel nostalgia in the past. He, too, had often come here to receive his daily guild quests. Guild quests fell into two main categories. The first category consisted of the daily guild quests that players could accept at the Adventurers Association, while the second consisted of the NPC commission quests that were sent to guild residences. Any guild member could accept a daily guild quest. However, the rewards were mediocre at best. Very little EXP was awarded as well. Meanwhile, NPC commission quests were different. Even the most ordinary commission quest provided decent remuneration and EXP reward. Some even rewarded relatively good weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, guild residences did not receive enough NPC commission quests to supply every member within a guild. These quests were also directly related to a guild's popularity. The higher a guild's popularity was, the more well-known it was among NPCs. After reaching a certain level of popularity, even NPCs from other cities and towns would commission a quest. Currently, Zero Wing had the highest popularity among all of the guilds in White River City. Every day, Zero Wing's guild residents received more than 1,000 commission quests. Among them, there were over 100 high-level quests. Aside from its high popularity, Zero Wing received so many quests because of its residence's smithy. Every day, the smithy would provide a certain number of quests. Hence, Zero Wing received far more commission quests than other guilds. Large guilds like Overwhelming Smile only received several hundred commission quests each day. With only several dozen high-level quests, Zero Wing walked the path of the elite, so it had far fewer members than its competitors. As a result, the percentage of players within the guild that could accept commission quests each day was relatively high. On the other hand, due to having too many members, other guilds' ordinary members even found it difficult to receive an ordinary commission quest, not to mention high-level commission quests. In the second-floor reception hall, "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" a beautiful female receptionist asked Feng. Smiling, "I wish to construct a stable. Please compile the necessary quotes for me," Feng said, handing over the stable design. Chapter 801 Mount Taming. After the female receptionist accepted the stable design, she tapped on the magic crystal ball before her. Immediately, a miniature, half-transparent building appeared before Feng. This was the construction model for the stable. It allowed players to select and modify the building unlike other buildings, which were categorized by ranks such as ordinary and luxury. Stables were only differentiated by size. There were many wild and demonic beasts in the world of God's domain, and all of these monsters came in different sizes. The larger a monster was, the larger the stable it required. Obviously, the larger the stable was, the more it would cost to construct. A small-size stable could cost anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 gold. A medium-sized stable cost anywhere from 4,000 gold to 5,000 gold. A large-size stable could cost anywhere from 8,000 gold to 10,000 gold. A super-large-size stable could cost anywhere from 40,000 gold to 50,000 gold. For a high-ranking rare mount like the Thunderwolf, Feng needed at least a medium-sized stable. Of course, the benefit of a larger-sized stable wasn't limited to additional space. A larger stable would allow a guild to tame mounts faster. Guild players would also have an easier time growing their mounts. Most importantly, one could invite a powerful tamer with a larger stable in God's domain. Mount taming was considered a field of knowledge. Tamers played an important role in harnessing the power of a mount. Half of a guild mount's growth depended on the tamer. Hence, hiring a powerful tamer was essential to a guild to want this large-sized stable. Feng chose a stable with style and clicked confirm. Sir, you have chosen stable number 059. The total cost will be 9,450 gold. In addition, you also have to provide the core materials required to construct the stable. The female receptionist smiled as she produced a bill of materials. The list stated all the necessary expenditures to construct the stable. Here are the materials and money. Feng paid everything off without hesitation. He had made a huge fortune in the dark arena aside from the profits he had made from his bet with the Glorious Lions battle team. As the winning battle team of the competition, the Azura battle team also earned a small portion from the audience's winning bets. Moreover, due to the audience underestimating the strength of the Azura battle team, many people had gambled on the Glorious Lions. As a result, even after splitting half of the profits with Phoenix Rain, he still walked away with a hefty income. The battle team's shares in the Dark Arena were different from the organizers. Only the winning battle team would get a share of the audience bets. The loser received nothing. Moreover, the winning battle team would earn 3% of the shares, 2% higher than the organizer. Only, as Feng did not own the Azura battle team's participation rights, he needed to split the 3% with Phoenix Rain among the 5% of winnings that Feng had obtained. He had sold the materials and equipment that he did not need. Although Feng had only received 5%, his earnings had not been meager. Every member of the Dark Arena's audience was a wealthy big shot. Their bets made involved several hundred gold of materials at the very least. Since so many people had placed generous wagers on the Glorious Lions, Feng's earnings had naturally been impressive from this single competition. He had earned over 7,000 gold. He had also obtained the stable materials from the Glorious Lions. After obtaining what he had needed, he sold excess materials to Phoenix Rain, selling each primal emerald wood for 75 gold and each soul cultivating stone for 60 gold. Overall, he sold 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, earning him another 2,220 gold, including the money he had on hand before the competition. He now had over 11,000 gold on him. He could easily afford the large-size stable. After Feng finished paying the bill, the female receptionist passed him a stable certificate. In the future, if he wanted to modify the stable, upgrading it to a super large-size stable, he could simply present this certificate to make the necessary modifications. He would not need to obtain another stable design. After Feng confirmed the stable's construction, a group of NPC architects entered Zero Wings Guild residence in White River City and began building the stable. Suddenly, a large space within Zero Wings residence, which had been vacant, transformed into a construction site. Players were barred from the area. What's going on? We're constructing a new building. What is it going to be? Zero Wings members grew curious upon seeing groups of NPC architects enter the construction site. They had been ecstatic when the guild had constructed a smithy. Not only could they save money on repair fees, but they could also maintain their weapons with a weapon maintenance function, extending the amount of time they could spend out in the fields. Players from other guilds were particularly envious of this benefit now that their guild had begun constructing a new building. How could they contain their excitement? Elsewhere, Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage in front of the Adventurers Association and headed towards the commoners' district based on Feng's knowledge. There were a total of 3 master tamers in White River City. If he relied on a basic tamer or advanced tamer, it would take a very long time to finish taming a 5-star mount. As to how much time was needed, even Feng had no idea. However, he did know how long it would take to tame a 3-star mount. A basic tamer required a month to finish taming a 3-star mount, while an advanced tamer needed 20 days. Master Tamers only needed 10 days to complete. The Joba Master Tamer was 3 times as efficient as a basic tamer. Moreover, basic tamers could not tame 5-star mounts. Only advanced tamers and above could do so. If even a Master Tamer needed 10 days to tame a 3-star mount, Feng could not imagine how long it would take to tame a 5-star mount. He would be surprised if it only took double the time a 3-star mount required. If he left the task to an advanced tamer, the required wait time would be even more frightening. Hence, he needed to hire a master tamer to tame the Thunder Wolf. An hour later, Feng arrived before a large courtyard in the commoner's district. Many beasts lounged on the courtyard's lawn. The lowest level beasts were at level 100, with the more powerful ones being level 150. Feng could also see a level 150 High Lord. This beast was even stronger than an ordinary level 150 Tier 2 class. This is the residence of Master Owen. Master Owen does not wish to meet with outsiders, so please leave. As soon as Feng arrived before the courtyard's entrance, 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards in silver heavy armor immediately blocked his path, barring him from the residence. Although tamers were not as reputable as forgers and alchemists, after becoming a master, their statuses were slightly higher than ordinary nobles. Hence, although Owen was only a commoner, he still had 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards protecting his home. Ordinary people did not qualify for his attention. Don't tell me that even I am refused entry? Feng flashed his identity as White River City's Count immediately. The 2 Tier 1 guards fell to one knee, kneeling before Feng with respectful expressions. This scene dumbfounded passing players. Just who is that? Amazing. He can actually force Tier 1 NPCs to kneel before him. Normally, these Tier 1 guards thought very little of players, yet now, they knelt before one. How could they not be shocked? Huh? Feng? Why are you here? Immediately after Feng revealed his true appearance, a crisp voice sounded from beside him. Turning towards the voice, Feng noticed a beautiful girl in deep purple mage robes approaching him. This girl was accompanied by a white-haired old man. Chapter 802, Silver Legend. Upon seeing the old man, one of the 2 level 150 guards hurriedly stood to greet the old man, while the other quickly opened the large metal gates. Master Owen, welcome back. The guard said respectfully. Feng was slightly surprised by this sudden development. Of course, his surprise was not due to the old man's identity. After all, this was not the first time he had met Owen. The true source of his surprise stemmed from Thoughtful Rain, the purple-robed beauty beside the old tamer. Owen was not a noble. He had a higher status in White River City than ordinary nobles. He was an advanced NPC that current players could not meet easily. Only a major noble, like himself, might be able to arrange a meeting with Owen. Thoughtful Rain, on the other hand, had yet to become a major noble in White River City, yet she had obviously become acquainted with the old man. It seemed that the girl was more capable than he had initially thought of. To come to make a request of Master Owen. Feng explained as he watched Thoughtful Rain approach. The last time he had met Thoughtful Rain was when she had introduced him to Everlasting War. Back then, Thoughtful Rain had only had the level and equipment of an elite player. However, after the short time had passed, not only had the girl reached level 35, but she also wore equipment that elites would envy. She was almost fully geared in level 30 fine gold equipment. The deep red staff she held was known as the Elemental Requiem, and it was a level 30 dark gold rank staff. In addition, she had a slightly more daring temperament than before. Moreover, as she walked towards him, Her footwork was both light and natural. Her actions lacked any excess movement, even if Thoughtful Rain had not yet reached the half-step refinement realm. She was not too far. Either Feng found it truly hard to imagine that the girl had grown this much in God's domain in such a short period. A request from Master Owen? Did you receive the quest as well? Hearing Feng saying so, Thoughtful Rain could not help her joy as she said, I've had a headache trying to figure out how to complete it. If we do it together, we should be able to complete the quest very quickly. Quest? A realization structure Feng. Are you talking about the Silver Legend quest in the Crystal Forest? Isn't that your quest as well? Thoughtful Rain nodded no. I have not accepted that quest. I'm looking for Master Owen for something else. When Feng saw Thoughtful Rain nod, although he appeared quite calm on the outside, he admired the girl's great luck. The Silver Legend quest was one of the few super rare special quests in White River City. It was not easy to obtain. One needed to encounter a certain NPC to obtain this quest. However, this NPC appeared at random locations within White River City. Players needed luck to find this NPC as Feng understood it. This quest had caused quite a commotion in White River City in the past. After this quest had been completed, players received a mount as a reward. However, the quality of the mount depended on the player's quest completion rate. The higher their completion rate was, the higher the mount's quality would beto players. Even obtaining a common mount was a massive expenditure. Not to mention a high-quality mount back then, this quest discovery had led White River City's players to a frantic search for that NPC. Unfortunately, very few players had found that NPC, not to mention those who achieved a high question completion rate. What a pity. Thoughtful Rain sighed lightly when she heard Feng's words. She had been working on this quest for a long time now. The next part of the quest was even more difficult than the previous parts. With her strength alone, this quest was difficult to complete. If she had an expert like Feng helping her, she would have a far easier time with it. However, she had only met Feng a handful of times before. They could hardly be considered friends. They were acquaintances at best. Naturally, she could not trouble an expert like Feng to help her complete a quest suddenly. Blue Bamboo, who wore a pure white dress over a delicate but curvaceous body, appeared behind Thoughtful Rain. What's taking you so long? Everyone's starting to grow anxious, Blue Bamboo urged. However, her gaze quickly fell on Feng, and she began to evaluate him. Narrowing her eyes as if trying to recall something, she turned to Thoughtful Rain, revealing an expression that seemed to say, Ah, I see. It's not what you think. We just met by coincidence. Thoughtful Rain explained hurriedly. Doesn't our party just so happen to be missing a member? Blue Bamboo grinned at her friend. She then turned to Feng, smiling sweetly as she asked, Big brother Feng, won't you please help us? After we complete the quest, I'll have Rain treat you to a meal at Morning Dew Restaurant. I heard the food there is even better than the food of a 7-star hotels. Blue, Thoughtful Rain could not help her embarrassment. Miff that Blue Bamboo was always trying to poke fun at her. If you two can wait 2 hours, I can go with you. Feng offered after giving it some thought. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was already an elite member in Zero Wing. Since they were allies, he would naturally lend a helping hand if he could. Moreover, the Silver Legend quest was very special. If the quest completion rate was high enough, Thoughtful Rain might become a powerful force in Zero Wing in the future. It's only 2 hours. Since this quest isn't particularly urgent, we'll meet up at the Flame Bar later. Blue Bamboo answered before Thoughtful Rain could react, following which Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo departed from Owen's mansion. While Feng entered the courtyard alone, led by the Tier 1 guards, Feng reached the courtyard's central garden. Owen already sat comfortably inside a gazebo, waiting for Hema. Count ranked at the top of White River City's social pyramid. Owen was merely a master tamer. His status was not as high as a master forger's. Hence, he still showed Feng some respect. If any other player stood before him, he'd only show them a cold shoulder. Seeing Feng approach, Owen took the initiative to greet the swordsman, bowing slightly as he said, Lord Count, how may I be of service today? Hello, Master Owen. I'm here to invite you to become Zero Wing's Tamer Consultant. I wonder if you can agree to this request? Feng asked in God's domain. Guilds with stables generally sought to hire a tamer, having the tamer work in the guild at all times. However, hiring a master tamer was very difficult. It was impossible to tie a master tamer to a single guild. Hence, one could only hire a master tamer as a consultant. Moreover, there was still no guarantee that the master tamer would agree this. Owen hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to respond. Take a look at this. Feng took out the stable certificate and handed it over to the old manto. Hire a master tamer. A guild must first possess a large-sized stable. Otherwise, the effort would be futile. Even with Feng's status, a master tamer would refuse. This was the main reason why he had opted to construct a large-sized stable. Only after Owen saw the stable certificate did he agree to Feng's request, saying, "It would be my honor to accept Lord Count's invitation. We can see to the formalities immediately." Following which, Feng signed a contract with Owen. In return for Owen becoming Zero Wing's tamer consultant, Zero Wing would pay Owen a monthly retainer of 200 gold. After the contract was official, Feng led Owen to Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, a huge commotion tore through the guild residence. Chapter 803, New Expansion Pack. After the stable appeared within Zero Wing's residence, news of it spread at the speed of light. Even first-rate guilds have yet to construct a stable, yet Zero Wing has theirs already. This is insane. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. They can purchase a unique mount as soon as they reach level 40. On the other hand, we have to ride horses. I've heard that guild mounts only cost 25 gold. That's 15 gold cheaper than common mounts. This won't do. I need to join Zero Wing. I want to buy a guild mount too. For a time, the official forums exploded with threads about Zero Wing's latest development. Many guild players drooled over the image of Zero Wing's stable. Field battles in God's domain were growing more difficult. Not only had the monsters become far more of a challenge, but the burden these monsters placed on durability also added a hefty expenditure to their daily budgets. If they could purchase a guild mount, not only would they save 15 gold, but they could also obtain a growing mount. Once they managed to nurture their mounts to bronze rank, their mounts could assist them in battle. Field battles would become easier to take down. The consumption of equipment durability could also be decreased significantly at the same time. The various large guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom also felt an immense weight drop onto their shoulders to obtain the stable design and the necessary materials to construct the stable. They had spared no effort. Yet, not only had they failed to obtain the stable design thus far, but they had also only collected a small stock of the materials. On the other hand, Zero Wing had already finished its own stable. How did Zero Wing construct a stable so quickly? When Feng Xianxia heard the news, jealousy overwhelmed him. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved now that Zero Wing had revealed this trump card. No other guild would have a chance of dominating White River City. This incident also confirmed for Feng Xianxia that a super guild did indeed back Zero Wing. Otherwise, how could the guild have possibly constructed a stable so quickly? Shortly after Zero Wing's stable was complete, a system announcement reached every player in God's Domain. System announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war system announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war system announcement. God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in everyone's minds immediately. Players began to search for information on the new expansion pack. They were shocked by what they found after they read about the new expansion pack. Every player, ordinary and guild players both, were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Feng, who had hurriedly led Owen to Zero Wing's residence, was also stunned when he heard the system announcement. Why has the Abyss Battlefield appeared so soon? Feng could not help his frown. Is it because of the stable? The more Feng thought about it, the more he agreed with the possibility. In the past, the Abyss Battlefield expansion had released when mainstream players neared level 40. At that time, super guilds had almost finished constructing their stables, although the Abyss Battlefield was called an expansion pack. In reality, it was just the introduction to another way for players to experience the game ordinary players had almost no opportunities to experience a true battlefield. Guilds also tried to avoid massive wars involving hundreds of thousands of players. Hence, to give ordinary players the experience of a true battlefield, the system had introduced the Abyss Battlefield through the War God's Temple in the various cities. Players had one chance to enter the Abyss Battlefield each day. If they died, they would be returned to their respective cities. The Abyss Battlefield was a massive map. Players transferring in from different cities would appear in different towns within the Abyss Battlefield. Players were required to defend their respective towns, preventing the abyssal race's invasion. The system awarded players depending on their contributions. EXP and honor points were the usual rewards. These honor points could be exchanged for various rare potions and magic scrolls. Players could also trade the points for the double EXP buff in the Abyss Battlefield. Players received EXP from the monsters they killed. These monsters' drops were also relatively good. Moreover, even if players died in the Abyss Battlefield, they would not suffer the usual penalties. On the contrary, they would be rewarded depending on their performances. Hence, when the Abyss Battlefield had been introduced during Feng's previous life, players had flooded the area. Feng could only manage a bitter smile, although constructing the guild stable had provided massive advantages. It had also hastened God's domain's evolution, following which Feng led Owen to the underground warehouse of Zero Wings Residence Heavens. Are my eyes playing a trick on me? Owen's face lit up when he saw the Thunderwolf inside the massive cage. I never thought I would actually meet a 5-star beast in my lifetime. Master Owen, may I know how long it will take for you to tame it? Feng asked. This is my first time encountering a 5-star beast. However, based on my calculations, I will need roughly 25 days. Owen caressed his white beard before offering his answer. I'll leave the task to you. Then, Feng said. When he heard how long the Thunder Beast taming would require, he was shocked. Even a master tamer required 25 days to tame the Thunder Beast. If he had hired a weaker tamer to do the job, even ordinary players would have their mounts before the Thunder Beast was ready. Please leave it to me. I will nurture the Thunder Beast into the best mount you've ever seen. Owen said, his eyes glowing with excitement after Feng finished dealing with the guild mount issue. He took a horse carriage to the flame bearing his way. Feng could clearly hear the fevered discussions regarding the Abyss Battlefield. Meanwhile, in the flame bar, many players who had come to relax could not pull their eyes from the establishment's corner and the three great beauties sitting there. The girl in long, purple robes in particular moved the male players' hearts with every movement. However, as soon as these players saw the six-winged emblem on two of these beauties, they immediately discarded any thoughts of approaching the Women's Zero Wings Guild emblem. Was a taboo in White River City. No player dared to provoke Zero Wings members inside White River City. Even the domineering members of Overwhelming Smile proceeded with caution. Blue. Is this person really that strong? A female berserker in deep blue heavy armor could not help but ask. This female berserker had a graceful body and pearly white teeth. Of course. He is one of our guild's experts. Blue Bamboo said pridefully. An expert? The female berserker smiled. Even the two men beside her smiled. Ordinary layers might think of guild players as experts, but to them, guild experts were a joke. They had killed well over 100 guild experts in the field by now. Look, he's here, Blue Bamboo said as she pointed towards Feng after he entered the building. Chapter 804, Wind God Spear. Is he the person you were talking about? The female berserker and her two male companions shifted their gazes towards Feng. The young man wore a black cloak and silver armor. From his waist hung two exquisite long swords, one white and one black. Every one of his movements felt natural and graceful. His actions lacked any awkwardness, so much so that if they did not focus on this young man, their minds might ignore him altogether. Moreover, the young man did not give off the familiar pressure they usually felt from experts. On the contrary, he felt safe and relatable as Feng made his way through the bar. Players seemed to move out of his way, as if trying to avoid him intentionally. It was as if they couldn't sense Feng's existence. It did not take long for Feng to move through the crowd and reach the party big brother Feng. "You've finally arrived. We were just talking about you," Blue Bamboo said, giggling. "Let me introduce you. This great beauty is Autumn Goose. This gentleman with the beard is called Death Wind, and this handsome man is Gunfire. They are members of Wind God Spear." "Hello," Feng said, smiling as he looked at the three people. Inwardly, however, he was surprised. He was familiar with the name Wind God Spear. The name belonged to an independent organization similar to the famous Midnight Tea Party, and it based its operations in the Dark Knight Empire. Independent players that disliked the restriction of guilds and preferred adventure would usually form independent organizations to conquer certain quests that could not be completed alone. Among the independent organizations in the past, Wind God Spear had been relatively famous. This organization had once completed several legendary quests. Legendary quests were difficult enough to give even super guilds pause, not accepting one unless they were extremely confident in succeeding. However, the Wind God Spear contained countless players who would not hesitate to take up the challenge. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics with no fear of death. When everyone had believed that the organization would fail, the Wind God Spear shattered these naysayers' beliefs, completing one legendary quest after another. Aside from those who loved to challenge deadly quests, the Wind God Spear also contained players with a furious love of battle. Every member within the organization was a battle maniac. They had often challenged God's domain's experts in the past. These players would even hunt down the older monsters from super guilds for a duel. Unfortunately, Feng was not privy to the outcome of those fights. However, seeing as the Wind God Spear had still been around after a decade and had even become a legend in the eyes of many independent players. As for the three people before him right now, Feng had heard of two of them before, the Shield Warrior Death Wind and the Berserker Gunfire. Both of them had taken part in a legendary quest in the past. Even an apex expert of God's domain would not have more than a 20% success rate against a legendary quest. Meanwhile, these two had completed a legendary quest before. Their abilities were unquestionable. They were extremely powerful. Feng had thought that Thoughtful Rain would, at most, have a few ordinary elite players accompanying her. He had never imagined she knew such experts. If an elite party tried to complete the Silver Legend quest, even if they succeeded, their completion rate would not be high. However, with this group, achieving a high completion rate would be a piece of cake. Just who is this girl? Curiosity overwhelmed Feng as he shifted his gaze towards the quiet, Thoughtful Rain. The first time they met, Feng felt as if he had seen Thoughtful Rain before, but he couldn't recall meeting her elsewhere. She felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him, yet he couldn't remember an expert named Thoughtful Rain in God's domain during his previous life. Meanwhile, now that he met Thoughtful Rain again, both her aura and strength had undergone a heaven-defying change. If she continued to develop at this pace, she would definitely become more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, with the fact that she knew members of the Wind God Spear, it was even less possible that she had been an unknown entity in God's domain in the past. "Hello." Autumn Goose and the others returned Feng's greeting. It seems that Blue hadn't been exaggerating. "If we can have an expert like you with us, we should be able to complete this quest with ease." They had not expected that Zero Wing also had someone like this in its ranks. To ordinary players, Feng was an ordinary young man. However, they were neither ordinary players nor ordinary experts. After hundreds of life-and-death battles and overcoming their limits again and again, not only had they cultivated a beast-like intuition, but they had also gained the ability to distinguish the strong. True experts would only reveal their domineering auras when displaying their strength. Normally, their auras would remain hidden. Their auras would appear to be as calm as the great ocean, unperturbed regardless of what was thrown at them. Others would find it hard to generate hostility against someone with such an aura. Without a doubt, they noticed this about Feng. Feng was a true expert. He was far beyond the ordinary experts they usually encounter. Big Brother Wind. Who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of someone named Feng in Zero Wing before? Autumn Goose could not help but asked the shield warrior through a private chat. As she evaluated Feng, I am not sure, but based on our information on Zero Wing, aside from Black Flame, the guild's experts are subpar at best. However, I expect no less from the upstart guild that defeated the Star Alliance. The guild has even constructed a stable. Zero Wing's strength is truly unfathomable. Deathwind laughed. It is good that Rain has joined such a guild. Indeed, while we still have a headache over our mounts, both Rain and Blue can obtain a guild mount of their own as soon as they reach level 40. Autumn Goose responded enviously, "What's so great about guilds?" The Berserker Gunfire snorted. "How can they compare to the freedom we enjoy? We can move about God's domain unrestricted. We also don't have to work under anyone. Weapons, equipment, rare skills, or mounts, whatever these large guilds can get their hands on, we can too." After they had joined God's domain, guild players had often sought them out to cause trouble. The various large guilds occupied all of the valuable leveling areas. Hence, they had formed the Wind God's Spear. Not only had they fought the various large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, but they had also made these guilds suffer abundant losses. Pampered guild players could not compare to the hardships they faced. Neither Deathwind nor Autumn Goose refuted Gunfire's words. Their hatred of guilds had been precisely the reason they had joined Wind God's Spear. Now, they would never bother with joining a guild since everyone's here. "Let's head over to the Crystal Forest," Thoughtful Rain said as she invited Feng to their party. Moreover, she had even passed the party's leadership to Feng. Gunfire was not pleased no matter how he looked at it. Deathwind should be the party leader as he was the most qualified for the role. Deathwind possessed a wealth of leadership experience. He even had completed many advanced quests before. He was the best choice, however, since Thoughtful Rain had invited them. It was up to her to choose the party's leader. Arguing against it would be inappropriate following, which Feng and the others headed to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Crystal Forest. The Crystal Forest was a small level 40 to level 50 map. However, the terrain was complex. The monsters here also had high defense and HP. As a result, very few players were willing to level up here. Taking a look at the quest details Thoughtful Rain had sent him, Feng looked towards the distant cave and said, "That should be the place." Close to the cave entrance, over a dozen level 43 special elite crystal giants roamed the area. Meanwhile, a massive ice-fire cheetah slept a short distance from the cave. This ice-fire cheetah was a level 44 lord. It would slaughter an ordinary party easily. "Let's watch you make a fool of yourself." Gunfire inwardly sneered as he watched Feng. The Silver Legend quest was extremely difficult. Even with Deathwind leading them, their party would be hard-pressed to complete the quest. Hence, it was impossible for a pampered young master like Feng, who had only completed a few high-difficulty quests, to succeed here. Chapter 805, Insane Suggestion. "This is bad," Autumn Goose muttered as she glanced at the cave surroundings. Aside from the crystal giants and ice-fire cheetah guarding the cave, she also spotted a group of crystal wolves patrolling the area. As long as they fought within the cave's vicinity, they would attract the attention of the crystal wolves. The monsters would inadvertently catch them in a pincer attack. The crystal wolves were roughly 2 meters long, and their bodies were made of light blue crystal. Unfortunately, several hundred crystal wolves patrolled the forest. Crystal giant, elemental being, special elite. Level 43. HP 510. 000/510-000. Icefire Cheetah, Elemental Being, Lord. Level 44. HP 4/000/4/000/000. Crystal Wolf, Elemental Being, Common. Level 41. HP 48/000/48/000. If they took on so many monsters at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to make it to the cave. Furthermore, there were large level gaps between them and the cave's guardians. They were only level 35, yet they had to face a level 44 lord and over a dozen level 43 special elites simultaneously. This would not be an easy endeavor as a monster's level increased. Not only would its HP increase, but its attributes also increased. A level 44 Lord dealt no less damage than a level 30 High Lord. The level 44 Lord might even be slightly stronger. Facing down a level 30 Field High Lord would be suicide. Not to mention, they would also have to fight so many Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves. Every one of these monsters had high HP and defense. Without a team of at least 50 level 40 elite players, defeating these monsters would be incredibly difficult. Thoughtful Rain frowned at this situation. Why don't we clear away those Crystal Wolves first? Thoughtful Rain suggested after a moment of thought. I think it would be wiser to take out the Crystal Wolves first as well. If we trigger a battle while trying to enter the cave, with a speed-type boss like the Ice Fire Cheetah chasing us, we won't be able to avoid a pincer attack. Deathwind nodded in agreement. After we get rid of those Crystal Wolves, I'll hold back the boss while you guys enter the cave. With the Ice Fire Cheetah's size, it should not be able to get in. Even if he were strong, with only one healer in the party, he could not tank a level 44 Lord for very long. After all, there was a vast difference between his attributes and the boss's. Moreover, the Ice Fire Cheetah was a speed-type boss, the bane of MTs. It was extremely difficult to avoid the attacks of a speed-type boss. The level gap only made the situation worse. Leader, what do you suggest? Gunfire asked as he turned to the silent Feng. Grinning, the members of the various large guilds were accustomed to using Zerg tactics to solve their problems. Regardless of what kind of problems they faced during a quest, they just needed to send a large group of players to deal with it. Now, however, they only had the strength of a party. Moreover, this quest was located in such a high-level map. Unlike Deathwind, who had long since grown accustomed to high-level monsters and could remain cool-headed in such a situation, Feng would have no idea what to do here. However, their quest was quite difficult. Normally, they would challenge monsters that were, at most, 5 levels higher than them. Even then, the fight would be risky. Now, they had to face a level 44 Lord. The slightest mistake could cause a party wipe. Feng glanced at the Crystal Wolves before shifting his gaze back towards the Ice Fire Cheetah. I suggest that we charge for the cave. There is no need to waste time on the Crystal Wolves. Once we enter the cave, the Ice Fire Cheetah won't be able to follow us. Afterward, we just need to deal with the Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves. Moreover, the cave is cramped inside, so the Crystal Wolves won't be able to use their Wolfpack tactics. It should be fairly easy to annihilate them. In truth, Feng wasn't overly worried about the Ice Fire Cheetah or the Crystal Giants. His biggest worry was the Crystal Wolves' Thoughtful Rain, and the others had no idea just how scary those Crystal Wolves werewolves love to hunt in groups. Naturally, this was the case for the Crystal Wolves in the Crystal Forest. Although they could only see a few hundred in the area, once the battle began, these Crystal Wolves would call for reinforcements. If they could not finish the Crystal Wolves off quickly enough and allowed the monsters to use their summon skill, they would have to fight far more than just a few hundred Crystal Wolves. If the Crystal Wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, tragedy would befall them. The Crystal Wolf King was the Crystal Forest ruler. It was also a level 50 Great Lord. In Feng's previous life, countless players who had ventured to the Crystal Forest in search of ores had died under the Wolf King's paws. Hence, after the general populace learned of this beast, many players had tried to avoid provoking the Crystal Wolves. If their party attacked the Crystal Wolves, they would find death waiting for them. Charge for the cave. Autumn Goose was dumbstruck. How are we supposed to shake off the Crystal Giants and enter the cave? Although Deathwind could pin down the Ice Fire Cheetah for a short time, if the others wanted to enter the cave, they had to deal with the Crystal Giants. The Crystal Giants were level 43 special elites, not common monsters that even noobs could defeat. They were not easy opponents. The Crystal Giants would flatten them under their fists if they made the slightest mistake. Meanwhile, the Crystal Wolves would have enough time to join the fray while they had their hands full with the special elites. In the end, they would be caught a pincer attack with no path of retreat. Leave the Ice Fire Cheetah to me. Deathwind will attract those Crystal Giants. Blue, you just need to focus on healing Deathwind. Rain, you'll assist Deathwind by restricting the Crystal Giants from afar. Everyone else, head straight towards the cave. Feng explained slowly. Deathwind was a shield warrior and had a crowd mock skill. He would have the easiest time holding the giants aggro without the crystal giants in their way. The crystal wolves wouldn't have time to launch a pincer attack. Once they entered the cave, without the Lord's interference, it would be easier to deal with the special elites and common monsters, even if the crystal wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King. With how little space the cave provided, all the Crystal Wolf King could do was wait outside with the Ice Fire Cheetah. You'll tank it? Thoughtful Rain and the others turned to Feng, as one Feng was only a swordsman. Although he had hidden his level with the black cloak, even if he were the same level as the level 44 Ice Fire Cheetah, its claws would rend him to death with 2 or 3 attacks. Furthermore, he wouldn't have a healer on him. At most, he could hold off the Lord for a brief moment. That certainly wasn't enough time for them to make into the cave. Rain, are you sure that there won't be any issues? Autumn Goose quietly asked Thoughtful Rain. It was not that she did not believe in Feng. However, this plan was simply too dangerous. The slightest mistake could compromise their lives. If they lost a level, it would become far more difficult to complete the quest. I trust him, Thoughtful Rain said with confidence as she looked at the calm, composed swordsman, although she, too, had her doubts. When she looked at Feng's composure and confidence, she wanted to believe in the young man. She did not know why, but whenever she looked at Feng's figure, she thought of Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, whom she had met only a few times before. Black Flame always tried something that everyone else thought was impossible. In the end, however, he always proved everyone wrong. Black Flame had become a legend in Zero Wing. Many members in the guild admired him. Whatever. It's just one death. Autumn Goose sighed as she prepared herself to take a leap of faith. Even if the plan failed, she had a backup plan to help Thoughtful Rain and the others escape. As for Death Wind and Gunfire, they also prepared to die after Feng arranged the party's positioning. He activated Windwalk and dashed towards the Ice Fire Cheetah. When Feng was within 80 yards, the Ice Fire Cheetah woke, discovering the swordsman immediately. It released a vicious growl. With its growl, the Ice Fire Cheetah, which stood over 8 meters tall, spat scorching flames. Immediately, over a dozen massive fireballs bombarded Feng's over. When Thoughtful Rain and the others saw the dozen or so fireballs, their hearts sank. Feng could never dodge all of those attacks. However, before they could sigh, they saw a streak of blue light cut across the space before Feng, slicing the massive fireballs in half. Chapter 806, Difference in Weapons. This surprise flashed in everyone's eyes as they watched Feng. The Lord-ranked monster's fireballs were extraordinary. Even from this distance, they could feel the power contained within those massive fireballs. If they encountered one of those fireballs, the blast from the impact would definitely send them flying. Yet, in front of Feng, these massive fireballs were as fragile as glass. With one hit, Feng sliced apart every fireball sent at him. The Ice Fire Cheetah's attack hadn't slowed Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Feng was only 30 yards away from the Ice Fire Cheetah. Seeing the impudent human approach, the Ice Fire Cheetah released an angry, deafening roar. Rather than attacking with its fire, its paws pushed off the ground. Instantly, the level 44 Lord transformed into an afterimage as it pounced on Feng. A Lord-ranked monster's attributes were frightening enough. To add to the terror, the Ice Fire Cheetah was a speed-type boss. It would only take the Ice Fire Cheetah an instant to cross the 30 yards. The Ice Fire Cheetah loomed like a 3-story building as it appeared before Feng. It swiped its razor-sharp claws at Feng's head. Boom. The hard, rocky ground beneath the swordsman shattered and exploded, sending dust everywhere. Even Thoughtful Rain and the others, who stood roughly 100 yards away from Feng, could feel the ground tremble. Such high strength. Autumn Goose was shocked when she saw the flying rocks. Is that a level 44 Lord-ranked monster? Death Wind's expression grew serious. Previously, he thought he could, more or less, cope with the Ice Fire Cheetah's attack. Now, however, even with a healer, he would only last a few hits. Moreover, not only was the Ice Fire Cheetah's strength absurd, but its speed also astonishing. He would have an extremely difficult time trying to dodge the Lord's attacks. Death Wind, hurry and attract the Crystal Giant's attention. Everyone else, head for the cave as quickly as possible. Feng's voice suddenly burst into the team chat. The team was shocked to hear it. They had not expected Feng to still be alive after taking the Ice Fire Cheetah's attack. How did he evade that attack? When the dust settled, Gunfire's eyes nearly fell out of their socket. Feng actually stood beside the Ice Fire Cheetah's claws, completely unharmed. The Lord's attack had only created a massive crater beneath its feet. The Ice Fire Cheetah was incredibly quick. Even Gunfire had failed to catch a clear look before the Lord's claws landed. If even his eyes had trouble keeping up with the monster, he would have no hope of evading its attacks yet. Without a doubt, Feng had done just that at this moment. However, everyone shoved away their shock as they charged towards the cave. Deathwind immediately cast Crowd Mock on the Crystal Giants, attracting the dozen or so special elites. Aggro, the Crystal Giants were not speed-type monsters. Rather, they relied on their strength. Their movements were relatively slow, although ordinary players would still find it difficult to evade the Crystal Giant's attacks. An expert like Deathwind could easily evade simultaneously the attacks of 2 or 3 Crystal Giants. Even if he could not dodge, he could block them with a shield. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain cast ice walls and ice spheres to limit the giant's movement, allowing the others to shake off the special elites and head into the cave. Such immense power. There were too many Crystal Giants. For a time, even Deathwind struggled to cope with the attacks he was receiving, and he was forced to defend with his shield. However, the instant a Crystal Giant's fist struck his shield, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 4 steps before he steadied himself. A damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. Why are these Crystal Giants so strong? Autumn Goose wore a solemn expression when she saw the damage above Deathwind's head. Deathwind was a level 35 shield warrior with over 14,000 HP. He was also fully geared with level 30 top-tier equipment. Even his shield was a level 30 dark gold ranked shield. The shield warrior had also learned plenty of passive skills that increased his defense. Deathwind would lose around 200 HP when he blocked an attack from a level 35 special elite with his shield. Now, the level 43 Crystal Giant dealt over -800 damage with one punch. Its strength could rival a level 35 chieftain. If Deathwind failed to block or dodge the attack, the shield warrior would only last 3 or 4 hits. Autumn Goose's gaze shifted towards the distant Feng once more. Currently, Feng was tanking a level 44 Lord. If even a level 43 special elite was so strong, just how horrific was the Lord? However, even now, the Ice Fire Cheetah had yet to land a single hit on Feng. If she or anyone else tried to tank the Lord, the Ice Fire Cheetah would have long since claimed their lives. She never thought that there was such a massive gap between them. Autumn Goose and the others did not realize that Feng was actually struggling. One could say that he was on thin ice. With every move, Feng's attributes were very high. However, he was only level 39. The Ice Fire Cheetah, on the other hand, was level 44. Moreover, it was a Lord-ranked monster. Previously, when Feng had faced the level 50 special elite Blood Warrior, he only managed to defeat it after using all of his strength. The Ice Fire Cheetah was much stronger than the Blood Warrior. Not only did it possess higher strength, but it was also significantly faster. If not for his reaching the Void Realm and accurately predicting the cheetah's attack trajectories, the level 44 Lord would have already shredded Feng to pieces. Of course, Feng had the ability to suppress the Ice Fire Cheetah. He just needed to activate his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, Berserk skills cooldowns were too long, on the off chance that they encountered danger later on. Without the trump card of a Berserk skill, they would be easy prey. Aside from Berserk skills, he could also summon a Tier 2 demon with the Bible of Darkness. With a Tier 2 demon acting as a meat shield, killing the Ice Fire Cheetah would not be a problem. However, doing so would reveal the Bible of Darkness to outsiders. He could not use it casually. Moreover, as a veteran gamer who had adventured in God's domain for over a decade, he knew how important it was to maintain his peak state. Currently, his job was to hold the Ice Fire Cheetah back, not to kill it. He had no reason to go all out. This should be enough. While dodging, Feng glanced towards the other party members, noticing that they had almost reached the cave. He then began to move towards the cave as well after everyone entered the cave, and Feng shook off the ice-fire cheetah. Death Wind blocked the crystal giants and the quickly approaching crystal wolves. The rest of the party members then launched their own attacks. The cave was cramped, so only 3 crystal giants could attack the shield warrior at a time. Even if Death Wind blocked the attacks with his shield, the cleric Blue Bamboo could heal him in time and keep his HP full so hard. Autumn Goose felt her hands numb as she hacked her great sword at a crystal giant. Meanwhile, the crystal giant she attacked only received around -1,300 damage. This defense could rival a Lord-ranked monster's. As for Gunfire, his damage was around the same as Autumn Goose's. His normal attacks only dealt around -1,200 damage. Only with his skills could he deal over -2,000 damage among the party members. Thoughtful Rain was the most awkward. As these monsters were elemental beings, their magic resistance was quite high. Despite her top-tier equipment, her spells dealt less than -1,000 damage. Only Tier 1 skills were slightly more effective. The crack of crystal echoed throughout the cave, and the players shifted their gazes towards the sound's origin. Damage of -5,458 points appeared above the head of a crystal giant. A deep groove had appeared on the Special Elite's hard crystal exterior. Chapter 807, War Spirit Possession. How can his attack power be so high? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned despite wearing top-tier equipment. Their attacks barely scratched the crystal giants. These monsters' defense was so high that their weapons couldn't injure the Special Elites yet. Not only had Feng's attack dealt a frightening amount of damage, but had also wounded the monster, decreasing its combat power. However, before Autumn Goose and the others could recover from their surprise, Feng executed Chop on the crystal giant. 3 arcs of blue sword light converged to a single point and flew towards the crystal giant. The attack even sliced apart space, a black seam appearing along the sword light's trail. When the black seam encountered the crystal giant, the Special Elite's crystal exterior shattered. Feng's sword passed through the crystal giant's body as if it were air. Without any resistance whatsoever, the weapon cleaved through one side of the monster's body. 9,462. This damage hadn't been the result of a critical hit. This damage was simply from Feng's skill. Immediately, a large chunk of the crystal giant's HP vanished. Moreover, due to the injury from the attack, the crystal giant's movements became somewhat sluggish after a brief fight. The crystal giant, which had 510,000 HP, fell to the ground, dropping a piece of equipment and several materials. Everyone in the party also received a bounty of EXP. Meanwhile, the crystal giant that Deathwind and the other party members fought still had over half of its HP. The difference between Feng's damage and theirs was obvious with a glance. Is he even human? How's his damage so high? Autumn Goose exclaimed when she glanced at crystal giant. Feng's damage was several times higher than theirs combined. Moreover, he easily defeated the crystal giant without receiving any help at all, even in the Wind God Spear. They would be hard-pressed to find such a strong player. I told you that Big Brother Feng is very strong, yet none of you believed me. You get now, right? Blue Bamboo said proudly as she puffed her chest, acting as Feng's achievement were her own. Seeing her friend's behavior, Thoughtful Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, Feng's performance had been satisfying previously. Autumn Goose and the others had continuously advised her to leave Zero Wing. Moreover, they had insisted that she would improve slower in the guild than if she joined the Wind God Spear, and that their organization's experts were far stronger. However, Feng's performance proved them wrong. With this, Autumn Goose and the others would most likely stop trying to persuade her to leave Zero Wing. Is this the strength of a Zero Wing expert? Gunfire was stunned after watching Feng's performance. He was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the organization. He had even killed many guild experts during his time in the Dark Knight Empire. However, if he compared himself to Feng, the difference between them was practically the difference between heaven and earth. He could not bring himself to believe that a player could be so powerful. First, Feng had tanked a level 44 Lord. Now, Feng swiftly defeated a level 43 special elite by himself. Both the swordsman's combat techniques and his basic attributes were far more powerful than his own with such a powerful DPS player like Feng in the party. They could clear out the crystal giants and crystal wolves far faster in less than half an hour. The giants and wolves inside the cave had died, leaving behind all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials were leveling so fast. I will usually need to grind for 2 or 3 hours to earn this much EXP. If we continue grinding at this pace, I'll reach level 36 within a day. Autumn Goose's excitement grew as she looked at her own EXP bar players could use mounts once they reached level 40. At that time, she would not have to waste so much time running about. She could also explore new places, reducing her competition over resources. The other party members also received a huge boost to their EXP bars. Their leveling speed here was at least 2 or 3 times faster than their usual leveling speed. To Feng, however, the EXP he obtained from killing the crystal giants and crystal wolves was not nearly enough. He was level 39 already. Moreover, he required double the normal EXP to level up. The EXP these special elites and common monsters provided barely moved his EXP bar, There's a skill book here, Deathwind stated when he noticed a thick, glowing golden book on the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, "A Berserk skill book. We've hit the jackpot." The main method to learn skills in God's domain was by visiting NPC instructors. Players also learned skills by purchasing them with legacy skill points or obtaining skill books. The skills that instructors offered were general. Their strength was also subpar at best. However, one could learn a large variety of skills with this method meanwhile. Although the skills one purchased with legacy points were very powerful, it was extremely difficult to obtain legacy points. Normally, players only obtained them by leveling UPIs for skills learned from skill books. They were generally quite powerful. Some are even stronger than legacy skills in the current God's domain. A player's strength did not only depend on weapons and equipment. Skills were very important as well. It was especially true for Berserk skills. If an elite player learned a Berserk skill, they could contend with expert players. They might even be able to defeat them. If an expert player learned a Berserk skill, they could defeat top-tier experts who lack their own Berserk skill. They could also hold off a Lord-ranked monster of the same level for a short time. Hence, Berserk skills were incredibly valuable in God's domain. Unfortunately, Berserk skills were even rarer than top-tier dark gold equipment on the market. A single Berserk skill book could cost several hundred gold. This fascinated countless players. If they could obtain an extremely powerful Berserk skill, they could easily sell it for hundreds of gold to a large guild. However, players were rarely willing to sell their Berserk skills even now. The powerful Wind God Spear only had 2 players with Berserk skills. Big Brother Wind. What kind of Berserk skill is it? Blue Bamboo asked, her eyes practically glowing. Is it from magical classes? When the others heard this, they glanced at the golden skill book as well. They were all curious about the skill book. It's a melee class Berserk skill called War Spirit Possession, Deathwind said. He then displayed the skill's introduction to the party chat. War Spirit Possession allows a heroic spirit to possess a melee class for a short period. When activated, decreases all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases damage by 20%, strength by 90%, agility by 50%, and endurance by 50% for 60 seconds cooldown, 8 hours. Cannot be stacked with other attribute increasing skills. Such a powerful Berserk skill. Many in the party fell speechless after reading the skill's details. Generally, a Berserk skill only increased one attribute. Berserk skills that covered multiple attributes were extremely rare. This skill book excited Autumn Goose, Deathwind, and Gunfire, who were all melee classes. On the other hand, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were slightly disappointed with this Berserk skill. Questing by themselves or fighting other players would become much easier. Don't just focus on the skill book. There's still a fine gold treasure chest here, Feng informed the others as he pointed towards the large, golden treasure chest that sat deep inside the cave. Chapter 808, Yi Feng's Invitation. A fine gold treasure chest. Hearing Feng's words, everyone spun towards the distant, glowing altar. 5 crystal pillars stood around the altar, glowing a faint blue. A golden treasure chest sat above the altar. Next to the treasure chest sat a massive, pitch-black egg. Runes decorated the egg's surface, and a faint, white mist flowed into it. Rain. That should be the item you're looking for, Autumn Goose said as she pointed towards the egg due to the quest's introduction. The team knew that the quest would award Mount. That giant, sealed egg was the reason for their visit to the Crystal Forest. That should be the one. Thoughtful Rain nodded. However, when she looked at the altar, her expression darkened slightly. A faint, blue barrier enveloped the altar. An NPC also stood next to the altar with his eyes closed. If one used an identification skill on this NPC, they would discover that he was actually a level 100, Tier 3 Illusionist. Gerard, Illusionist. Level 100. HP 80000/8000000. The indicator above this illusionist was red, informing players that this Tier 3 NPC was an enemy. A Tier 3 class was the equivalent of a Great Lord of the same level. Although NPCs had far less HP than Great Lords of the same level, players would rather deal with a Great Lord than a Tier 3 NPC. Furthermore, the illusionist before them was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. Instant, everyone noticed Gerard's presence. They felt a weight land on their shoulders. A gloomy atmosphere descended on them, sabotaging their earlier joy of finding the Berserk skill. Are we supposed to defeat him? Blue Bamboo asked softly as she pointed at Gerard, worried that her voice would attract the NPC's attention. Nobody in the party had an answer to the cleric's question. If they had to defeat Gerard to complete this quest, then this trip had been in vain. Even a level 100, Tier 1 NPC could beat them black and blue, much less a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The difference in levels and attributes was simply too massive. None of the equipment currently available in God's domain could make up for this gap, just as everyone considered giving up. No, there should be a way to complete this quest. Feng suddenly said through the party chat. You have a plan? Everyone turned to Feng. In surprise, surviving Gerard's attacks would be a miracle, not to mention stealing the giant egg he guarded. How could they possibly walk away with that egg? As far as they were concerned, this task was impossible. That was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, not a common monster. Yes. That NPC is clearly maintaining the defensive magic array and injecting most of his mana into that giant egg. There are two possible outcomes if we approach him. In the first scenario, Gerard gives up maintaining the magic array and attacks us, while in the second scenario, he continues to maintain the magic array, but summons a beast to deal with us. If that is the case, Gerard himself will be unable to move. If we interrupt his casting, the defensive magic array will fail. In either scenario, we have a chance to steal the egg as long as we interrupt the magic array. The only problem is delaying Gerald and creating an opportunity for one of us to steal the egg. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng's logic. But which one of us will delay the NPC? Autumn Goose asked. Even if Big Brother Wind is a shield warrior against a level 100 Tier 3 NPC, he will die instantly. And which one of us will be responsible for stealing the egg? Putting it bluntly, they did not even qualify as cannon fodder. How could they successfully steal the egg? I can delay him for a short time. However, the person stealing the egg must be quick. If they're not fast enough, this operation will fail. Feng said after giving it some thought. With his current strength, he had no hope of defeating a Tier 3 illusionist. Delaying one, however, was possible. Although Feng had spoken softly, his words had dumbfounded his companions. They had a rough understanding of this swordsman. After witnessing Feng's actions and hearing what he had to say, he lived up to his words and was extremely trustworthy. Since Feng had made the claim, it meant that he was confident that he could accomplish it. Otherwise, he would not have said anything at all. But there are no speed-type classes among us. We won't make it in time, Thoughtful Rain said, shaking her head. Setting aside magical classes and Feng, who had pinned down the NPC, everyone else was a warrior. They would be able to steal the egg fast enough. Daunt, we have a War Spirit Possession? Feng asked, chuckling. The War Spirit Possession skill increased a player's agility. Naturally, the player's speed would also increase. Moreover, He had speed scrolls in his bag. With these, they should be able to reach the egg in time, but this skill book is too valuable. Moreover, we have only come this far thanks to you, Feng. Would you really be all right with letting outsiders learn the war spirit possession? Autumn Goose asked awkwardly. The Berserk skill was more valuable than top-tier equipment or weapon sits, just a skill book. If you feel so bad about it, why don't you join Zero Wing? If experts like you join Zero Wing, you will be given a set of dark gold equipment. Receiving a Berserk skill is also normal. Moreover, Zero Wing's management is not strict. There aren't many restrictions on our members. If you want to go out on an adventure or do a quest, the guild will even provide with all sorts of assistance. Feng offered, grinning. All three of these players, Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire, exhibited remarkable combat standards. They only lack some formal guidance. Otherwise, they could become a force to be reckoned with. Zero Wing had grown a lot stronger. However, it still had very few experts. If Autumn Goose and the others joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly make the guild even stronger, not to mention a mere Berserk skill book. Feng was even willing to give each of them a Tier 1 set equipment if they joined the guild to other expert players. The war spirit possession might be precious, but to Zero Wing's experts, it was nothing. Feng could simply give them the power of darkness. Although the power of darkness did not provide as much of a boost as the war spirit possession did, its duration was far longer. Overall, the power of darkness was stronger than the war spirit possession by a large margin. Moreover, compared to several Berserk skill books, Feng was more interested in the fine gold treasure chest. That treasure chest was even rarer than a Berserk skill. After Feng's blatant attempt to recruit them, Autumn Goose and the others pondered their options for some time. Previously, they had felt nothing more than disdain for guilds. However, after seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's daily lifestyle in the game, in addition to the fact that Zero Wing was home to an expert like Feng, their impressions of Zero Wing had changed significantly. Even an expert like Feng was willing to help Thoughtful Rain with her quest. It was simply unthinkable in other guilds. Moreover, Thoughtful Rain adventured with their group often. She had never been restricted. On the contrary, every time Thoughtful Rain joined them on a quest, she offered an abundance of useful information that she had obtained from her guild. The information was usually out of their reach, and had been incredibly convenient when they quested. In the end, after a serious discussion between the three, Autumn Goose walked up to Feng with a solemn expression. Chapter 809, Power of a Tier 3. Although we don't think that joining Zero Wing would be a mistake, we have many friends in the Wind God Spear. Various guilds are also targeting the Wind God Spear in the Dark Knight Empire. It is not in a favorable position right now. We won't abandon the Wind God Spear during such a crucial time. So please forgive us for rejecting your goodwill. Autumn Goose spoke with determination. Feng could tell that the Berserker loved and was devoted to the organization. After all, they were all companions who had experienced life and death with each other. How could they abandon that for personal gain? If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't do such a thing. Moreover, Autumn Goose understood that should they join Zero Wing, if they were seen fighting with the members of the Wind God Spear, those guilds would turn to Zero Wing and cause trouble. Zero Wing would be dragged into the Wind God's Spear's messy. Understand. If you wish to join a guild in the future, please consider Zero Wing. Feng nodded. However, you cannot refuse the War Spirit Possession skill book. We cannot complete this quest without it. Feng had understood that it would be very difficult to poach members from the Wind God Spear. After all, it was an organization of players that detested guilds. To begin with, however, he had still wanted to try. He would take any opportunity he was given. After all, on the off chance he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched this from the side, were somewhat disappointed. If Autumn Goose and the others had joined Zero Wing, they would have a much easier time questing and adventuring together. Following which, after a brief discussion, it was decided that Autumn Goose would learn the War Spirit Possession. Right, take these, Feng said. He retrieved 5 silver magic scrolls from his bag, handing them to his 5 party members. Is this a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll? Deathwind could not help his shock after examining the scroll. There were all kinds of magic scrolls in God's domain. Among them, the most precious were the summoning scrolls, although the instantaneous movement magic scrolls followed closely behind. Instantaneous movement magic scrolls allowed players to teleport from one location to another, although it was limited. Players could travel 300 yards in the blink of an eye with a Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll, 1,000 yards with a Tier 1 scroll, and 4,000 yards with a Tier 2 scroll. It was one of the best tools for retreat, however. These scrolls were extremely rare. Even dungeon and field bosses rarely dropped them. Deathwind had only ever heard about such scrolls on the market. One Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll sold for more than 1 gold. Not to mention a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. Now that they had these scrolls, they could immediately escape the area once they obtained the egg. They could even avoid the ice-fire cheetah that still guarded the cave's entrance. Autumn Goose and Gunfire were similarly speechless. Big brother Feng, you're rich. Can I mooch off of you in the future? Blue Bamboo joked as she smiled at the Tier 1 magic scroll in her hands. Blue Thoughtful Rain immediately flicked her friend's forehead. To think that the girl was still in the mood to fool around at such a crucial time. Begin the operation. Upon seeing Autumn Goose in position, he charged towards Gerard the Illusionist. When he was 80 yards from the NPC, Gerard discovered Feng's presence. Foolish fellows. You rushed your deaths. I'll send all of you to hell. Gerard smiled disdainfully as he swung his staff. Immediately, a black magic array appeared beside Gerard. The two-headed hellhound launched itself from the magic array. Are you kidding me? A level 100 Lord-ranked monster. Isn't this cheating? Blue Bamboo's jaw dropped when she saw the crimson hellhound. A Tier 3 NPC was already enough trouble. Now, said NPC had summoned a level 100 Lord. This was absurd. Everyone else's expressions similarly darkened. Feng, however, only revealed a faint smile. The hellhound hadn't surprised him in the least. An illusionist was a Tier 3 class. It was not unusual for one to summon a Tier 2 Lord. Powerful illusionists were even capable of summoning Tier 3 Lords. A Tier 3 illusionist was even more effective in battle than a Tier 3 Great Mage, of course. While illusionists were capable of summoning powerful monsters, they were very weak after emerging from the magic array. The hellhound opened its 2 mouths and spewed crimson flames. The fire engulfed over half of the cave, and any rock that these flames touched instantly turned into molten magma. At this time, Feng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%. He then transformed into a shadowy streak as he dodged the oncoming fire before continuing towards Gerard. By the time the hellhound ceased its fiery attack, Feng was less than 40 yards away from the illusionist following, which Feng activated Absolute Time, silencing Gerard and canceling his spell casting Despicable Ant. You dare to ruin my work. Gerard grew enraged, however. Under a silent state, even Gerard could not cast any spells without leaving Absolute Time's effective area. Suddenly, Feng threw the blazing meteor in his hand. Flame God's Fury. A streak of crimson light appeared before Gerard. Pong. What? The party members exclaimed when they saw what had happened. Gerard had actually caught Feng's blazing meteor between his fingers. Sure enough, the difference between our attributes is simply too massive. Feng smiled bitterly, however. He had already achieved his initial goal. Gerard focused solely on him. At the next moment, both Gerard and the hellhound charged at Feng. Both the Tier 3 illusionist and the hellhound's attributes were far higher than Feng's. Like a powerful gale, the two enemies closed the distance between themselves, and Feng, not daring to be careless, Feng immediately swapped the Aura of Time for the Aura of Wind and activated Windrider. His speed soaring once more, he made a mad dash for the cave's exit. Autumn Goose had also activated War Spirit Possession and dashed for the giant egg. However, Feng's situation was precarious. To avoid receiving the brunt of Gerard's full strength, he had to remain inside Absolute Time's field. Unfortunately, Feng was slightly slower than the hellhound. However, by relying on his understanding of the terrain, dodging the Lord's direct attacks was still relatively easy. Only, the hellhound's attack range was quite long. In addition to the limited amount of space he had to dodge to, he received some splash damage from the Lord's attacks. The flying rubble alone devoured nearly 2,000 of Feng's HP. He could only survive a few hits. Autumn Goose was extremely anxious. Upon arriving before the giant egg, she began to collect it. Why is there a collection time? Autumn Goose's anxiety jumped as she glanced at Feng. While she had approached the giant egg, Feng had lost 1/4 of his HP. If she delayed any longer, they would all be in extreme danger. Time seemed to crawl by. Autumn Goose had spent a total of 3 seconds collecting the giant black egg. As for the locked fine gold treasure chest, she simply chucked the thing into her bag. Meanwhile, Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Damnable thieves. Don't even think of leaving this place alive. Discovering that the giant black egg had been stolen, Gerard was furious. Waving his staff, he shattered the restriction absolute time placed on his magic power. Over a dozen silver-colored elemental balls appeared around his body before flying towards Autumn Goose and Feng. Go! Feng shouted sternly. He then unfurled his own instantaneous movement magic scroll and vanished from the cave. Chapter 810 Zero Wings Horror. In a secluded, primitive forest, several figures suddenly appeared. As these figures appeared, a distant cave crumbled as a pillar of light shot into the sky. The frightening power that radiated from the pillar of light caused the air to stagnate. A long, terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. These players finally realized just how truly terrifying a level 100, Tier 3 NPC was. Astonishingly, Feng had actually survived against the NPC for so long and escaped relatively unharmed. He was a monster. Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire Side, they had been given an opportunity to deepen their relationship with an expert as powerful as Feng. If they had accepted his offer to join Zero Wing, the swordsman might have even offered to tutor them. However, they had rejected his offer quickly. Use your return scrolls. Feng urged once he accounted for the whole team. Although the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll was a powerful escape tool, their pursuer was a level 100 Tier 3 NPC. Gerard would not let them get away easily. Hearing Feng's reminder, everyone quickly took out their return scrolls and began to activate them. The seconds ticked by. They were all on edge. If Gerard caught up to them, they wouldn't have another chance to escape. Fortunately, the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll had put quite a bit of distance between themselves and Gerard. Even if the illusionist managed to escape the cave, he wouldn't discover their exact location immediately. Sure enough, Gerard had not found them as they finished activating their return scrolls. White River City's teleportation hall. That was close. I thought we were dead for sure, Blue Bamboo said as she patted her chest. Even though she had returned to the city, some fear still lingered in her heart. A level 100, Tier 3 NPC was practically invincible to current players. This had also been the first time she had ever seen a monster shatter a player's attack. One could imagine just how vast the gap was between either side's attributes. Fortunately, they had completed their quest. As soon as Blue Bamboo finished speaking, a sound of a system notification reached their ears. System, you have been targeted by Gerard. If you cannot incubate and hatch the giant egg in 3 days, Gerard will discover your presence in any field map you venture to. If Gerard kills you, you will suffer a double death penalty and 3 days of a weakened state. Why? Is there another quest? Thoughtful Rain frowned as she looked at the system notification. Her initial quest had been to retrieve the giant egg. Now, after so much trouble to accomplish that, she received another one. Moreover, the penalty for failure was considerably severe. If she failed this quest, a level 100 Tier 3 NPC would hunt them down. Unfortunately, players at this stage of the game had no hope of killing this NPC. In other words, they would no longer be able to explore or level up if she failed. Autumn Goose and the others wore similarly horrified expressions. Although they had helped Thoughtful Rain, they had never expected to be held accountable for the quest. As well, this was the first time they had encountered such a quest. They had experienced Gerard's power personally. If they encountered Gerard in the fields, they would only find death. Does the egg's description include any incubation methods? Feng asked Autumn Goose. He had long since grown accustomed to such sudden developments. Let me see. Autumn Goose hurriedly called up the giant egg's information. It says that we'll need a large amount of life force to incubate this egg, which can only be obtained by killing great lords that are level 40 or above. How many do we need to kill? Sure, Feng asked. 20. Autumn Goose said helplessly. 20. This is a joke, right? We're talking about great lords. Blue Bamboo could not help but despair. Death Wind and Gunfire frowned, as well. A level 40 great lord was no laughing matter. Generally, each of these monsters required a raid team of 100 level 40 players geared with top-tier equipment. Even then, any mistake could get them all killed. Even if they gathered such a team, raiding a single great lord would most likely require an entire day. The sacrifices they'd have to make were also staggering. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible to raid 20 level 40 great lords in 3 short days. First of all, level 40 great lords were not that easy to find. Normally, these monsters only lurked in 100-man team dungeons. Even finding 20 great lords in the fields would take more than 3 days. How difficult was raiding a level 40, 100-man team dungeon? Even now, the various large guilds were still attempting to challenge the hard mode version of these dungeons. Not to mention Helm mode. Even if they mobilized all of Wind God's Spear, they could not complete this quest while everyone struggled with their frustration and despair. It isn't exactly impossible to complete this quest, Sure Feng said after giving it some thought. However, I'll need to prepare first. You guys should wait here for a while. Of course, it was impossible to kill a level 40 great lord with the power of a 6-man party. However, a 20-man team might have a chance. What? He even has a plan for this? Gunfire watched Sure Feng's departing back with doubtful eyes. Even Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were in the same guild as Sure Feng, were shocked. They'd been talking about level 40 great lords. Yet Sure Feng spoke of them as if they were only common monsters. After waiting for some time, they heard excitement spread throughout the teleportation hallway. Isn't that Fire Dance from Zero Wing? Look, that's Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. The players inside the teleportation hall were stupefied when Fire Dance and the dozen or so Zero Wing core members entered the building. To ordinary players, these experts were basically legends. They lived in a completely different world. After the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, players finally understood the power of a true expert. Zero Wing's core members had long since become idols in White River City. How could these players contain their excitement as they finally saw these stars? What? Blue Bamboo was dumbfounded when she saw Fire Dance and the others approach their party. These players were Zero Wing's upper echelons. Every one of them was a top-tier expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Yet after a single call, they had hurried over. Even Violet Cloud, whom she admired greatly, was here. She could not believe this was happening. Just who is Feng? Autumn Goose could not help but turn to look at Sure Feng. Death Wind and Gunfire were similarly shocked. They had still felt disdain and disinterest towards guild experts. However, after seeing these experts from Zero Wing, they suddenly realized how little they knew. They could feel an intense pressure from each of these experts. Fire Dance, in particular, felt as if they stood before a humanoid lord-ranked monster. With a single glance from the assassin, they trembled with fear. Their instincts screamed for them to run as far as they could from the assassin. When these experts stood together, the combined pressure was overwhelming. The air in the teleportation hall was stifling. Even moving was a struggle. Moreover, they were not in combat. If they attempted to fight these Zero Wing experts, they were certain that they would never escape these people's grasp. All right, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the quest, Sure Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 8:11 Giant Beast. White River City, War God's Temple. For a long time, players had seldom visited this place. However, due to the appearance of the Abyss battlefield, it had become a popular hub for players' independent team recruiting members. Those who want a double EXP buff, come on over. Town Reclamation Team recruiting. Minimum requirement of level 30. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Must have reached the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Noobs, do not disturb. Looking for players to carry me through the Abyss battlefield. 5 silver for 100 honor points. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, everyone had adapted to the new changes. Many players had already gained some experience of the playstyle, and the Abyss Battlefield. Feng was very surprised when he arrived. He had not expected everyone to adapt to the Abyss Battlefield so quickly. The Abyss Battlefield was a paradise for experts, particularly solo experts. Due to the Abyss Battlefield's appearance, many solo experts have been able to shine brilliantly in the past, creating countless legends in God's domain. The Abyss Battlefield back then had also shortened the gap between independent players and guild players. One of the main reasons for this was the EXP gained guild members could accumulate the double EXP buff in their guild residences. Although the accumulated double EXP buff did not seem like much, ordinary players could not fight for long periods. All players needed a break at some point, whether it was to repair their weapons and equipment or to recover their concentration and stamina. Overall, a large part of a player's time in the game was spent resting. Hence, the difference the double EXP buff created became significant. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to accumulate the double EXP buff aside from purchasing a house of their own in NPC cities. The only other option was to rest in a player-built city. This further highlighted the importance of the Abyss Battlefield. Players would earn honor points corresponding to their performance on the battlefield. They could trade those honor points for the double EXP buff or potions. Powerful solo experts could easily earn a large number of honor points, and the double EXP buff they could purchase was far more than guild players. In addition, these solo experts were strong enough to kill monsters of a higher level. Overall, solo experts were able to level only slightly slower than guild experts. Aside from the EXP buff, honor points could also be traded for top-tier equipment. Although the equipment's attributes leaned more towards PvP, it was still valuable. The various large guilds also took advantage of the Abyss Battlefield to grind for top-tier equipment. There were many bosses in the Abyss Battlefield. Every town that monsters conquered would contain multiple bosses. The weakest among these bosses were lords, while most were great lords. Some towns were even protected by high lords or mythic monsters. Guilds didn't need to look far to find field bosses. However, although there were many advantages to the Abyss Battlefield, it had its downsides as well. Every player who entered the battlefield was allotted one life each day. In addition, the monsters dropped neither materials nor money. They only dropped weapons and equipment. If one's goal was purely to obtain top-tier equipment, the Abyss Battlefield was the perfect place for them. Feng led his team into the Abyss Battlefield. After entering the Abyss Battlefield, players were transported to the human race's campsite. As soon as Feng and the others arrived, they were greeted by a sea of players. White River City's players weren't the only ones who had gathered at this campsite. Players had arrived from every city in Starmoon Kingdom. They were all gearing up and preparing to set out. However, as this was a battlefield, one could see wandering abyssal monsters in every direction. Players generally formed 100-man groups in the Abyss Battlefield. That way, they had a higher chance of survival. After all, the longer they remain alive, the more opportunities they would have to earn honor points. This run has been the best. I earned 500 points during this run. I can afford a basic double EXP potion. I'll get 10% of the double EXP buff with that. I might be able to reach level 32 by the end of the day. That's nothing. I heard that the players in Heaven's Burial's main army have conquered town. With the honor points they earned, they can purchase 3 basic double EXP potions. For those that perform well, they might even earn enough points to buy a basic body strengthening potion. Wow, that much. One of those potions could improve my attributes by 10% and reduce my stamina consumption by 15% for 2 hours. The basic body strengthening potion costs 5 times as much as the basic double EXP potion. What did you think? They cleared out the abyssal monsters of an entire town. Naturally, they received a ton of honor points. The various guilds are dispatching their armies to clear out these monster towns. With enough basic body strengthening potions, raiding dungeons will be a breeze. It's a pity that my guild is so small. We are nowhere near strong enough to clear out a town. The players around the campsite chatted as they stood in line to repair their weapons and equipment. They envied the players who had joined large guilds. Unlike those players, they had to accumulate honor points slowly by killing wandering abyssal monsters in the abyss battlefield's outermost regions. Let's go. Feng opened the battlefield's map. After examining it for a moment, he headed towards the nearest small, ruined city. Wow, those guys got guts. They're leaving the campsite with just a 20-man team. Are they tired of living? I think they're experts. So what if they're experts? Once they start fighting, they'll learn that even experts are useless here. Moreover, didn't you see which direction they went? They are heading towards South Lake City. None of the players who have gone there have returned alive. The players resting at the campsite fell into a heated discussion when they saw Feng's group of cloaked figures. The abyss battlefield was comprised of various regions. Different regions had different threat levels. The outermost region was the safest. However, there were far fewer monsters here. Players could not earn many honor points with so few targets. More monsters wandered around the outer region of towns, most being elites with a few chieftains thrown in the mix. Ordinary players who ventured into these areas quickly lost their lives. However, one could earn quite a sum of honor points if they survived. Monsters were abundant inside a town. There are also plenty of Lord-ranked monsters present. Sometimes, even great lords would appear in towns. A party of players would find it very difficult to survive. As for small cities, these were considered monster nests. When players entered the city, their attributes were suppressed immediately. Generally, great lords guarded these small cities. Sometimes, one even encountered a mythic monster. Even a 100-man elite team would find it very difficult to survive here. Grand lords generally ruled over medium cities, and players had a very high possibility of encountering a mythic monster in large-sized cities. Players were guaranteed to find a mythic monster waiting for them. Even a guild-organized 1,000-man army risked a one-way trip by attempting to challenge these locations. Naturally, Feng understood the battlefield's layout. He was far more familiar with the battlefield's rules than any other player to grind for great lords. Towns were the safest choice. However, Feng had a time limit. Hence, he had no choice but to pick a small city. After traveling for over 2 hours, Feng and the others finally arrived at South Lake City. The entire city had become a nest for abyssal monsters. One could smell the rich scent of blood from the city's edge. Is that a Grand Lord? Autumn Goose's heart pounded when she saw the giant monster, which was over 100 meters long, hovering above the city. Chapter 8:12 Siege. How can a monster be so massive? Every member of the party was flabbergasted as they watched the massive figure in the sky. This was a bone dragon with a body that stretched over 100 meters and a wingspan that covered over 200 meters. As its name suggested, its entire body was made of bone. Its massive skeletal head loomed like a small mountain. Smoldering green fire danced in its hollow eye sockets. The bone dragon created storms with every flap of its skeletal wings. Frostbone dragon, undead, Grand Lord. Level 45. HP 64, 000/64, 000/000. This was the first time Autumn Goose and her companions had ever seen a Grand Lord, and they stared, struggling to breathe. The Frostbone Dragon had a staggering 64 million HP. However, this was not the Bone Dragon's biggest threat at the rank of Grand Lord. A monster could inflict a powerful mental pressure, preventing players from exerting their full strength. That thing can probably instant kill me with its breath attack. Gunfire involuntarily gulped as he watched the Bone Dragon circle above the city. Are we really going to kill monsters here? There are too many. Blue Bamboo asked worriedly as she glanced at the sea of abyssal monsters within the city wall. Skeleton Soldier, undead, elite. Level 42. HP 140, 000/140,000. These skeleton soldiers bore a shield and weapon in each hand. They also stood together in large groups with over 100 other skeleton soldiers. If they fought one of those skeleton squads, it was highly likely that they would attract even more skeleton soldiers. Skeleton captains also roamed the city. Skeleton Captain, undead, chieftain. Level 42. HP 1, 300, 000/1, 300, 000. If they fought here, An endless stream of monsters could easily surround them. Their chances of survival would plummet. Why don't we check somewhere else? Autumn Goose suggested they could deal with these numbers if they were merely common monsters. However, the weakest monster in the city was an elite. Chieftains even called this city home. Even a 20-man team had little hope of surviving this place, although they knew Feng and the others were quite strong. The skeleton captains were not isolated. From where they stood, they could spot as many as 6 captains. Who knew how many more would appear once they started fighting? It was simply too dangerous to fight here. Relax. You guys just need to watch from the sidelines. Feng laughed, not bothering to explain. After stabilizing their mental states, Fire Dance and the others burst into action. Ordinary experts might struggle against this sea of monsters. To Zero Wing's core members, however, this wasn't even a challenge. This was a paradise. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow charged into the crowd of skeleton soldiers, luring the elite monsters. Meanwhile, Minor Wind and the other range classes launched their bombardment from a distance immediately. They had attracted the attention of nearly 800 skeleton soldiers and 3 skeleton captains. Autumn Goose and her friends' anxiety mounted the army of skeleton soldiers, and the 3-meter-tall skeleton captains that wore black, thorny armor seemed to have an unstoppable momentum as they charged to meet Zero Wing's group. Death Wind, who stood between his team and the monsters, felt a massive pressure weigh him down. Just as the skeleton soldiers were about to reach the team, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtle Dove made their move. Justice Roar. Angry Howl. The 3 MTs tore the aggro from the small team and forced the monsters to focus on them. Take this. Cola raised his flaming divine blue fire shield and bashed it into the approaching crowd. Boom. With one hit, the MT sent the leading skeleton soldiers into a backward tumble. Cola then used Devotion, and a golden glow blossomed over an area of 15 by 15 yards, a damage of around -500 points appearing above the head of every skeleton soldier. As for Turtle Dove and Yi Wumian, they also dominated over their opponents. With each crash, they knocked down a group of skeleton soldiers. When they used an AoE skill, they devoured hundreds of HP from several dozen soldiers. The 3 MTs stood like an iron wall as they blocked the undead's advance. The 3 skeleton captains had just as much trouble. Even against the chieftain's attacks, Cola and the others did not retreat by a single step. They dodged the majority of the attacks sent at them, launching counterattacks and dealing over -2,000 damage to each chieftain. So strong. Gunfire could not help his shock. Not only could these 3 MTs hold back the hundreds of elite monsters and 3 chieftains, but they also dodged most of the incoming attacks, barely losing any HP. They should have stabilized the aggro by now. Let's start attacking as well, Blackie said excitedly. As Blackie spoke, he activated Stars of Light. Aqua Rose also used the Tier 1 spell, Death and Decay. Meanwhile, Feng had switched to the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm at this time. Cola and the others suddenly stomped the 3 skeleton captains, causing all 3 to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Immediately after, the 3 MTs retreated. In the next moment, the area before Cola and the others transformed into hell itself. Huge stars fell from the sky, black smoke emerged from the ground, and fire erupted into the air. The ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom. Boom. Boom! After several seconds, most of the 800 or so skeleton soldiers had been annihilated. The 3 skeleton captains had lost close to half of their everyone's level bars exploded with EXP. Blue Bamboo even leveled up on the spot, climbing from level 34 to level 35 at this time. Cola and the others slammed their shields into the 3 skeleton captains and began building their aggro once more. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade used charge and appeared before Skeleton Captain. They then swung their great swords at the chieftain's joints, momentarily freezing the captain's movement. 2 critical damages of over -5,000 points appeared above the chieftain's head. As for Fire Dance, she appeared behind another skeleton captain and used Absolute Strike. 28 for 67. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab. her attack triggering 1,000 transformations critical point effect. The fragmented legendary weapon then transformed into a streak of silver light as it pierced and shattered the skeleton captain's sturdy armor. Frightening damage of minus 19,482 points appeared above the skeleton captain's head. Is she even human? Fire Dance's damage shocked Autumn Goose, and her team Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were also shocked into silence. This was their first time they had seen their guild's upper echelons grind monsters. The difference between the way they normally grinded was like the difference between heaven and earth in a party dungeon. A chieftain rank monster was a boss. In front of Fire Dance, however, it was no different than a common monster. Not a single one of Fire Dance's attacks dealt less than minus 10,000 damage. Under the continuous bombardment of Zero Wing's core members, the three skeleton captains had not even had a chance to land a finger on Cola and the other two MTs. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, one of the team's healers, had become one of the main damage dealers. Each of her numerous mana balls dealt over minus 600 damage to the skeleton captains. As a result, the chieftain's HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. After just 20 seconds, the three skeleton captains and the remaining skeleton soldiers crumbled to the ground, transforming into piles of bones and dropping several pieces of equipment. They also granted every player with a significant amount of EXP. Chapter 8:13. Frightening leveling speed. Seeing the scattered bones and their rapidly rising experience bars, Autumn Goose and the others were at a loss for words. Facing hundreds of level 42 elites and 3 level 42 chieftains would be a challenge even for a 100-man team of level 40 elite players. Now, however, a dozen or so players had easily defeated these monsters. Although they had realized that there was a gap between them and Zero Wing's core members, this battle made it clear just how wide that gap was. This grinding and leveling speed is amazing. I wish we could level like this every day. Blue Bamboo sighed as she looked at her experience bar. She had gained more EXP in less than a minute than she usually obtained after 2 hours of grinding. They were leveling faster than a rocket. Moreover, the speed at which they were earning money was simply ridiculous. In less than 1 minute, they had gained 6 pieces of equipment. Nowadays, in God's domain, the higher a monster's level was, the lower its drop rate for equipment would be. They had killed many level 40 monsters before. Even when they killed level 40 elites, they rarely obtained any equipment. Only level 40 chieftains were certain to drop equipment. Even then, they usually only dropped 1 or 2 pieces among the 6 pieces of equipment they had obtained, for level 40 bronze equipment, and 2 were level 40 mysterious iron equipment. Although they were not pieces of top-tier equipment, they could sell for quite a bit of money. Even after splitting the profits among the team, they would earn more than what an ordinary player earned in a single day. Feng had intended to split the loot equally. However, Autumn Goose and the others rejected the offer. After all, they had not done anything. They also were not members of Zero Wing. They already felt uncomfortable about receiving a share of such a lucrative amount of EXP despite not contributing. As for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, the two girls similarly rejected the offer. In the end, Feng had no choice but to pass the equipment to Aqua Rose to store in the guild warehouse. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, lure the monsters. We'll clear the city's borders before we enter the city itself, Feng commanded after he finished collecting the drops in the Abyss battlefield. The basic strategy to capture a city was to eliminate the monsters in the outer edge. If they did not take care of the minions outside the city, once they started fighting in the city, a single roar from a boss could very well attract every single minion. The monsters would surround them, greatly increasing their chances of wiping. Hence, it was important to annihilate the monsters outside the city first. Moreover, in the Abyss battlefield, monsters in towns and cities had long respawn times. They didn't have to worry about endless respawning. They also wouldn't have to waste a lot of time getting out of the city, following which Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind lured wave after wave of monsters towards Cola and the others. After the MTs had built up their aggro with the skeleton captains, Feng would use Firestorm. Anyone else who possessed AoE skills would join him with their own attacks. finishing off the skeleton soldiers quickly. Afterward, everyone would focus their attacks on the chieftain-rank skeleton captains. The team finished off a wave of monsters every 5 minutes, rapidly filling their experience bars after 3 hours of hard work. Autumn Goose and the others reached level 35, whereas Blue Bamboo reached level 36. The 5 felt as if they were dreaming as they watched their absurd, leveling speedweary leveling so fast. I'm the same level as the boss now. Gunfire was flabbergasted by his own level. Autumn Goose and Deathwind had similar reactions. Even expert players needed to grind for 2 or 3 days just to reach their level. It should be known that there were 48 hours in a single day in God's domain. Now, however, they had only taken 3 hours to level up. Their leveling speed was ridiculous. Furthermore, the monsters outside the city were no threat to Zero Wings members at all. Finally, after grinding for over 9 hours, the team had managed to kill all the abyssal monsters in South Lake City's outer region. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and the others had reached level 37, whereas Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other members of Zero Wing had reached level 39. As for Feng, he had reached 81% of level 39. He was only 19% away from the level 40 threshold after clearing out the monster from the city's north side. Feng led everyone into the city. South Lake City was far more dangerous inside its walls than it was outside. Abyssal monsters had a hierarchy. The lowest monsters generally lived in the outermost regions. As players ventured deeper into a city, they would encounter higher-ranked and stronger monsters rather than increasing inside the city. The concentration of monsters decreased significantly. However, it was not difficult to spot the skeleton warriors that roamed the city. Street Skeleton Warrior, Undead, Special Elite. Level 42. HP 550,000/550,000. The city was also home to plenty of skeleton captains. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team would have to be extremely careful upon arriving here. One mistake could attract hundreds of skeleton warriors and 7 or 8 skeleton captains, leaving the team surrounded. Fortunately, Zero Wing's core members would have little trouble handling such a situation. They could defeat a monster army of such size with relative ease. However, Feng's goal was not to level up, but to kill great lords. Hence, he prioritized scouting the city over grinding. He discovered a great lord over here, Flying Shadow, who used stealth to scout the city, reported through the team chat. I'm in the city plaza. Only, there's another team of players fighting the Great Lord right now. Who are they? Feng asked, surprised that others were surprised and curious as well. South Lake City was many times more dangerous than monster towns in the Abyss battlefield. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team had to be extremely careful here. Their team had spent so much time clearing out the monsters around the city, yet someone had gotten ahead of them and had already begun killing a Great Lord. They're a 100-man team. These people are wearing a guild emblem, so they should be the main force of some guild, Flying Shadow reported as he observed the situation. The lowest level player is level 34, while the commander is level 36. Currently, they've dropped the Great Lord's HP by a third and have yet to suffer any losses. Field Great Lords were different from Dungeon Great Lords. They were a lot stronger. However, they did have a little less HP. The fact that the team had taken 1/3 of a level 40-plus Great Lord's HP without losing a single member showed that the team was extraordinarily strong. Hold on. I'll send you their battle video. Flying Shadow then started recording a short video before sharing it with the team. I've never seen their guild emblem before. I don't think that it's a Star Moon Kingdom guild. However, the fact that they can handle a Great Lord this well shows that the guild is certainly not ordinary. Upon receiving the video, they watched the short clip of this guild in battle. In the video, the corpses of abyssal monsters filled the wide fountain plaza. Meanwhile, a group of players faced a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton stood over 10 meters tall. The skeleton wore black, heavy armor, and wielded 2 massive war axes. Skeleton General, Undead, Great Lord. Level 43. HP 18, 000,000/18, 000,000/000, 000. The skeleton general brandished its war axes madly, each swing causing the earth to tremble. However, the players fighting the skeleton general were very coordinated. Their MTs guided the skeleton general's attacks to an area void of other people. Meanwhile, the healers and range damage dealers responded when and how they needed to, decreasing the Great Lord's HP continuously. Overall, the players were quite organized. This is interesting. I hadn't expected to meet them in a place like this. Feng's lips curled up into a faint smile after seeing the players in the video. Chapter 814, Legendary Guild. These people have relatively good combat standards and equipment, but why haven't I heard of this guild before? Even after racking her mind, Aqua Rose could not figure out which guild these players were from. The skeleton general displayed frightening power. Not only did it possess extremely high strength, but it was also very fast, even for Cola. Tanking this Great Lord would be a burden, although these players did not possess an MT like Cola, who had extremely high defense and strength. They made up for the lack of strength with the cooperation of 4 MTs. The team's damage dealers also kept the boss in check. This made it possible to raid the skeleton general. Moreover, the team's damage dealers and healers were very powerful. Almost all of them dealt over minus 1,000 damage with each attack, causing the skeleton general's HP to decrease slowly but steadily. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the Great Lord. No ordinary guild was capable of such a feat generally. Only the experts of famous large guilds could raid a level 43 Great Lord so easily. However, Aqua Rose knew nearly every famous guild in the virtual gaming world, but she had never seen this guild emblem before. Look, that skeleton general seems to be summoning a companion. Cola shouted as he watched the surrounding monsters gather towards skeleton general, who stood in the plaza's heart with a grim expression. The others were also shocked. They had not expected the boss inside the city to have such a move. With this, killing the skeleton general would be far more difficult. After all, one was already required to go all out against a Great Lord. More monsters joining the fray might become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone finally understood why Feng had them clear out the surrounding monsters while on their way. Rather than avoiding confrontation, this boss is too overpowered. It has lured another Great Lord. Flying Shadow, who hid in the plaza, stated as he watched the blurry figure fly straight towards the skeleton warrior. Agonizing Banshee. Undead, Great Lord. Level 40. HP 17, 000/17, 000/000. Although the agonizing Banshee had less HP than the skeleton general, it was a magical class monster. It posed more of a threat than the first undead. The instant the agonizing Banshee arrived, she released a piercing screech, forcing over a dozen players into a confused state. These players lost all control over their bodies as they began behaving like raving lunatics. The sudden development was precarious for the team. Let's head over and take a look, Feng said, laughing as he watched the agonizing Banshee massacre the team of players. It was not unusual that Aqua Rose had not heard of this guild. After all, the guild wasn't famous. It was an upstart guild. The guild's name was Immortal Light. Immortal Light was based in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom were adjacent to each other. Hence, Feng knew quite a bit about the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although Immortal Light was only an upstart guild, it had performed exceedingly well in the competition for dominance over the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had stolen over a dozen cities from the first-rate guild, Emperor's Light, going as far as to occupy the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In Feng's previous life, Immortal Light had been one of Shadow's allies. However, Immortal Light was much stronger than Shadow had been in God's domain. It was very difficult for a small guild to survive. Hence, these guilds needed to work together. However, Immortal Light was different from Shadow. After 10 years of development in God's domain, it had become a first-rate guild and had occupied over half of the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had even dominated various cities in other kingdoms. Back then, it had developed into a guild that could rival even Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's guild leader, Sindhart, was a very famous expert in God's domain. He had been one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists in the past. Immortal Light also had several other Tier 5 experts. Even Ouroboros and Emperor's Light had not dared to provoke the guild in the past. One could say that Immortal Light had been a legend in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In just a few years, a no-name guild had gone from an organization without any background or backing to a huge existence in the virtual gaming world, which even first-rate guilds feared and respected. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Sure, Feng never imagined that he would actually encounter this guild. So, soon do you know them? Fire Dance asked curiously. She understood Sure Feng quite well. He would not attack someone unless they attacked him first. In addition, his pride as an expert would not allow him to steal a boss from a stranger. Even if he wanted the boss, he would simply wait for the two great lords to annihilate the other team. However, since Sure Feng chose to approach the battle, it was likely that he knew the guild. Something like that. Sure Feng replied vaguely, not knowing how to answer this question. In the past, he had been acquainted with this group from Immortal Light. In this life, however, they did not know him. Above the wide plaza, two great lords and dozens of skeleton warriors faced down the 100-man team. Split up the bosses. Rangers kite the minions. The team's leader, Sindhart, shouted. He would not let his confidence waver, even though his team now had to fight two great lords simultaneously. On the contrary, he remained extraordinarily calm as he commanded the battle guild leader that agonizing Banshee's AoE spells are too powerful. We've already lost 8 people. Thousand Leisures, lead your group and follow me. We'll suppress the Banshee together. Everyone else, focus on the skeleton general. Even Sindhart was helpless against the Banshee's shadow sweep attack. He could only lead a contingent to distract the Great Lord immediately. With Sindhart at the lead, 10 players activated a barrier magic array around the agonizing Banshee, trapping the Great Lord behind a purple barrier narrow the magic array's area. Sindhart shouted as he watched the Banshee resist quickly. The 10 players controlling the magic array shrank the magic array, sealing the agonizing Banshee inside a small, purple globe and preventing the Great Lord from moving. Guild leader, someone's heading this way. How are there other people here? At this moment, even Sindhart grew anxious to surely kill the skeleton general. They had even used their most precious barrier magic array. They could not afford any more surprises. This guild is quite impressive. They have an intermediate magic array as well. Aqua Rose stated when she saw the hovering purple ball. She could estimate the barrier's strength with a single glance. Currently, in God's domain, being able to obtain a basic magic array was quite a feat. One could probably count the number of intermediate magic arrays players had found on one hand yet. Now, an unknown guild employed their own. The guild clearly had an extraordinary background. Friend, if you're interested in these two great lords, why don't we take them on together and split the loot equally? Sindhart shouted, although the group that had just arrived only consisted of 20 players. The fact that this small group had made it this far spoke of their extraordinary strength. Without knowing Sure Feng and his team's motives, Sindhart was unwilling to give up on the Great Lords. Hence, he might as well make them an offer. After all, even if Sure Feng's team were strong, they could not handle 2 Great Lords at once. Guild leader, I think they're from Zero Wing. What? Zero Wing? Isn't that Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild? The players from Immortal Light were instantly on edge, wearing grim expressions. Chapter 815, Zero Wing takes action. Why are they here? Sindhart was shocked when he saw Sure Feng and his team even in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Zero Wing was resoundingly famous starting out as a small guild. Zero Wing had faced down the various large guilds in White River City, becoming White River City's overlord. Later on, it successfully repelled the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild. However, this was not Zero Wing's greatest achievement afterward. Zero Wing had occupied Stone Forest Town and won a war against the joint forces of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild and their various allies, instantly becoming the most sought-after guild in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition, Zero Wing was a guild of experts. Its guild leader, Black Flame, even ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list and had been given the title of Sword King. A recently established guild like Immortal Light could not possibly compete with a guild like Zero Wing. Those people are Zero Wing's upper echelons. Look, that's Aqua Rose. Fire Dance is here as well. Look over there. Isn't that Violet Cloud, Cola, Turtle Dove, Minor Wind, Shadow Sword, Blackie, and Ewumian? Why are so many of Zero Wing's experts here? Immortal Light's members panicked for a moment. Aqua Rose and the others were all publicly acknowledged top-tier experts. One of them could exterminate a 100-man elite team by themselves. Ha. I never thought our guild would be so famous. Even a guild from another kingdom knows us. Blue Bamboo could not help her pride as when she saw the Immortal Light's collective anxiety. I wonder when my name will be as famous as Big Sis Fires and the others. Fire Dance and her fellow echelons couldn't help but laugh when they heard Blue Bamboo's excitement in reality. Even they had never imagined that they would, one day, become famous experts in God's domain. Before they had met Feng, they had never dreamed of such a thing. Now, however, they were targets for players' admiration. Is Zero Wing really such an amazing guild? When Autumn Goose overheard the Immortal Light's members, she was shocked. She and her companions were independent players from the faraway Dark Knight Empire. Hence, they had only heard rumors of Zero Wing's strength through the forums. They had never witnessed the guild in action. In their opinion, however, even the large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire were subpar at best. Hence, how strong could a guild from a kingdom possibly be? However, after witnessing these players' performance, they had a clearer understanding of the guild's strength. They felt that Zero Wing was different from those large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, yet it would seem that Zero Wing was far more powerful than Blue Bamboo and the official forums made it out to be. Guild leader Sind, rest assured, we aren't here to steal your bosses. However, we won't help you with these bosses either. If you can't handle them, give up. We'll take over from here, Feng said, shaking his head as he responded to Sind Heart's proposal. Level 40 plus Great Lords were not easy to find, even in the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, a Great Lord dropped far better loot than a Lord. Monsters of such rank generally dropped top-tier equipment. Even in Zero Wing, level 40 top-tier equipment was still quite rare. Hence, he could not afford to split the drops. Hearing Feng's answer, a huge weight lifted from Sind Heart's heart. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. The guild's upper echelons would not break their word easily. Thank you, Sind Heart said with heartfelt gratitude, following which Sind Heart commanded his team to focus on the Skeleton General, which only had 60% of its HP remaining. The agonizing Banshee was still trapped inside the intermediate magic array, so it was possible to kill the Skeleton General. Time passed quickly. Finally, Immortal Light's members reduced the Skeleton General's HP to 30%. Be careful. The Skeleton General is about to go berserk. Sind Heart hurriedly reminded his team. Immortal Light's MTs began to prepare, activating their life-saving skills. The healers at the rear also readied themselves. Humans, I will devour you, the Skeleton General shouted, its eyes releasing a bloody radiance. Suddenly, the Skeleton General split into 3 copies of itself. All 3 were identical, even down to their HP bars. Amazing. This Skeleton General actually knows a duplication skill. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Among the many bosses they had encountered, very few could duplicate themselves. Any bosses capable of such a feat were extremely difficult to fight. Suddenly, dealing with 2 additional bosses could destroy a team's formation and rhythm. If not handled properly, it would not take long for the team to suffer annihilation. They were in trouble, Fire Dance stated as she glanced at the 3 Skeleton Generals. Each general radiated the same pressure. This meant that all 3 Skeleton Generals had the same combat power. It had taken almost everything the Immortal Light members had to deal with the 1 Skeleton General. Now, they had to take down 3 such monsters simultaneously. While Zero Wing's members discussed the situation among themselves, several Immortal Light MTs were thrown into the air. Until now, the team had relied on the combined strength of 3 or 4 MTs to defend against the Skeleton General's attacks. Now that they had to fight 3 Great Lords at the same time, their MTs had to split up. As a result, they didn't have enough strength to tank the bosses in 10 short seconds. Immortal Light lost another 8 members guild leader. At this rate, we'll most likely wipe. How did things come to this? Sinned Heart balled his fists, frustration filling his heart. They had already lacked enough members to deal with the Skeleton General. Furthermore, to deal with the agonizing Banshee, they had been forced to split their team and pull 10 members away from the main fight. Now that the general had split into 3, they didn't have nearly enough strength to face the boss. A single attack from one of the Great Lords could obliterate over 7,000 HP from one of their MTs. If the MTs did not block the attack with their shields, they might die instantly. Retreat, Sinned Heart commanded, gnashing his teeth. If they wasted any more time, none of them would leave this place alive. If they retreated now, at the very least, half of their numbers might survive. They can't hold on anymore. Blackie chuckled. Let's go, then. Feng said, hearing Feng's command. Zero Wings members exploded into action. Cola and Wumian charged at the fully regenerated Skeleton General, whereas Turtledove made her way towards the agonizing Banshee, going in now. Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned, thinking that they had heard wrong. Although Immortal Light's members had already left, there were still 2 Great Lords in the plaza. What could they possibly do with a team of 20 players? What are they trying to do? The members of Immortal Light, who had escaped, were even more flabbergasted. Zero Wings team had far too few members. Furthermore, to deal with the 2 Great Lords, their team of 20 had to split itself. This was insane. Just as Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others struggled against their days, the battle against the 2 Great Lords had begun. Kola sent a shield of vengeance at the Skeleton General, taking more than 2,000 of the Great Lord's HP. He then followed up with a hammer of sanctions, eliminating another 3,000 plus HP, and focusing the Great Lord's aggro on himself. Facing the Skeleton General's quick blow, Kola raised his shield and received the attack. He was immediately forced to retreat by 6 steps, both his hands numbing slightly. A damage of over minus 3,000 points appeared above his head. However, to Kola, who had over 18,000 HP, this damage was acceptable. That's a lot of strength. I can use this opportunity to test a move that I recently learned. Kola smiled. Seeing another of the Skeleton General's battle axes swiftly approach, he lifted his shield, blocking and pushing against the attack. As the attack sent Kola backward, he only lost around 1,700 HP, far less than the previous attack. Very quickly, Violet Cloud recovered his HP to full. Let's also begin, Aqua Rose said as she smiled at the agonizing Banshee. She then used Blue Fire, summoned immediately. 3 Blue Fire Crows appeared on the battlefield and assisted Turtledove against the agonizing Banshee. Chapter 816, Bullying a Great Lord. What a powerful summoning skill. Autumn Goose and the others were shocked when they saw Aqua Rose's 3 level 39 elite ranked Blue Fire Crows. Generally, summoners could only summon 1 elite or a few common monsters. Aqua Rose, however, had summoned 3 elite monsters at one time. This was the equivalent of adding 3 powerful melee fighters to their team. Turtledove threw her shield at the agonizing Banshee, slamming it into the Banshee's head. Not only did this attack interrupt the Great Lord's Tier 2 spell casting, but it also achieved a critical hit, dealing nearly minus 5,000 damage. The agonizing Banshee was enraged. She pointed a finger at Turtledove immediately. 8 Black Fog Spears shot towards a Guardian Knight. These Black Fog Spears had significantly damaged the Immortal Light members when they had faced her. As the spears were incredibly powerful, even when the Immortal Light's MTs blocked the attack with their shields, they had lost nearly 4,000 HP. Worse yet, the Banshee had launched 8 of these spears. Even an MT would lose their life if they received 4 or 5 spears. That won't work against me, Turtledove declared. Rather than retreating, she charged towards the Black Fog Spears. Just before the spears reached her, Turtledove raised her shield and leaped forward, smashing into one of the Black Fog Spears. The remaining spears simply flew past Turtledove's body, missing her completely. Boom. Upon collision, Turtledove was forced back by 2 steps. She lost nearly 1,800 HP. In the next moment, however, a healing light touched the Guardian Knight, returning her HP to full status immediately. That is an MT from Zero Wing? Sindhart was astonished as he watched Turtledove handle the agonizing Banshee's attacks so gracefully when their strongest MT blocked one of the Black Fog Spears. He had lost over 3,400 HP instantly. In addition, due to the incredible speed of the spears, he hadn't been able to avoid the following attacks in time. Generally, he would receive roughly 3 spears, destroying more than half of his HP. On the other hand, Turtledove had neutralized the Black Fog Spears with such ease the other Immortal Light members were similarly stupefied when they saw Turtledove tank a Great Lord by herself. None of them could believe their eyes normally. They needed at least 4 or 5 MTs to rotate tanking a single Great Lord. Even so, there were times when they failed to hold the boss. Turtledove was definitely stronger than they were, however. The members of Immortal Light did not know that Turtledove currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. Her plate armor was even epic rank. Although equipping the Divine Frost armor had caused Turtledove to lose the final set effect of the Yin Walker set equipment, the former not only reduced the damage she took, but one of its passive skills also reduced the agonizing Banshee's movement speed and attack speed. Although the Black Fog Spears were quite fast, Turtledove could easily determine the best evasion route with the speed reduction effect. Moreover, Turtledove was a Guardian Knight. Her magic resistance was very high. With over 18,000 HP, she could even survive a direct hit from a Tier 2 spell very quickly. Cola and Turtledove had pinned down the 2 Great Lords. Now, everyone just needed to focus everything they had on 2 bosses. Are those monsters really Great Lords? Blue Bamboo felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Turtledove tank the agonizing Banshee without assistance. Even now, she alone had maintained Turtledove's HP at full. Normally, when she raided High Lords with Autumn Goose and the others, they needed at least 3 healers to focus on a single MT. Even so, their heals were not always sufficient. Yet, despite facing a Great Lord, only she was the only necessary healer to keep Turtledove alive. Autumn Goose also wondered if the agonizing Banshee seemed very weak. She even doubted that the MT needed her assistance as she focused solely on damage. However, Autumn Goose was very aware. The agonizing Banshee was not weak at all. Rather, Zero Wing's members were just that strong, which resulted in such a misconception. Only now did she understand why Feng had been so confident, why all of these experts from Zero Wing were so confident. Now that the MTs had solidified their hold on the bosses, Zero Wing's members had no issue dealing sufficient damage. The assassin class relied on speed to deal massive amounts of damage over time. Fire Dance, however, played the class differently. Standing behind the Skeleton General, Fire Dance launched streak after streak of silver light at the Great Lord. Despite the Skeleton General's incredible defense, the female assassin's damage was mind-boggling: 9 for 80-30, 121-16, 916-20, 518. Feng's damage was also impressive. None of his attacks dealt less than -6,000 damage. From time to time, his chop achieved a critical hit, dealing over -20,000 damage with a single attack. As for the other melee classes like Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, they never dealt less than -3,000 damage with their powers combined. These several players devoured the Skeleton General's HP of 18 million at a rate visible to the naked eye. Are they even human? The Immortal Light members were astonished that total damage Feng, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Blackie, and a few other core members of Zero Wing dealt was higher than their 100-man team's total damage previously. Their attacks had only dealt over -1,000 damage to the Great Lord. Even Sindhart, the most powerful player on the team, had only dealt over -2,000 damage to the Skeleton General. Feng and Fire Dance, however, easily managed tens of thousands of damage. From time to time, they even dealt over -30,000 damage despite the Skeleton General and agonizing Banshee being 2 daunting Great Lords. Against Zero Wing, they were no different than helpless common monsters. The two bosses could only struggle against the small team of players. Even with its prided speed and strength, the Skeleton General, in particular, rarely landed a hit on the Guardian Knight Cola due to Fire Dance and Feng's coordinated attacks. Even when the Great Lord used a Tier 2 skill, Cola easily took the hit with a life-saving skill. As for the team's healers, aside from the slight pressure they felt when the Skeleton General used a powerful skill, they needed to do so little to keep their companions alive that they had time to join the attack on the Great Lords. In just 5 minutes, the Skeleton General's HP fell to 30%. Wumian, pin one of them down and leave the other to me. Everyone else, focus on the Skeleton General. Cola is tanking. Feng shouted after seeing the Skeleton General begin to split itself into 3 clones. Although this move was quite powerful, all 3 copies shared the same HP. As long as they had enough players to tank the 3 Skeleton Generals, they could cope. As soon as the Skeleton General had completed its cloning, Yi Wumian lured one away. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power after all was said and done. A Great Lord was still a Great Lord. Unlike MTs, Feng did not possess any damage reduction skills or very high defense. He didn't have a shield, either. If he wanted to withstand the boss's attacks, he had to rely on his own strength. Unfortunately, he could not contend with a level 43 Great Lord with his normal strength attribute. Only by activating a Berserk skill could he pin a Skeleton General down by himself. Among the many Berserk skills Feng possessed, Heavenly Dragon's power had the shortest cooldown, which was 3 hours. The Power of Darkness had a 6-hour cooldown, whereas Blade Liberation had a 10-hour cooldown. The last one also had side effects he needed to worry about. Hence, Dragon's power was Feng's best option. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon's power was his best-suited Berserk skill for head-on confrontations. It was the best option against bosses. Chapter 817, Suffocatingly Explosive Power. What is he trying to do? Sindhart and the others were confused as they watched Feng charge towards a Skeleton General. No swordsman could solo a Great Lord. Even a Berserker, a class famed for its strength, would fly through the air if they tried to block a Great Lord's attack with their weapons pump. Feng used Killing Ray to block one of the Skeleton General's descending battle axes. Sure enough, my attributes aren't high enough to deal with this Great Lord. The resulting impact had forced Feng to retreat by 3 steps, his hand numbing slightly. Meanwhile, a damage of over -700 points appeared above his head. However, to Feng, who had close to 50,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, such a small amount of damage was nothing. His battle recovery regenerated nearly 500 HP. Ever 5 seconds. Violet Cloud waved her staff, and immediately, a faint golden film blanketed Feng's body. Bluish-green life force flowed into the swordsman. Suddenly, a recovering status appeared over Feng's status bar, recovering over 1,600 HP. Everyone. 5 seconds for 15 seconds in the blink of an eye. Feng's HP was full. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Skeleton General swung its other battle axe at Feng, violently. Having predicted the Skeleton General's attacks, Feng sidestepped abruptly, using the Abyssal Blade to receive the descending battle axe, while thrusting Killing Ray towards the Skeleton General's armor. A streak of blue light flashed, although Killing Ray could not compare to the fragmented legendary rank 1000. Transformations. After equipping a magic device, its sharpness was only slightly weaker than the 1000 transformations. As a result, it easily pierced the Skeleton General's robust armor. A critical damage of -15,824 points appeared above the Skeleton General's head. The Great Lord bellowed, angry with the damage it had received. Suddenly, its battle axes released a strange, smoldering green flame as it swung the weapons at the ground. The ground instantly shattered, flames surging into the sky and covering a radius of 15 yards. Feng had long since prepared for this moment. He jumped up and passed the Skeleton General's head. He then used one of Killing Ray's skills. Summoned lightning arcs of blue lightning descended and struck the Skeleton General's battle axes. The collision's impact was massive. Feng, then utilized the force of the impact to avoid the smoldering flames. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the skeleton general, the sacred sword in his hand releasing a dazzling, flaming glow flame burst. 15 brilliant explosions discharged behind the skeleton general, one after another. 48, 167-117, 954-49, 715. 15 damages appeared above the general's head, one after another. Killing Ray had a 50% critical rate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general lost over 1 million HP for a time. Autumn Goose, Sindhart, and the others were speechless. They sucked in a breath of cold air, not believing their eyes. Sure Feng's damage was insane. He had dealt over 1 million HP. Even a level 40 chieftain only had so much HP. Sure Feng had the power to instant kill a level 40 chieftain. This power was no longer that of a player. This was the power of a humanoid great lord, however. Sure Feng did not think much of his attack. After all, his strength attribute was almost on par with a chieftain of the same level. After Heavenly Dragon's power doubled his strength, he surpassed ordinary lords of the same level. He had also used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Being capable of instant killing a chieftain of the same level was expected. Flame Burst was not called a sure kill skill for no reason. Sure Feng's Flame Burst had heavily wounded the skeleton general. The swordsman had destroyed nearly half of its armor. Several bones beneath the armor had even cracked. Focus on killing my skeleton general. Sure Feng shouted to his team. Not only had the general lost some of its combat power after receiving the several injuries, but its defense had also dropped significantly. Hence, dealing with this skeleton general would be much easier than dealing with the other two. Sure enough, in less than 1 minute, the skeleton general's HP fell below 500,000. Just before the general died, Sure Feng shouted once more, commanding, "Everyone, switch to the Banshee. Turtle Dove, tank this skeleton general." "What is Big Brother Yi Feng trying to do?" Blue Bamboo asked. Confused, if they finished off the skeleton general, it would become much easier to deal with the agonizing Banshee. Yet Sure Feng decided not to kill the skeleton general, no matter how she looked at it. The decision was unwise. Blue Bamboo wasn't the only one who was confused. Experts like Thoughtful Rain and Autumn Goose didn't understand either. However, none of Zero Wing's members doubted Sure Feng's command. Immediately, they shifted their focus towards the agonizing Banshee. Turtle Dove swapped targets with Sure Feng. However, the agonizing Banshee couldn't care less about the sudden change as it continued to attack Turtle Dove with black fog spears. "Am your opponent." Sure Feng appeared behind Turtle Dove, the killing ray transforming into numerous streaks of blue light. Pung, pung, pung. Players usually suffered heavy injuries if the black fog spear struck them. Yet Sure Feng easily shattered each one. Is this an expert of Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild? Sindhart was astounded. He felt his chest tighten. Struggling to breathe. Zero Wing was far more frightening than the rumors make the guild out to bite. Was no wonder why even Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom, feared Zero Wing. Choosing to give up in Starmoon Kingdom entirely after Sure Feng shattered the black fog spears, he vanished, abruptly reappearing before the agonizing Banshee. Arcs of blue electricity circled his body. Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. For 3 seconds, Sure Feng's attack speed increased by 500%, and his damage increased by 400% before the agonizing Banshee could react. Over a dozen streaks of blue light wrapped around her body. 21, 046-43, 248-42, 987. In the blink of an eye, the agonizing Banshee's aggro shifted to Sure Feng. However, even though Sure Feng now held the Great Lord's aggro, the situation had not changed. The agonizing Banshee was a magical class monster. Even as a Great Lord, her strength could not compare to Sure Feng's while he had a Berserk skill active. As the Banshee began to cast another spell, Sure Feng struck, interrupting her casting for 3 whole seconds. The agonizing Banshee could not use a single spell. Instead, she lost more than 1 million HP suddenly. Fire Dance appeared behind the agonizing Banshee, launching a sneak attack at the back of the Great Lord's head and forcing her into a fainted state for 2 seconds. She then used the Tier 1 skill, 5-star burst, 16, 718-34, 297. 5 numbers appeared above the agonizing Banshee's head in quick succession, only slightly lower than the damage of Feng's normal attacks, while in a berserk state following which, the agonizing Banshee received a one-sided beating, her HP draining like flowing water. When her HP reached 30%, the Great Lord was thoroughly enraged. As the agonizing Banshee released a piercing scream, a massive black magic array appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately felt their strength leave their body's crap. This spell absorbs players' stamina. Fire Dance immediately noticed the abnormality if players ran out of stamina. Even with godlike combat power, they were helpless at this rate. They'd run out of stamina in 30 seconds. After that, they would be sheep for the slaughter. Not today. Feng, who had long since prepared for such a situation, switched to the Aura of Time and activated Absolute Time, freezing the mana fluctuations in the surrounding area. Although Absolute Time's duration on a Great Lord was less than 10 seconds, interrupting the agonizing Banshee's mana channeling was enough. After losing its supply of mana, the gigantic magic array in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the members of Immortal Light finally understood how presumptuous they had been, thinking that they could raid South Lake City's Great Lord. Seconds flew by. Finally, both the agonizing Banshee and Skeleton General's HPs were below 100. Feng activated Divine Providence, significantly increasing his luck attribute. He then used Thundering Flash to finish off the agonizing Banshee, before following up with a Thunderflame explosion on the Skeleton General. After a momentary struggle, the agonizing Banshee and the Skeleton General fell to the ground, one after the other, dropping several items around their bodies. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. It's over. Autumn Goose wondered if she were dreaming as she stared at the 2 fallen Great Lords before Heron, the current god's domain. Great Lord struck fear into every player's heart. Even a 100-man elite team, led by an expert, would find it extremely difficult to defeat one. They might even be annihilated yet. Now, this team of 20 players had defeated 2 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, a few of the team members had held back. No matter how she looked at this situation, it simply could not be real. Looking at it now, Autumn Goose found that the Wind God's Spear simply could not compare to Zero Wing in terms of strength. They lived in entirely different worlds. If not for Thoughtful Rain, they probably would never have met Feng and the other core members of Zero Wing. When she thought back to how they had tried to persuade Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to leave Zero Wing and join the Wind God's Spear, she could not help her embarrassment reign. Hurry up and collect their life force. If you do not collect them within 5 minutes after the Great Lords die, you will lose your chance. Feng hurriedly reminded his companion. Thoughtful Rain finally woke from her daze as she retrieved the giant, pitch-black egg and collected the life force of the 2 Great Lords, while Thoughtful Rain collected the dissipating life force. Feng gathered the loot the 2 bosses had dropped. The 2 Great Lords had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment. Although this did not seem much in the Abyss battlefield, this was a considerable harvest. It was easier to find high-ranking monsters in the Abyss battlefield than it was elsewhere. Hence, the drop rate of the top-ranking monsters had been reduced. With the increase in levels, monsters' drop rate for weapons and equipment also decreased. The drops this time are fairly nice. Joy surfaced on Feng's face after he finished appraising the items with his omniscient eyes. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 5 were level 40 fine gold equipment. They had even obtained a piece of level 40 dark gold weaponized spirit staff, dark gold rank. Level 40. Attack power plus 1045. Strength plus 51. Agility plus 47. Intelligence plus 92. Vitality plus 87, Endurance plus 66. Casting speed increased by 15%, magic damage increased by 20%, casting range plus 5. When casting, 20% chance to obtain the power of frost, causing 220% frost damage and reducing target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds additional passive skill dash. Frost Blessing increases ice-type spell effects by 30% additional active skill dash. Waterfall causes 300% frost damage every second in a radius of 20 yards for 8 seconds, freezing everyone within range for 10 seconds. Effective radius increases by 10 yards every second cooldown. 3 hours. Once Feng shared the Ice Spirit Staff's information in the team chat, everyone fell speechless. Although the staff's basic attributes are average at best, it increases all of them. Moreover, its active skill is insane. This is the first time I've seen a skill that can cover a radius of 100 yards. Even Stars of Light can't compare to this waterfall. If one uses waterfall on a battlefield, it will devastate the enemy forces. It's a pity, though. It would be amazing if it were an epic rank staff. Large-scale destruction spells were priceless treasures to every guild in God's domain. Not to mention Waterfall, a spell with so much AoE range. On a battlefield, this spell could easily wipe out several thousands of players in a battle of 10 or 20,000 players. This spell could decide the victor on its own. The active skill was worth more than an epic item. Feng chuckled as he watched everyone admire the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill. Among the 7 pieces of equipment and weapons, the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill was astonishing. However, rather than the Ice Spirit Staff, what surprised Feng was the dark gray breastplate. A faint, bloody glow surrounded the armor, giving the equipment a creepy feeling. Sure enough, Divine Providence is a godly skill. Feng could not help but sigh. He then shared the statistics of his item through the team chat. Upon seeing the breastplate's attributes, even the excellently geared core members gasped. Abyss Armor, Breastplate, Level 40, Level 60. Equipment Requirement, Strength 700. Defense plus 1,240, Level 40. Magic Resistance plus 10. Strength plus 42. Endurance plus 40, Agility plus 35. Abyss Set Equipment, Level 40, Level 60. Equipment Requirement, Berserker. Set consists of 8 parts: head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, legs, and feet. Set Effect. 2-piece effect. Increases all attributes by 10%. 4-piece effect. All skill damage increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 20%, and movement speed increased by 15%. 6-piece effect. Obtain Abyss Rampage skill. Increases all attributes by 100% and gain immunity to all control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 hours. 8-piece effect. Obtain Blade of Abyss skill. Transforms equipped weapon into the Blade of Abyss, increasing strength attribute by 300%, attack speed by 100%, and attack range by 10 yards for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. What a powerful set. Blackie nearly drooled when he saw read the Abyss Set Equipment's information. The breastplate's basic attributes were only the equivalent of a dark gold item. However, as one obtained more pieces of the set, their combat power would grow exponentially. If one gathered all 8 pieces, although the set's basic attributes might not compare to epic items, the boost it granted would only be slightly weaker than a set of epic equipment. Of course, is strong. This set equipment is purely intended to increase violence. Even the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers cannot compare to the Abyss set. After reaching Tier 2 at level 50, no Tier 1 set equipment will be able to compete with the Abyss set. Feng explained the Abyss set equipment was the battlefield's representative equipment. Moreover, it was not exclusively for Berserkers. All classes had their own Abyss sets, and their attributes were all specialized for violence. These sets were extremely well suited for PvP. However, the Abyss set's drop rates were extremely low. It was practically impossible to collect all 8 set pieces for a single class. If one could collect 6 pieces of a set, they could increase their prowess in combat far more than with a Tier 1 set equipment. After all, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. If one gathered all 8 pieces in Abyss set, they would be practically invincible in PvP fights. I wonder if we'll gather a complete set. Aqua Rose was eager to find out if they gathered all 8 pieces and let either Rampant Blade or Shadow Sword equip the set, the Berserker's abilities would soar, becoming one of the guild's top fighters. Most likely, aside from Feng and Fire Dance, nobody in the guild would be able to match them, alright? Rest up. We're going to look for the next Great Lord soon, Feng commanded as he stored the equipment. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's members who had watched from a distance had not recovered from their shock after watching Zero Wing easily defeat the 2 Great Lords. Their team of 100 had failed to defeat even 1 Great Lord, yet Zero Wing had taken 2 down at once with a team of 20. The difference between their guilds was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sinned Heart suddenly said, "Follow me." Chapter 819, City Deed. Chapter 819, City Deed. Huh, why are they heading our way? Aqua Rose asked when she saw the members of Immortal Light approach their team. Jokingly, she said, "Are they going to try to plunder our loot? If they try to rob us, I won't mind giving them a final send-off." Fire Dance laughed as she unsheathed her 1,000 transformations that hung from her waist. Although the Immortal Light players were relatively strong, she was more than enough to annihilate their team. Moreover, she looked forward to the day someone tried to rob them. Previously, she had found plenty of inspiration during her time in the Dark Arena. This was the perfect opportunity to test some of her ideas. They shouldn't be that stupid. They should be able to tell the difference between our strength and theirs. Feng laughed as he watched his teammates prepare for a fight. Sinheart would be one of the 12 sacred elementalists of God's domain in the future. If he lacked the necessary insight to tell the difference in strength between their teams, he would never have been able to make Immortal Light a famous, first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Thank you for your help. If not for you guys holding off those 2 Great Lords, none of us would be alive right now. Sinheart immediately expressed his gratitude upon arriving before Zero Wing's team. His tone containing a hint of respect. Sinheart's expert companions also stared at Zero Wing's members with reverence. The heavy pressure Fire Dance emitted, in particular, made them breathless. If these teams fought each other, they would most likely die in an instant. It's nothing. Feng shrugged. If you guys are looking for Great Lords, we can help, Sinheart offered. On our way here, we encountered quite a number of Great Lords. Only, these Great Lords resided in concentrated areas. It's highly likely that you'll attract a second Great Lord while dealing with the first. Saying so, Sinheart sent Feng the coordinates of those several Great Lords. Thanks. Feng rejoiced when he received the coordinates. Sinheart had given him the coordinates for 7 Great Lords. This would save them a lot of time searching for these bosses. Glad to be of help. Sinheart smiled. I don't believe that you came over here just to give me these Great Lords' locations. What's on your mind? Feng asked. He could not help but laugh when he saw Sinheart's hesitation in the past. Even he had looked up to Sinheart. Countless small guilds had tried to gain Immortal Light's favor. Yet now, watching this man struggle with his desire to ask for help, Feng could not help but sigh. Hearing Feng saying so, Sinheart released his tension with a sigh of his own and said, "In truth, aside from thanking you for the help, I wanted to ask something of Zero Wing. Although this may be sudden, I don't have any better options right now." Guild leader, are you really going to ask? One of the guild's upper echelons asked with surprise. If they refuse and news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Do you think we have any other choice? Sinheart grumbled, a deep sense of powerlessness touching his expression. He did not want to do this. Either, however, he could not think of a better plan. Only after encountering Zero Wing and seeing how powerful the guild was did he find hope. This might very well be their last opportunity to escape their dire situation. The other upper echelons fell silent. Although they wanted to argue their guild leader's decision, they could not bring themselves to do so. However, this had certainly captured Feng's interest. He could understand if Sinheart simply wanted to form a connection with Zero Wing. However, for a prideful person like Sinheart to place all his hopes in a stranger, the situation must be severe. Moreover, Feng was familiar with Sinheart's personality. He was not someone who would simply bow out of challenge. Even when Immortal Light had fought a first-rate guild, Sinheart had refused to lower his head. He prioritized bonds and friendship over personal benefits. Otherwise, he would not have risked Immortal Light's extinction just to help an allied guild resist a first-rate guild god's domain was only a game. Sure, Feng could not imagine what could cause someone like Sin Heart to despair. I wish to sell several plots of land in the Twin Towers Kingdom. I will sell these lands at 90% market price. I'd like to offer them to Zero Wing in exchange for coins or top-tier equipment of the same value. Sin Heart finally said after a long moment of silent sell land. Sure, Feng was curious. Since when had Sin Heart become a land broker? If they're rubbish lands, Zero Wing is not interested. Please rest assured, the lands are in Snowfield City and have a lot of potential, Sin Heart said as he took out several Snowfield City deeds. These are close to the Underground Arena, the Adventurers Association, the Auction House, and the War God's Temple. Have you lost your minds? You're actually selling these. Blackie could not help his shock after seeing the deeds currently. Most of the lands in major NPC cities with potential had been purchased already. It was extremely difficult to buy these lands, even if one could afford them. With God's Domain's blazing popularity, more people would join the game in the future. The value of these lands would soar in less than half a year. These lands would be worth several times their current value. It was especially true for the lands in Twin Towers Kingdom's third-ranking city, Snowfield City. Yet Immortal Light wanted to sell away these lands, at 90% market price no less. This was simply inconceivable. They are indeed good plots of land. However, why are you trying to sell them to Zero Wing? Sure, Feng asked. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom shared many aspects. Both were medium-sized kingdoms. Although Snowfield City was no match for White River City in terms of status, it was its kingdom's third-ranking city. Many organizations would offer a high price for these lands. This Sin Heart fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to sell them, but nobody is willing to buy them." Why? The value of these lands will only increase in the future. Why doesn't anyone want to purchase them? Aqua Rose asked. Slightly surprised, even the lands in the 20th ranking city in the Twin Towers Kingdom would be highly sought after, much less the valuable lands in the third ranking city. Aqua Rose had personally ventured to other kingdoms to purchase several plots of land for the Candlelight trading firm. So she understood how popular these lands were because none of them wished to earn the ire of the Super Guild King's return. Sin Heart said helplessly. Zero Wing's members heard Sin Heart's words. They were dumbfounded. King's Return was a veteran super guild. Even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was nothing in comparison. Moreover, the King's Return's headquarters was in the Glory Empire, an empire located only a short distance away from Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom. Sure, Feng was similarly shocked by this revelation. A small guild like Immortal Light had actually provoked a super guild like King's Return. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it would be child's play for King's Return to wipe Immortal Light out of existence. Immortal Light was no threat to the super guild at all. Gnashing his teeth, Sin Heart stated, "I don't want much for these 5 plots of lands. I only asked for 13,000 gold. Chapter 820, A Group of Lunatics. Guild Leader. Sin Heart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential golden lands. I know what I'm doing. Sin Heart barked. Having made up his mind originally, he had intended to raid Great Lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40-plus Great Lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, they could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with Zero Wing's strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's Return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's Return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sin Heart could not afford to wait 13,000 gold. Feng had never expected Sindheart to sell these lands for so little based on the current market. These lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Sindheart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Feng could profit greatly if he bought them, not to mention Starmoon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Sindheart has been backed into a corner. Feng could more or less understand Sindheart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety in Feng's previous life. However, Immortal Light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's Return had not wiped out Immortal Light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's Return attacking Immortal Light. Immortal Light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem, right? We'll buy these 5 plots of land. Feng nodded. Only, we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days? Sindheart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded, "Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally." Following which, Sindheart led his guild members away from South Lake City Guild leader. Are we really going to oppose King's Return? Aqua Rose asked Feng through a private message. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's Return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Starmoon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a Super Guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's Return were truly angry, it would have annihilated Immortal Light already. If the Super Guild struck, Immortal Light would have no power to resist. Sindheart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Sindheart's gratitude. If Sindheart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Sindheart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed, if we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight Trading Firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's Return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom. Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's Return? Deathwind had never imagined that Feng would agree to Sindheart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God Spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God Spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing? Deathwind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo after Immortal Light departed. Feng led the team on a hunt for more Great Lords with the coordinates Sindheart had provided. The team quickly cleared a path towards these Great Lords. The Great Lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their Berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every Great Lord required their Berserk skills. For 2 days, Feng and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other over these 2 days. Their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Feng reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life. 4 so? Not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Feng said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, "Now, we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers." Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, The Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100 Tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Feng and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right? Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about. Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now, Feng said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821, Demonic Flame Tiger. Is it really possible? Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away. Her instincts constantly warning her of the danger every time the Bone Dragon flapped its massive wings. The sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Feng understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Fortunately, however, he had 2 powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties, following which Feng played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Roar. With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Feng. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. A massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws. Exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. What's that? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black, flaming beast. Its amount, of course. Feng walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his Mount Demonic Flame Tiger, Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1, 020, 000/1, 020, 000. In the past, the best mount Feng had ridden was only Fine Gold rank in this life. However, he had obtained a Dark Gold mount after killing Noya. A Guardian boss in the Dark Den mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles. Especially a Dark Gold mount. Even a Bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle after reaching Dark Gold rank. The mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a Dark Gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a Dark Gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a Dark Gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one side. Sure enough, a Dark Gold mount skills are very powerful. Feng was slightly surprised after he examined the Demonic Flame Tiger's skill menu. A level 40 Fine Gold mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 Dark Gold mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other two being AoE skill synergy, passive skill. While within 100 yards of the demonic flame tiger, all attributes of owner increase by 10% battle roar. The demonic flame tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase. Movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark Blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes cooldown, 10 hours. These three skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of Dark Gold Mount's same mount. Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Feng's explanation. This can't be true, right? The demonic flame tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain-named monster like the demonic flame tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon. Yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret silver? Fine gold? Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the demonic tiger would be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Feng said as he tapped the demonic flame tiger's front paw. The demonic tiger obediently bent down before Feng. Its dignified behavior vanishing Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank. Even though they'd already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or a mysterious iron mount that wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount after we leave the battlefield. I must find my own dark gold mount to show off, Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me. Feng commanded the epic rank staff Song of Beatrice he had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill, the Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it, following which Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Feng, instantly buffing the demon's summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon, wielding a two-handed sword in one hand, emerged from the Demon Gate battle demon. Level 55. HP 14, 000/14, 000/000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the Demon Gate, Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members have been so calm against all of those Great Lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon with such a powerful summon monster. Even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822, Adjudicator. Glory Empire, Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild Kings return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capital's by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity. Players' levels also displayed the city's success currently. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild King's Return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these super guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed Super Guild's nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of super guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own experts from scratch, King's Return, a super guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua Rose and Purple were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their super guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's Domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a great sword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome, younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of gray mage robes. Faint arcs of gray electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top percent. That the Thundersword Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted Adjudicator of King's Return, Hellfiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals. Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Hellfiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the Super Guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an Adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Hellfiend. Yet the youth had managed to obtain it under the crowd's watchful eye. Broken City and Hellfiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation. Broken City commanded. Gruffly. Understood. The cloaked man nodded. He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sindheart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sindheart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sindheart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today. Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning? Hellfiend asked coldly. Frowning Sinheart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot, as if King's return means nothing to them. The cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Hellfiend's gaze pump. Zero Wing is taking us too lightly. Rage flashed in Hellfiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground. Cracking it, there is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning. I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice, Broken City said, chuckling. If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act. I understand, Uncle Broken, Hellfiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart to him. This matter was of utmost importance. If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the upstart guild. Elsewhere, Feng directed his team's battle preparations fire. Flying, Miner, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use Waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use Stars of Light. After Feng summoned the Tier 3 Battle Demon, he did not rush to take on the Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grand Lord was simply too powerful for current players furthermore. The slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a Guardian boss, like the Frostbone Dragon. All Guardian bosses possessed a similar ability, Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a Guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their Graves. Life Devour allowed Guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the Guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a Guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP. Chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion finally. After over an hour, Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity move out. Following which, Feng directed the Battle Demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing immediately. The entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823, Monster Level Battle. Groar. When the Battle Demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings. The generated gust prevented the Battle Demon from approaching before the wind came to an end. The Frostbone Dragon stretched open its jaws suddenly. A storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the Bone Dragon's mouth. Damn it. It's using Dragon Breath. Realizing what he was seeing, Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the Bone Dragon's front." Feng's command confused Aqua Rose and the others. They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord. At such a distance, the Bone Dragon's attack should not be a threat. However, seeing at Feng's anxious expression, the Zero Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing. Everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively. In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level before the team could relax. However, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers instantly. A beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible? Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the Frostbone Dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra. Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives. How can a Grand Lord be so powerful? The crowd gasped collectively. With such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack, even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly. Right? Snap out of it. Let the battle demon pin the Frostbone dragon down. Everyone else, attack from the dragon's sides. Absolutely do not stand in front of it. Feng immediately commanded, not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising. The Frostbone dragon ruled over a city. Xur tactics would never be enough for players to kill it if not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon. He would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the Frostbone dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could, mostly, make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down as the breath attack ended. The battle demon, which Feng had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill round flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the bone dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling silver glow. 592-0-18. The Frostbone dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble as for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge toward the Frostbone dragon. They were momentarily stunned with a single hit. The Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible, chunk of the Frostbone dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were compared to this great battle. Their previous battles were practically child's play before the Frostbone dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall. Any player would seem insignificant. The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath. Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Feng reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus against such a boss. Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only the Frostbone dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord, however. This was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body. She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord. And she smiled bitterly back in the Wind God's spear. She had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frostbone dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless in contrast. Despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wing's members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wing's members had long since become accustomed to such battles for some reason. A random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she had searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frostbone dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Feng could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon boom. -95, 160 for the ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact. A deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback compared to the Frostbone dragon's destructive power. The great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before her opponent. The incoming shockwave struck and threw Autumn Goose, a damage of -867 appearing above her head. A gasp tore through the watching players despite standing so far away. Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frostbone Dragon's claws, even Kola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Sure, Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frostbone Dragon was a member of the Dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Kola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frostbone Dragon. This should be far enough. Sure, Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824. Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. _seal. Sure, Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive, black magic array appeared beneath the Frostbone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord, and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the Bone Dragon's body, slowly corroding its roar. The Frostbone Dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the Frostbone Dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded Punch. Although the Frostbone Dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage. No matter what was said or done, Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's Spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2,000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous great lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP. With its battle recovery alone, it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking Gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, when 1,000 transformations, which was even sharper than the Sacred Sword killing ray, cut at the pearly white bone, the short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. 14. For 89, why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill, yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over -10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around -4,000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Sure Feng's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord 2 seconds after Feng activated Abyssal Curse. The Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the Battle Demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the Battle Demon under Feng's control could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the Battle Demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the Battle Demon only lost around 70,000 HP. That was even less than the damage it had received before the Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased. Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frost Bone Dragon's HP. Currently, the Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes have been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared even to ordinary players. A 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your Berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Feng hurriedly reminded Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes. So if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes, it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength. Now following Feng's command, everyone activated their Berserk skills at full strength. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's Power. Among the several Berserk skills Feng had, Dragon's Power increased his strength attribute the most, with the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield. Feng used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Feng and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. 20 for 84-28 for 97-41, 054-57, 149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1,000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 Blue Fire Crows and 3 Forest Sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around -1,000 damage. With the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Feng and Fire Dance. Besides, the Blue Fire Crows were slightly different from the Forest Sprites. The Blue Fire Crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank from elite monsters. The Blue Fire Crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance as seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Feng and his team's all-out assault, the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings. Shio. The Frostbone Dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged toward the Frostbone Dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue, twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well. Enveloping the entire space above the city, the violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground, as if the end of the world had arrived. It's over. How does the Bone Dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the Frostbone Dragon spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the Frostbone Dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range in time? Ha ha! Go on. Flee. Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss." The Frostbone dragon laughed. He'd been waiting for this. Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the aura of wind to the aura of time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended. Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Feng then flew towards the Frostbone dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana absolute time. This was Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone dragon if he could not interrupt the Frostbone dragon's abyssal wrath. A super large-scale destruction spell. Trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy immediately, with the Frostbone dragon as the center. The space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately. Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone dragon's body then crashed to the ground with its combat power greatly reduced. How could the Frostbone dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone dragon was no longer a threat at this time. Feng activated the Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord when the Frostbone dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining. Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP the instant the Frostbone dragon died. Everyone heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 825, Loot of a Grand Lord. It's finally dead. They could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when they saw the Frostbone dragon falling to the ground. The Grand Lord's HP thoroughly depleted as the Frostbone dragon fell to the ground. Everyone's experience bars had also abruptly increased by a large margin, so much EXP. A golden glow covered Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo, as all 5 of them leveled up from level 38 to level 39. Expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Even the combined EXP they gained from killing the 20 Great Lords from before could not compete against the EXP provided by a single Frostbone dragon, while everyone was celebrating over their success in killing the Frostbone dragon. A system announcement suddenly surprised everyone's system announcement. Congratulations! You have killed the Guardian boss, Frostbone Dragon. War God's Temple reputation, plus 20 points. Rewarding 5 basic medals of honor. We've hit the jackpot this time. We got 5 basic medals of honor. Autumn Goose and the others were similarly stunned by this situation. They never imagined that there would be such great rewards for killing the Frostbone Dragon. They had heard that many large guilds had organized massive expeditions to conquer towns. Meanwhile, aside from earning a large amount of honor points, another important reason these guilds were organizing such expeditions was to increase their reputation with the War God's Temple, as well as obtain basic medals of honor. The higher one's War God's Temple reputation was, the more discounts one could obtain when exchanging for items using honor points. At the same time, after one's reputation with the temple reached a certain level, they could also exchange for higher-ranking items. The high-ranking items available for exchange would tempt even top-tier expert players, much less ordinary expert players. For example, battlefield mounts, rare skills, high-ranking rare potions, and many other items could not be found on the market. Although a battlefield mount was only useful in the Abyss battlefield, the quality of the mount itself was very high. Players could exchange for a bronze mount right from the onset. As one's War God's Temple reputation increased, one could even exchange for a dark gold mount. These mounts could increase a player's combat power in the Abyss battlefield significantly. Not to mention, there are also all sorts of rare skills. However, aside from needing a large amount of honor points, these high-ranking items also required one other thing for which to exchange, and that item was the basic medal of honor. Exchanging for a single bronze battlefield mount required 20 basic medals of honor and 30,000 honor points without basic medals of honor. Even with all the honor points in the world, one would not be able to exchange for items that were truly useful to players. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a basic medal of honor. From a knowledge they gained through the research done over the past few days, for players who participated in capturing a town, there was only a single basic medal of honor awarded. Now each of them had obtained 5 medals. That was equivalent to capturing 5 towns. If one wanted to exchange for a bronze mount, they need to capture a total of 20 towns. Capturing a town was easier said than done, unlike the outside world. Once players died in the Abyss battlefield, they had to wait until the next day to enter the battlefield again. Hence, one's life was essential in the Abyss battlefield. To avoid death, players would usually act carefully and spend a long time raiding a single town. However, there were currently no bronze mounts being sold on the market at all. Only a single common mount was for sale, which cost 40 gold. Even if someone were selling a bronze mount, it would cost several hundred gold at the very least. How could ordinary players possibly afford to purchase one? Consequently, if one wanted to experience riding a bronze mount, this was the fastest method to do so in the Abyss battlefield. Battlefield mounts were slightly more powerful than normal mounts. Not only were they faster, but their combat power was also higher by a single rank. Just a fine gold battlefield mount could already rival a chieftain of the same level, while dark gold battlefield mounts could rival a lord of the same level. With such a mount, players could obtain honor points in the Abyss battlefield more easily in the future, while everyone was feeling ecstatic over their unexpected harvest. Feng had appraised all the items dropped by the Frostbone Dragon, although the Frostbone Dragon had only dropped 5 items. Every piece was either a top-tier weapon or equipment. Big brother Feng, looking at how happy you are. Just what kind of items did the boss drop? Hurry up and share them with us. Don't just keep them to yourself. Blue Bamboo became exceedingly curious when she saw the smile on Feng's face. This was the first time she had raided a Grand Lord. Moreover, there is also a rumor going around in the outside world saying that Grand Lords had a chance of dropping epic items. Nothing much. I'm just happy because we managed to complete the Abyss set. Aside from that, the boss has also dropped a level 40 Dark Gold ranked shield, a level 40 Dark Gold ranked ring, and a pair of growth-type gloves, Feng said, laughing. He then shared the details of the shield and ring through the team chat. Frostbone shield, Dark Gold ring. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement, strength 500. Defense plus 2,720, level 40. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 43. Endurance plus 51. Ice resistance plus 10. Evasion plus 10. Weakens damage received from the front by 20% every time shield is struck. 10% of damage will be converted into user's defense. Up to a maximum of 2,000 defense can be converted. Maximum HP increased by 10%. Additional skill dash. Frost Body becomes immune to all damage coming from the front for 4 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. The defense on this shield is especially high. Just the defense on this shield alone is already a match for my total defense. Aqua Rose was dumbstruck after seeing the attributes of the Frostbone shield. The Divine Blue Fire Shield Cola was currently using only had 1,950 defense. However, the total defense the Frostbone shield could provide was 4,720 points. Not to mention, the shield itself also had a passive damage reduction skill and an active skill that provided pseudo-invulnerability. With this shield, they would be able to take on even the super powerful skills of bosses in the future. Particularly, when the healers could not keep up with the damage the MT wielding the Frostbone shield was taking, said MT could use Frost Body to alleviate the burden on the healer's Ice Spirit Ring, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement. Intelligence 400. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 18. Endurance plus 24. Intelligence plus 55. Vitality plus 37. Casting range plus 2. Casting speed increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Attacks have a certain probability to trigger freeze effect. Freezing target for 3 seconds. Additional skill dash. Rapid cooldown. resets cooldown of all skills learned by user. At the same time, removes all control effects and increases casting speed and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds cooldown. 10 minutes. After everyone saw the statistics of the Ice Spirit Ring, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. With this ring, a magical class's damage output would increase by at least 20%. Blue Bamboo said, as she greatly admired the Ice Spirit Ring. This was the first time she had seen a ring with such amazing attributes. Ornaments were very rare in God's domain. Their value was much higher than even weapons despite being fully geared in top-tier equipment. The ring she currently wore was only a level 20 mysterious iron ring. However, she was very well off already. Many players were still wearing level 10 bronze ranked rings. However, compared to the Ice Spirit Ring, her level 20 ring was practically trash. Don't get too excited. Whether it is the shield or the ring, the value of these two items most likely cannot be compared to this pair of gloves. Feng then shared the stats for the gloves with everyone. Chapter 826, Background of the Number 1 Guild. Growth Type Equipment. Everyone looked at the image that was releasing a faint white glow. There were many divine runes carved on the pair of gloves. There was also a small, dark blue magic array etched on the back of the gloves, with a light blue bead embedded in the middle of the magic array. Frost gloves, cloth armor, bronze rank. Level 40, level 90. Defense plus 348, level 40. Intelligence plus 26. Vitality plus 22. Endurance plus 21. Additional passive skill dash. Force Chant. While casting, there is a 5% chance to cast Tier 1 or below spells instantly. Additional active skill dash. Frost Breath. Deals 500% magic damage in a cone to enemies within 30 yards and freezes all targets hit for 5 seconds, and then reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 15 seconds cooldown. 1 hour. Gloves that had once been worn by the Frost King with frost beads embedded on the gloves, which were sealed by the Frost King, and are unable to display their full power. To lift the Frost King's 5-layered seal, a large amount of EXP is needed to be absorbed. Removing the first seal requires 300 million EXP. The upgrade requirement of this equipment sure is rough. Just the first seal requires 300 million EXP. Blackie raised his brows. This much EXP was enough to allow current ordinary players to level up once. Moreover, this was only the first seal. There would still be 4 more seals after this one. Needless to say, the following seals would surely have higher requirements, but the skills of this piece of equipment are amazing. It is capable of instant casting Tier 1 spells. Only, the chances are a little too low. The AoE control skill, on the other hand, is quite good. With these two skills together, this pair of gloves would not lose out to any Dark Gold equipment. Aqua Rose commented when Feng heard everyone's unbiased evaluations. He could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "Do you guys think that removing the seals will only improve the equipment's basic attributes? This is growth type equipment. It can be upgraded into epic rank if you remove all of the seals. Whether it is the basic attributes of the gloves or its skills, both will gradually improve along with the undoing of the seals. Dark Gold equipment definitely cannot compare to something like this. This is epic equipment." Everyone with Surprise Zero Wings core members had a profound understanding of just how powerful epic items were compared to epic equipment. Dark Gold equipment was practically garbage. The two were on entirely different levels. Even just equipping a single epic weapon or equipment could instantly increase a player's combat power by a large margin, unlike Dark Gold equipment, where multiple pieces were required to display their advantages. So, this is epic equipment. Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily at a loss for words when they looked at the Frost gloves, while they were still at the stage of being joyful over getting a piece of Dark Gold equipment after defeating a great lord. Zero Wing had already set its sights on epic equipment. Over time, the gap between them and Thoughtful Rain would unquestionably grow, increasingly larger following, which Feng held an internal auction between the members of Zero Wing. This scene caused Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire to grow exceedingly envious. They never imagined that, even for such powerful equipment, Zero Wing was willing to distribute them through an internal auction. In other guilds, such equipment was usually distributed based on the team leader's designation in the end. The Frostbone Shield was won by Yi Wumian, while Thoughtful Rain obtained the Frost Ring. This outcome greatly surprised Thoughtful Rain. Of course, part of the reason for such a result was because the other magical class members of the team had all set their sights on the Frost Gloves. Unfortunately, the gloves were still won by Aqua Rose in the end. After completing the equipment distribution, everyone teleported out of the Abyss battlefield together. As soon as the team appeared at the teleportation array inside the War God's Temple, a wide array of noises immediately entered their ears. Players recruiting for team members filled the War God's Temple. After just being away for a few days, the War God's Temple had undergone tremendous changes. Currently, players crowded the main hall of the War God's Temple. The levels of the players here, as well, had undergone significant changes. Originally, level 30 players were considered mainstream. Now, however, the majority of the players present in the main hall were around level 32. Among them, there was no lack of level 34 or 35 independent players. Also, these players were all relatively well equipped. However, shortly after Feng and the others appeared, the entire main hall went silent. Practically everyone within the building had shifted their gazes towards Feng's group. Aren't they Zero Wings upper echelons? Damn, they're the real deal. As expected of the top-tier experts of Starmoon Kingdom. Even though I'm standing so far away from them, I still can't help but shiver at the pressure they give off. Who are those 3 independent players beside them? All 3 of them are level 39. What? Level 39? The number 1 player on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list just reached level 38 not long ago. Did they hide their levels on the ranking list? Just how do they manage to level up so quickly? It would be great if I can mooch off of them. Pros, carry me please. No one could believe their eyes when their gazes landed on Autumn Goose and the others. Feng and the other members of Zero Wing were wearing black cloaks, so no one could identify their levels. Autumn Goose and the others, however, were not wearing black cloaks, so everyone could see their current levels clearly. At this situation, Autumn Goose and the others could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. If not for Feng bringing them along to kill so many great lords, it would be impossible for them to reach level 39 so quickly. At most, they would have reached level 37 by now. After they returned to the Dark Knight Empire, the other members of the Wind God Spear would also be shocked upon seeing their levels. Feng, are you not coming with us to turn the quest? Thoughtful Rain asked as she looked at Feng. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going together with you, Feng said as he shook his head. He had just received a message from Melancholic Smile, saying that representatives from King's Return wanted to meet him to discuss an important matter. After considering the situation for a long moment, the only conclusion Feng could come up with for this sudden visit was due to the matter relating to Sinheart. After all, Zero Wing did not possess any actual connections with King's Return. However, he also felt that the possibility of such a thing happening was low, as super guild like King's Return could easily annihilate an upstart guild like Immortal Light. Just like Nine Dragons Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, King's Return could simply take direct action against Immortal Light. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to deal with a single upstart guild. However, since people from King's Return had come personally to visit him, no matter what was said and done, it was necessary for him to pay back their sincerity. As for the Silver Legend quest, even if he turned in the quest together with Thoughtful Rain and the others, the most he would get in return was a little EXP. That meager amount of EXP was practically negligible to him. Now that the final arc of the Silver Legend quest was complete, there was no need for him to tag along with the group anymore. Hearing Feng saying so, a hint of disappointment appeared on Thoughtful Rain's face. Zero Wing's guild residence. Inside the large guild hall, Zero Wing's members could be seen moving about busily. All this was due to the appearance of the guild stable to purchase their own guild mount. Once they reached level 40, everyone began frantically taking on quests one after another, earning as much money as possible. This situation caused the entire guild to buzz with activity. However, inside the busy hall, 2 people were currently seated inside the reception room of the 2nd floor, leisurely observing the situation inside the guild. they've managed to run the guild quite well. It's no wonder why Zero Wing is known as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. Unfortunately, the guild's background is poor, and it doesn't have any expert nurturing capabilities. A robust man in silver heavy armor spoke disdainfully as he watched the situation downstairs. This man was a level 38 berserker, although there were many elite players in Zero Wing. At the end of the day, they were only slightly better than the players of Starmoon Kingdom. They were no match for Empire players at all. It was especially true when comparing the levels of expert players currently. The highest level player in Starmoon Kingdom had only recently reached level 38. On the other hand, many of the players on Empire ranking lists had already reached level 39 at this moment. The doors to the reception room abruptly opened. Feng, who was currently using his appearance of Black Flame, then walked into the room level 40. How could this be? Chapter 827, Sword King Black Flame. As Feng entered the elegant reception room, he did not bother with disguising his current level. The robust man's gaze fixed on Feng, confusion filling his eyes. A guild in Starmoon Kingdom actually had someone higher leveled than the #1 player on the Glory Empire's ranking list. No matter how he thought about it, this was inconceivable. Their levels were already quite high, so they required a tremendous amount of EXP to level up. It was especially true for leveling from level 39 to 40. All those who held their rank on the ranking list practically grinded without rest. Moreover, ordinary experts could not compare to their efficiency. Usually, these rankers had groups to lure and damage monsters for them. When the monsters dropped to their final strand of HP, these rankers would strike the final blow, taking the majority of the monster's EXP. Either that, or these rankers formed teams who possessed AoE attack spells and had others lure hordes of monsters to these AoE teams. They would then rotate through each team, sharing the EXP as they killed the monsters. The basis of these systems was sacrificing other players' EXP. Only large guilds had the power to employ these methods with such a grinding efficiency. The EXP these rankers obtained was many times more than what ordinary expert teams could earn while grinding. Only with this technique could they exceed other players by so many levels. Even so, Feng had still surpassed them by such a large margin. I am Black Flame. What business do you have with me? When Feng examined the two representatives, he realized that he had met one of them before. The robust man was none other than the berserker, Thunder Tiger, whom he had met when he sold equipment in Blackwing City. Aside from the unruly-looking Thunder Tiger, Feng also recognized the indifferent youth beside the berserker. The youth's name was Ordinary Stranger. In the past, he had been one of King's Return's top 10 summoner experts. These two people were extremely powerful. Both could rank with Starmoon Kingdom's top 10 experts. Even the top-tier experts in first-rate guilds could not hope to compete with either of these two. Their levels alone made this evident among the two. One was a level 38 berserker, while the other was a level 38 summoner. Most likely, they leveled far faster than even the #1 player on Starmoon Kingdom's ranking list. Their equipment was even more impressive. Both were fully geared with level 35 top-tier dark gold equipment. The staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand, especially. One could not judge the staff's quality based on its appearance alone. However, Feng knew that the staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand was a magic weapon in God's domain. Although there were far fewer magic weapons than epic weapons, they were significantly less difficult to obtain. One did not need to kill some kind of super powerful boss to obtain a magic weapon. Players also did not need to complete an epic quest. Instead, a magic weapon's procurement depended on luck. Players might unexpectedly obtain a magic weapon by completing a hidden quest. They might even find a magic weapon when they opened a high-ranking treasure chest. Although magic weapons had helped many players become experts, they had ruined far more. Ordinary Stranger was one of those people who had managed to control a magic weapon in the past. Hence, he had become one of King's Return's top-ranking experts. Otherwise, he would never have become one of the Super Guild's top 10 summoners. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Ordinary Stranger of King's Return. My companion here is Thunder Tiger, Ordinary Stranger stated, a smile suddenly lighting his indifferent face. Although his smile contained no ill will, it looked horrifyingly forced. In truth, we have come to speak with you about a small matter. We hope that you can help us with this. Although he looked down on Zero Wing, he would show respect to a true expert. This was the 51st ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list, the Sword King. Black Flame. Ordinary experts might not realize what such a rank implied, but as an expert from a super guild, Ordinary Stranger understood what it meant. The fact that Feng had earned the 51st rank told him that the man had already reached the Void Realm. He was many times stronger than either of them. If a fight broke out, even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Feng. After meeting Feng personally, Ordinary Stranger felt that the man had grown a lot stronger. He was particularly convinced when he saw the exquisite mold and intricate runes of the weapons hanging from Feng's waist. Although their special effects were hidden, he was certain that dark gold weapons could not compare to those two blades based on the rumors floating around. These two weapons could very well be epic weapons. Even experts like themselves only obtained weapons like those in their dreams. Currently, only the guild's monster-level characters possessed epic items. As to whether or not those items were weapons, that was one of the guild's absolute secrets. Even they had no clue. Even a super guild like King's Return had gone to great lengths to obtain these epic items. Hence, it was truly hard to imagine that the guild leader of an upstart guild actually wielded two epic weapons. Yuri, looking for my help? Interesting. King's Return is a super guild. Is there truly anything your guild can't do in God's domain? Feng said, laughing. Guild leader Black Flame. You jest. Ordinary Stranger said hurriedly. We really need your help with this situation. All right, tell me, what business do you have with me? Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recently, we've heard that Zero Wing plans to buy some of Snowfield City's lands. We would like to dissuade you. In return, King's Return will provide Zero Wing with a plot of Light City's land, allowing the Candlelight trading firm to develop there. Ordinary Stranger explained. Although Snowfield City was the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, its player population could not compete with Light City's. The difference between the two cities was simply too massive. Even an extremely ordinary plot of land in Light City was far more valuable than Snowfield City's golden lands. Can you tell me which plot of land you are offering? Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected King's Return to be so generous. Only the extremely wealthy could afford land in imperial capitals. Moreover, even if one managed to purchase one or two plots, without the endorsement from the city's ruling guild, one's business would fail. The ruling guild would cause all sorts of trouble to chase away their customers, going so far as to kill the players who dared to spend gold at their shops. This was especially true for imperial capitals in which super guilds had set up their headquarters. In a few years, the players within these imperial capitals would either become members of the guild, guests who had business with these super guilds, or players who supported these super guilds. It would be practically impossible these guilds' foundations in their home cities. Hence, even if one could afford the land in an imperial capital, most guilds usually avoided them. After all, these lands would only become expensive paperweights. Of course, it was a different story if one obtained the permission of the ruling guild. This was why Feng wanted to cooperate with Phoenix Rain, since King's Return would willingly allow the Candlelight trading firm to develop at Light City. Once the trading firm set up a shop, the shop would most likely earn more money than 5 or 6 kingdom cities combined. After all, the player population in Light City was that massive. Here it is. Ordinary Stranger took out a drawing. This was none other than the map of Light City, a red that had been marked on the map's top corner, representing the land for resale to slums. Chapter 828, Chased Out. Feng thought he had interpreted the map wrong when he examined the marked location. Cities in God's domain generally had many districts. Among them, the most important was the trade area. Normally, when players try to set up a shop, they purchase land in the trade district. Following the trade area would be the Nobles District. The Nobles District housed the city's library and the War God's Temple. Naturally, players frequently visited these locations. The Commoners District followed the Nobles District. The Commoners District contained the Adventurers Association and the Underground Arena. Hence, That district enjoyed quite a bit of player traffic. As well, the district with the worst traffic was the slums. There were practically no establishments in the slums that could attract players to the area. Very few players were willing to visit. Hence, in every city in God's domain, the lands in the slums there were the cheapest. Opening a shop, there was no different than throwing money into the furnace. This is your offer? Feng asked, laughing after all that talk. King's Return wanted to trade a worthless location for 5 valuable plots of land. Guild leader Black Flame. Don't be in such a rush. Many of Light City's lands have already been distributed. We cannot procure good plots of land with so little time. These are the only ones left. However, our superiors have stated that King's Return will allow the Candlelight trading firm to enter Light City to conduct business. If you are in a hurry to develop the Candlelight trading firm in Light City, you can purchase land with potential from others. Ordinary Stranger explained in Ordinary Stranger's opinion. This offer was a powerful show of faith towards Zero Wing. Light City was King's Return's main headquarters. The city was home to more than 10 million players. In the future, that number could definitely climb to 20 million or even 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in Light City was worth its weight in gold. To obtain a share of this golden pie, all Zero Wing needed to do was to turn away from those 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. There were lots of guilds that hoped to set up a shop in Light City. The fact that King's Return had agreed to let the Candlelight trading firm set foot in Light City was an opportunity that many guilds dreamed of, but could not obtain. What if I refuse? Feng asked, although Ordinary Stranger's offer sounded nice. What fool would actually sell the high-potential land they had only obtained after so much trouble? In the end, Zero Wing had nothing more than an empty promise at the loss of 5 very high-potential lands. Was King's Return being a little too arrogant? This Ordinary Stranger was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Feng would actually consider turning his offer down. Coldly, he replied, I hope that guild leader Black Flame will rethink this carefully. King's Return is a super guild. Is it really worth offending us over a few plots of land? All right, enough. You two can leave now, Feng said as he gestured towards the door. Are you doing this because of Immortal Light? Ordinary Stranger suddenly said coldly. Guild leader Black Flame, think this over. I can tell you that Immortal Light is a sworn enemy of King's Return. We must annihilate this pest. If Zero Wing helps Immortal Light, you will incur King's Return's wrath as well. Now, that is interesting, Feng said, his lips hooking up into a grin. He then continued, saying, Do you think that Zero Wing is afraid of King's Return? Hearing Feng's bold question, both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stupefied. They had not expected Feng to brush the super guild off like that. Super guilds were different from other guilds. They were the true overlords of the virtual gaming world. In the virtual gaming world, aside from the few transcendent powers and other super guilds, nobody would dare disregard a super guild. However, when they thought back to how Zero Wing treated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was possible that the guild would ignore King's Return's threat. Both of you can get lost this instant. Oh, and go back and tell your superiors this. What Zero Wing does is of no concern of King's Return. I will buy those plots of land. You can be certain of that, Feng declared, a frosty glint flashing in his eyes. Sinhart had helped him many times in his previous life. Moreover, since he had already promised Sinhart to buy those lands, he would not go back on his word. He had only wasted so much time talking to these two representatives to gauge what King's Return stance was towards Immortal Light. Although Zero Wing could not defeat a super guild in Starmoon Kingdom, it had no reason to fear them either. As soon as Feng finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger suddenly felt their bodies grow cold. Their instincts shouted warnings, reminding them that they were in an extremely dangerous situation and that they could lose their lives at any moment. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger knew that they were not a match for Feng. Helpless, they could only leave Zero Wing's residence without accomplishing their objective. What are we supposed to do now? Thunder Tiger asked as he looked back towards the guild residence. Are we just going to return and report this? What else can we do? Ordinary Stranger had not expected Feng to be this insane. He was actually willing to offend King's return for a meager guild like Immortal Light. Let's find a quiet location and report to Elder Broken City. We'll let the Elder decide how we should proceed. The two experts immediately ran to a high-class restaurant and rented a VIP room. They intended to report Feng's reply, word for word, to Broken City. Meanwhile, Feng arrived at the candlelight trading firm Melancholic. How many strengthening devices has your team completed? Feng no longer carried a fortune. Although he had earned quite a bit through Stone Forest Town and the candlelight trading firm while he had been gone. After deducting the guild expenses and the magic crystals, which could not be sold, he only had roughly 4,000 gold on hand, of course. To any first-rate guild in God's domain, having 4,000 gold of liquid funds after deducting guild expenses was practically a dream, however. If Feng wanted to purchase those 5 plots from Sinhart, he did not have nearly enough money. He also had a city waiting for him to build inside a VIP room in a high-class restaurant. Is that all? Broken City asked with gravelly tone through the video chat. Yes, that is all. After that, Black Flame chased us out. Ordinary Stranger explained softly, since Zero Wing is adamant about poking its nose into our business, we should teach the guild a small lesson. I'll have Hellfiend lead the Falcon Legion over. Find out where Zero Wing's core members are right now. When the time comes, we won't let any of them survive. Broken City declared before disconnecting the call. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stunned, although they did not know why Broken City focused so heavily on a small guild like Immortal Light. Sending the Falcon Legion to deal with Zero Wing was no more than making a big fuss over a small issue. The Falcon Legion was King's Return's Ace Legion. The Legion was comprised of the young experts the guild had nurtured and had been specifically formed to deal with other super guilds' legions. Moreover, Broken City was actually sending the Adjudicator Hellfiend. One could just imagine how furious the old man was. Chapter 829, 5th Floor Master. Blackwing City. Many players hawked their wares on the wide, flourishing streets of the city. Feng had already reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards the Blackwing auction house. It had only been a short time since Feng last visited the city. The street the Blackwing auction house resided on had become a player market. It was even more lively than an Empire's imperial capital, however. Unlike other cities, one only needed an entry pass to enter Blackwing City. As players' levels continued to increase, more entry passes dropped. Hence, Blackwing City's traffic had increased by several times. At this point, Blackwing City had become the largest trade hub in God's domain. Even the 4 great empires' imperial capitals could not compete with Blackwing City. The transactions between the various large guilds here were astronomical if one wanted to point out God's domain's most profitable locations. Blackwing City would definitely be one of them. The auction house in Blackwing City was also where guilds and independent experts of various kingdoms and empires prefer to sell or purchase items. This was because those who could reach Blackwing City were either lucky individuals who had gotten their hands on an entry pass, independent experts with a certain degree of strength, or players from the various large guilds. As long as one had a valuable item, they did not need to worry about it not selling in Blackwing City. They also didn't need to worry that players could not afford their prices. Hence, many players preferred to sell their treasures at the Blackwing auction house. Upon entering the Blackwing auction house, Feng discovered even more players inside the establishment than those who camped on the street outside. It was especially true for the registration counters. Long lines of people had queued up in front of the dozen or so registration counters. Why are there so many people here? Feng swept a glance over the sea of players before him. At the very least, there should be over 1,000 players present. If not for the Blackwing auction house's extremely large size, it would be impossible to hold so many people. While Feng tried to figure out why there were so many players lining up to get into the Blackwing auction house, he suddenly heard a crisp, pleasant voice from behind him. Feng, so you've received the news as well. Turning to the source of the voice, Feng discovered none other than Gentle Snow, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Currently, Gentle Snow wore a set of silver sacred armor. On her back, she carried a silver greatsword engraved with golden divine runes. A hint of bloodlust radiated from the greatsword. This faint bloodlust wrapped around Gentle Snow's body, making the woman seem like a goddess of the battlefield walking through the building. Gentle Snow attracted the passionate, watchful gazes of many male players, however. Nobody in the room dared to approach Gentle Snow casually. Though her status as Ouroboros' guild leader was part of the reason, the main deterrent was the group of players accompanying Gentle Snow. Among this group, the lowest player was level 37, while the highest was level 39. In a kingdom, these players would rank at the very top of the kingdom's ranking list. Furthermore, every one of these players had an extraordinary origin. This was particularly the case for Hidden Cloud. The level 39 assassin leading the group Hidden Cloud was a famous character that belonged to the super guild Nine Heavens Pavilion. He had been one of the talented newcomers that had entered the virtual gaming world 10 years ago. He had risen to prominence like a comet when he had joined. Through a relatively popular virtual reality game, he had earned numerous achievements. Afterward, the Nine Heavens Pavilion had paid an astronomical price to recruit him back then. His appearance had shaken the virtual gaming world moreover. After joining the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had become the 9th floor master in just 3 years. His growth had left other super guilds speechless. There were a total of 9 floor masters in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Each of them enjoyed an even higher status than the guild elders. They were the guild's absolute core members. The first floor master was the Nine Heavens Pavilion's guild leader. Hidden Cloud had become the spearhead of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, leading the guild through one conquest after another. By the time he joined God's Domain, he had been promoted to the rank of 5th floor master with a super guild's high-profile individual present. Who would dare try to flirt with Gentle Snow? Only those who wished to quit God's Domain or wished to start a new account would be so bold. Not only was Hidden Cloud inhumanely strong, but he was also incomparably vicious. There was once the upper echelon of a large guild who had tried to compete with a good friend of Hidden Cloud's over a woman. In the end, Hidden Cloud had wiped his guild out of existence, removing the guild from the virtual gaming world permanently. From then on, nobody ever dared to offend anyone close to Hidden Cloud guild leader Snow. Feng could not help his confusion as he watched the woman approach. He had not come here due to any particular news. He had only come here to earn money. Is something going on here? You don't know? Today, Blackwing City will hold its monthly auction. Incredibly rare items will be available for bidding. I have heard that there is a possibility that epic items will make an appearance. Gentle Snow informed him, somewhat surprised by Feng's reaction. The man before her was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Although news of the monthly auction had only been announced today, with Zero Wing's capabilities, it should have received this information, so that is what is going on. Realization dawned on Feng. The end of the month was indeed approaching. Near the end of every month, Blackwing City randomly held a large-scale auction. Not only would NPCs sell large numbers of rare items during this auction, but players could also put their items up for sale. However, the handling fees were slightly higher. If one sold ordinary rare items during this auction, they would not walk away with any profit. On the other hand, if one sold extremely rare items, they could make a fortune. Feng was ecstatic about this discovery. He never expected this coincidence before teleporting to Blackwing City. Feng had retrieved 5,000 strengthening devices from Melancholic Smile. These strengthening devices were the culmination of several days of Melancholic Smile and her team's hard work. The magic crystals, the few of them had spent during this period, would even astound a first-rate guild. The current market value for magic crystals was 24 silver each. However, that was only true if one purchased them in bulk. Purchased individually, one would have to spend at least 25 or 26 silver. Unfortunately, magic crystals were the main material needed to manufacture strengthening devices. The other materials were very cheap. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Zero Wing right now. The magic crystals Feng had won from the Glorious Lions battle team alone were enough to supply Zero Wing's needs for a relatively long time. They also had the magic crystals earned from Stone Forest Town Snow. Is this person your friend? Hidden Cloud asked, his expression darkening as he examined Feng and Meicha. Let me introduce you. This is Feng from Zero Wing. Gentle Snow nodded. She then looked towards Feng and introduced Hidden Cloud, saying, "This is Hidden Cloud from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He is also a good friend of my elder brother." Before Feng could offer a greeting, he felt a very clear hint of killing intent from Hidden Cloud, although Hidden Cloud had hidden it very well. Once one reached Feng's standard, hiding killing intent was impossible unless one held absolutely no ill will, however. This killing intent vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. It was as if his killing intent had never existed. Was I mistaken? Feng could not help but turn to the smiling Hidden Cloud. Chapter 830, Beginning of Fame. "So, you're the rumored Yi Feng." Hidden Cloud, with his tan skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Feng. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena, not to mention matches were held in the Dark Arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team to a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud. However, there was no need to pay attention to the Dark Arena's ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression, someone like Feng, in particular who had defeated a famous old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Feng's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. They just rumors. Feng shrugged. Chuckling, Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's fifth-floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players in the past. Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's Domain had even pushed him to his peak. After spending 5 years in God's Domain, he had gained the position of second-floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been a most likely candidate to become the next first-floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's Domain. No one throughout God's Domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's Domain. Feng had been no exception. Had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers in arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the Dark Arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros's guild leader during the previous mutiny, so much so that if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Changhua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing auction house had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, it was most likely be impossible for Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the Dark Arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros' liquid assets because of it. Although Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Feng. "Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first, so it is best if I don't disturb you." Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. "How much time do you need?" Gentle Snow prodded. "Roughly half an hour," Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, the registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. "I can wait here for you in the meantime," Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. I'll try to finish as quickly as possible." Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. "It sure is difficult to invite this man." Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Yi Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him." "Boss, rest assured, I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Feng. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter, after waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Feng's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" The NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Feng said as he revealed a strengthening device. "All right, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Feng after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Feng did not mind it. Yes. Feng took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Feng ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831, Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Feng commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. High-ranking NPCs? At Feng's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow, more or less, understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system at such a large auction. It was natural that more NPCs would join, however, when players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value. These NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding in response. Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised." Tisich, what about these NPCs is surprising. Blaster commented disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Feng. Initially, they had thought that Feng was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standard. Feng simply smiled at the group's reaction, not bothering to explain. However, Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Feng's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Feng would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. What? How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked. Previously, she had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding when she examined the handsome youth. She could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information, such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an Imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Feng was surprised. Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Feng a private message, wearing a nervous expression. Events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the events area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky with so many Tier 5 NPCs here. She could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about, so that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish, however. Feng had hidden one truth from the Snow Goddess: more high-ranking NPCs join an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended God's domain was not a game that let players have their way easily during the game's initial stages. Conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict. The conflict between players and NPCs. In the past, a powerful NPC had even robbed Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, tier 4 Great Wizard. In any city, she would be an Overlord level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence while the various players struggled with their days. The first auction item appeared before them. After examining the item's information, these players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple-gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary, a secret technique. Damn, this can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning. Our guild must have that. We have been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster. Notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832, Crazy Auction. Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window, a secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing Grasp, a powerful combat technique, while Feng recovered from a shock. The bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it, like Madman. 110 gold, 120 gold, 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet's starting bid had already been beyond many players. Yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody, what's the point of fighting it? Do you really think the sacred temple can compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, The sacred temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temple should be running low. It could not compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now, of course. He had two goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment now. However, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds search for these tablets frantically. Yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There are no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's Domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even to super guilds, this was a large sum of money, yet someone was willing to spend it on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it. While bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction, the item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, if one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%. No, 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. Gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. I have 1,700 gold with me. Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the Sacred Temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the Golden Tablet 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster, demanding, "Blaster, is the money not here yet? Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it." Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer, timed 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done, and yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Feng motioned towards the hostess and said, "For 1,000 gold." Chapter 833, Stone Tablet Obtain. Yi Feng? Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Feng suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm Feng. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Feng had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Feng had begun to shine during the game's early stages. He had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros' top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Feng was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful, at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels, yet a minor character like Feng had bid 4,000 gold. Feng was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Feng could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Feng. If not for Feng raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction, damn it. The Sacred Temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the Golden Tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion given the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the Golden Tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion now. However, not only did he have to hand the Golden Tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a longtime rival. This was far more vexing than losing the Golden Tablet to Phoenix Rain. Feng, lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest, Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Feng shook his head, saying, "No, I want 50% interest. That's going too far." Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the Snow Goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far? Feng grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, "The Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master." You, furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Feng's conditions, he changed his view of Feng from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Feng to despair. Meanwhile, Feng had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved the contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Feng 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Feng deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree, yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pockets. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted as these words echoed throughout the auction venue. Even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud. Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Feng. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Feng. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Feng had sent her. The message was very simple: the golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Feng would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Feng to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough to split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let us give him a round of applause. The beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands. I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Feng, ridicule flashing in his eyes. Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon. Feng paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor. The moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet, the mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin. When Feng had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet, he, too, had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor. Indeed, just as Feng had guessed, this golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Feng had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Feng as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Feng had dropped out of the foolish competition for it after the first auction item sold. The venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterward sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Feng's attention, ladies and gentlemen. The next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834. Tool of Astronomical Value. Underscore there's actually such a thing in God's domain. The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely on outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds to make matters worse. As players faced higher-level monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem, although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player. The strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale. Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet sale. The tablet price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Feng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the Sacred Temple in the least when the bid reached 10 gold. Everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up, as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. You want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation, 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price, once more even to a super guild. 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent, however. Nobody could have expected that. After this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn. Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices as one strengthening device after another sold. Sure, Feng's elation grew. In the end, all 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Sure Feng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master. Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master. Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Sure Feng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, but that Yi Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured, my men are already following him. He won't escape, Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsmen throughout God's domain. There were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move, not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active as the space had frozen. Fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835, Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital as yet. Despite at the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. What are you trying to do? Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver before this man. His power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished. Ha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time? I advise you to give up. Although you're still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 Divine Mage, adept in space magic, won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. All right, will you hand over the golden tablet on your own, or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate lost golden tablet. What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders, and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Feng glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome, as he had not been strong enough. The NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received. When that NPC killed them, Feng had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. You're not going to hand it over, the youth sighed. It seems that I have to do it myself, then. As soon as the NPC finished his statement, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing. This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Feng was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind at this moment. Even Feng had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Feng had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Feng absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain for a short time. Soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul. Completely experiencing one soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Feng would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. "It's over." Phoenix Rain frowned, Her previous hint of joy vanishing phoenix rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Feng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Feng had sent. Feng had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets, and not even the heavens could save her. Damn it. This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Feng's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836. Tablet's secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Feng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a tier 5 Cursed Star Paradise. Even tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than hidden clouds at all disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it. Feng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and blade liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression, as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression, was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Feng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Feng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as Lido. There's still someone who can move? The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Feng. You are the first tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Feng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized. Unfortunately, under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears. Shatter. As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white, sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Feng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise, Charlene. Feng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a tier 5 red official. Now, she was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain. While Feng was still in shock, a red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff, and boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive. Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Feng a glance, she too vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant, however. Their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC-sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious, let alone that mysterious youth. Even a level 100 Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her in reality. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears in the future. When they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money is finally gone. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career, however. As soon as Feng relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. Come to the library. I have some things to say to you. System, you have triggered the Epic Quest Tablet Secret. Quest content. Head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene. What? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Feng's first time to encounter such a situation generally. If one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Feng had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it, that damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face now that he had lost the golden tablet. The upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Feng had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to Gentle Snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once. He split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight Trading Firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items when Feng's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house. It immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. I sent this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction. Chapter 837, Lake Heart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction held just before had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's Domain's official forums currently. The monsters in God's Domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer, however. The current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time, so much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters to the elite members and upper echelons of guilds. Time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts to develop their guilds. Not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, they had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects previously. They could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device will be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment. Neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired if allocated to ordinary or elite players. The 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit. Instead, unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item. How could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Feng had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Feng was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Feng, but Black Flame Guild leader Black Flame. Have you heard? There's a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now, Phoenix Rain said through the video chat, smiling yes. I've also just heard about it. Feng nodded, having already changed to his Black Flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course, I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, where you can buy a high-potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities for me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition originally. She had not wished to borrow money from Feng. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, She had a great opportunity for the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion level 40 was an important turning point in God's domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds, however. She had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Feng such a lucrative offer, of course. The reason why she had looked for Feng to borrow money from and not someone else was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high, either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Starmoon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest Town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion due to these reasons. The wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Feng had placed earlier on a golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. But I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Feng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire and subsequently established the Candlelight Trading Firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds currently. Large guilds within the Empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the Empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item, and that item was the Ice Jade on its own. The Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reached level 50, however, the value of ice jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly. Previously, there had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land. Lake Heart City. Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Feng would actually be interested in such a location. All right, I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Feng immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city-building funds. Chapter 838, Raging Market. Lake Heart City was currently a prime tourist spot for players, as the city itself was like heaven on earth. Many casual players or players who wish to get away from the front lines would often visit this city, however. Those who preferred adventuring and battling rarely visited the city. Most of the leveling maps around Lake Heart City were either located underwater or shrouded in mist. Both environments affected a player's combat power considerably. Hence, very few players wishing to level up and go on adventures would reside in Lake Heart City due to players reaching higher levels and the increasing number of maps and dungeon bosses requiring high ice resistance. The presence of the Ice Jades eventually attracted a lot of attention to Lake Heart City. In the past, the city had very quickly gained popularity, becoming the sixth most populous city in the Black Dragon Empire. The prices of land there had skyrocketed overnight. Feng never imagined that he would receive such a fortunate offer as a result from selling the strengthening devices after agreeing on the trade conditions. Feng and Phoenix Rain decided to meet up in White River City if one wanted to trade lands. They needed to do it through a city hall through either of two methods. The first method was a relatively fast but troublesome process, while the second method was simple but time-consuming. Feng usually left the responsibility of purchasing lands to Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile. They would then transfer the ownership of these lands to him through a random city hall. This way, you didn't need to make a trip to the city hall. However, this method of transferring ownership had a verification period of 1 day. The other method was for him to go to the relevant city hall in person. By doing so, he could complete the transfer procedures immediately. Currently, Feng was in no hurry to obtain the land in Lake Heart City. Hence, there was no need for him to travel there personally to complete the transfer of ownership. During the time Feng and Phoenix Rain were chatting with each other, one notification after another popped up in Feng's system notification window system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 164 gold, 85 silver has been added to your bag space system. The 20 strengthening devices you placed on auction have been sold. After the deduction of the processing fees, a total of 165 gold, 64 silver has been added to your bag space. During the short time since Feng left the auction house, the amount of money in his bag had increased by over 1,000 gold. The rate at which he was earning money was just staggering. This handling fee is simply usurious. Feng felt a pang in his heart when he looked at the actual amount of money he had obtained from the sales. Although the current handling fee was not as high as that of the monthly auction, it was still 20%. He could have purchased many good plots of land with all the handling fees he had paid. Feng could not help but admit that the auction house was extremely profitable. Unfortunately, current players were still incapable of establishing their own auction houses. The precondition for doing so was having a city of their own following, which Feng teleported back to White River City and prepared to head to the library. The golden tablet held a great temptation for Feng's secret technique was a treasure that could allow players to learn advanced combat techniques directly. To guilds, not to mention several epic weapons. Even the value of a fragmented legendary weapon was incomparable to that of a secret technique. If he could obtain the golden tablet, it would definitely improve the overall strength of Zero Wing's core members by a large margin. Upon exiting the teleportation hall, Feng took out the dark gold whistle from his bag and blew it gently. As the sound of the whistle rang out, a magic array appeared on the street. The demonic flame tiger then emerged from the magic array. The body of the demonic tiger was roughly the size of a small house. The black flames that surrounded its sharp claws sent the ambient temperature rising by several degrees the instant the demonic flame tiger appeared. The players on the street were immediately stupefied. Why did a monster suddenly appear here? Could monsters be attacking the city? That's not right. Why aren't any of the guards on patrol reacting? The onlookers grew flustered as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. Not only did it possess an intimidating appearance, but the aura leaking out of its body also made their hearts shiver in fear. Even the elite players sensed a massive threat from the demonic flame tiger. Feng could not help but smirk as he swept a glance at the immobilized players. He then walked up to the demonic flame tiger. This was a dark gold mount. Its strength was equivalent to a level 40 chieftain. Naturally, it is not something ordinary players could handle. Has that person lost his mind? He's actually going up to it. Is he not afraid of getting killed? Everyone thought that Feng had lost himself to fear as they watched him approach the demonic flame tiger. However, when they saw the demonic flame tiger obediently lie down before Feng and enjoy Feng's caress agreeably, their mouths fell wide open. However, an even more shocking scene occurred in the next moment as Feng mounted the demonic flame tiger. "Let's go!" Feng shouted lowly. Suddenly, the demonic tiger let out a loud roar and took a step forward. It then transformed into an afterimage that disappeared before everyone. "What? That's a mount. I'm not seeing things, right? Who is that person? That giant tiger mount looks so cool." No one dare believe what they just saw. Riding a mount was still a faraway dream for them. Even if they managed to reach level 40 eventually, amassing a fortune of 40 gold was not that easy. It would be even more impossible for them to ride a bronze or mysterious iron mount. While Feng was rapidly making his way towards the library, the players present on the street outside the teleportation hall went into a frenzy. Every one of them was madly posting on the official forums, "A hero riding a giant tiger has appeared in White River City." Many people initially did not believe the words written in this post. After all, the number 1 players on the various Empire ranking lists were only at level 39. These players were still a long way off from reaching level 40. How could there possibly be someone capable of riding a high-ranking mount right now? After watching the recorded video, everyone was shocked. There were some who felt admiration, some who felt jealousy, and some who felt pride. There were also many people trying to guess at Feng's identity, just who was actually capable of riding such a mount. Unfortunately, as Feng had hidden his face using the black cloak, nobody could discern his identity. A dark gold mount is fast. Even advanced horse carriage is far inferior to it. This was also Feng's first time riding a dark gold mount. The speed of the mount was simply incomparable to fine gold mounts. The demonic flame tiger's speed was at least 20% or 30% faster than an advanced horse carriage. Just as Feng was quickly approaching the library, he suddenly received a call from Autumn Goose. When Feng accepted the call, the image of an anxious Autumn Goose appeared before him. What happened? Feng could not help but ask after seeing her apprehensive expression. "Feng, Gunfire contacted me just now, saying that a group of players that had suddenly appeared is hunting Rain and Blue. These players are very powerful and are capable of doubling the death penalty of the players they killed. Moreover, they also have a means of jamming a player's communications. However, I'm currently not in Starmoon Kingdom. Can you please go save them?" Autumn Goose asked worriedly after reaching their level. Even a single death was a painful loss. If their death penalties were doubled, the cost of dying once would be devastating. However, she could not come up with a good method to save thoughtful Rain and the others of the moment. The only person she could think of right now who might be of help in this situation was Feng. "Where are they now?" Feng was initially stunned, but he immediately said in a hurried tone, "I'll head over there right away." Feng had never imagined that there would actually be people who would still dare to take action against Zero Wings members within the boundaries of Starmoon Kingdom at this point. Chapter 839, Crystal Maze. Hearing Feng answer without hesitation, Autumn Goose was touched. She also felt slightly envious. The reason why she had joined an independent organization like the Wind God Spear was precisely how the people within the organization treated each other like family. If one of them got bullied, they would fearlessly help out their companions regardless of the cost. They did not behave like guild members, who had to worry about various aspects. Even when helping out a companion generally, players in the upper echelons of guilds, like Feng, were even less likely to make a move casually. People in his position would usually ascertain what kind of enemy they were going up against first and make a decision only after determining the potential profits and losses. However, Feng had not done any of this. Instead of asking who their enemy was, the first thing Feng wanted to know was the whereabouts of thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Such a situation generally would never happen in a guild. Some experts ambushed Rain and the others at the Crystal Forest. The enemies were wearing black cloaks, so they did not find out anything about those experts. Moreover, their ambushers operated silently. Fortunately, Rain and Blue managed to use the instantaneous movement scrolls you gave them before to escape. However, based on what Gunfire told me, those people were there specifically to kill Rain and Blue. They definitely will not let them get away. Here are the coordinates of where the ambush took place. You have to be careful, Autumn Goose said as she sent the map coordinates to Feng. I understand. I'll hurry there immediately. After seeing the coordinates of the Crystal Forest, Feng silently committed it to memory. He quickly turned the demonic flame tiger around and headed straight for the teleportation hall despite the low odds for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's rescue. When Autumn Goose heard Feng's calm and steady tone, for some reason, she felt relieved the travel time from White River City to the Crystal Forest aside. Just getting from the nearest transfer point to where Thoughtful Rain's group got ambushed would require at least 2 hours. Although Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had escaped using the instantaneous movement scrolls, current players had many more skills than before, which made tracking other players much easier. Moreover, the enemies chasing after Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo had somehow managed to keep them in a combat state, preventing them from using return scrolls. Even logging out of the game normally was not possible, as the system would directly mete out the death penalty if they went offline while in a combat state. Please let Rain and the others make it. At this moment, the only other thing Autumn Goose could do was pray. She was currently in the faraway Dark Knight Empire. She would need even more time than Feng to reach the Crystal Forest. The core area of the Crystal Forest was rife with trees made out of crystals. Currently, over a dozen players covered in black cloaks were searching there. Damn it. Quirrell, have you not found their tracks yet? Boss Hellfiend has already given the word that we must kill those core members of Zero Wing. Ordinary Stranger asked in a low tone as he looked at a distant assassin. They had already gathered information regarding the whereabouts of many of Zero Wing's core members. However, the majority of those members were currently grinding in the Stoneclaw Mountains. It would take Ordinary Stranger's team over a dozen hours of travel just to get there. As for the remaining core members, they were raiding team dungeons. They were unlikely to leave the dungeons anytime soon. The only ones nearby were Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had been seen grinding with Zero Wing's upper echelon before. However, he had never imagined that even those 2 women would succeed in escaping his ambush. In the end, his team had only managed to kill 2 unrelated independent players. If this matter were to reach the Adjudicator's ears, his team's days in King's Return would no doubt be numbered. Do you think it is that easy to track players here? The assassin named Quirrell rolled his eyes at Ordinary Stranger. He then swept a glance at the surrounding crystal shrubbery, gnashing his teeth as he said, "Those 2 beauties sure know how to run. They actually reached this crystal maze. If not for this natural maze, I would have long since found them by now. However, rest assured, although the terrain here is complex, this place has only one exit. The 2 of them cannot use return scrolls right now. They also cannot log off normally. It is only a matter of time before we find them." "Good then. Thunder, and I will guard the exit. You guys head inside and search for those 2. We need to kill them as quickly as possible. Don't forget, we don't have much time left. We still need to deal with the other members of Zero Wing," Ordinary Stranger instructed. "I understand." Quirrell also began hastening his search. Aside from Quirrell, the other members of the team paired off and began searching the crystal maze. "Rain, what are we going to do? Those people are still chasing after us. If we head in any further, we will arrive at the lair of the Crystal Wolves." Blue Bamboo's heart began palpitating as she looked at the patrolling pack of crystal wolves some distance away. These crystal wolves were incomparably powerful. In order to complete a crystal collection quest, they had also personally experienced the strength of these monsters previously. When Feng had led them to kill the crystal wolf packs, they had not felt these monsters to be much of a threat. However, after returning to this place again by themselves, they found out just how difficult and exhausting dealing with these monsters was. Alone, a single wolf pack was not particularly scary. However, if they did not kill these crystal wolves quickly enough, these monsters would summon more companions in the vicinity, instantly bolstering their numbers by several times. Sometimes, the crystal wolves would also draw special elites, or even chieftain-ranked monsters. Fortunately, when the chieftain appeared, they had Death Wind to tank it. Otherwise, they would have died without a doubt. Only, they had never imagined that, rather than dying to the level 45 chieftain, Deathwind would die at the hands of cloak players that had suddenly appeared, Instead, if not for Deathwind and gunfire delaying those people, they would not have had a chance to use the instantaneous movement scrolls that Feng had given to them for emergencies currently. There were crystal wolves all around them. If they moved deeper into the maze, the possibility of discovery by a wolf pack would increase as well. In which case, by the time those cloak players caught up to them, these crystal wolves would have long since killed them already. We can only give it a shot. We'll use an invisibility potion and continue forward. Hopefully, these wolf packs can buy us enough time. Thoughtful Rain gritted her teeth as she looked at her own status window. She then took out 2 invisibility potions and gave one of the bottles to Blue Bamboo. Both of them were currently afflicted with the Soul Lock debuff. As long as they were out in the fields, they would not be able to contact anybody for 5 hours. Their attackers had also forced them into a constant combat state, which prevented them from using their return scrolls. Arbitrarily logging out of the game would result in them suffering the death penalty immediately. While Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo snuck deeper into the crystal maze, Feng had already arrived at the crystal forest that had finally caught up. Feng tapped on the demonic flame tiger, storing it away as he looked at the crystal forest before him. He then opened the map for the crystal forest. Even now, Autumn Goose had yet to contact him again. This silence meant that Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were still alive. The enemy is extraordinary. The fact that Rain and Blue have remained at large suggests that they entered the crystal forest's core area, the crystal maze. Hopefully, I can make it in time. After taking a glance at the map, Feng used space movement. The activatable skill of the aura of space movement allowed him to cross up to 600,000 yards instantly. He could easily traverse the entire crystal forest or move to any location within the map. If not for this skill, he would not have made it to the crystal forest so quickly either. Now that the skill's cooldown was over, he could use it once again. In the blink of an eye, Feng appeared at a location close to the crystal maze's entrance, guarding the entrance as well. It seems you guys really are targeting Zero Wing. The instant Feng appeared in the area, he immediately noticed the cloaked ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger keeping watch at the entrance of the crystal maze, their eyes radiating cold, killing intent. Chapter 840, Magic Staff. Just when Feng noticed ordinary stranger and Thunder Tiger, the two of them caught sight of Feng. Brad, I don't know how you suddenly appeared here, but since you've come to this place, you can only consider yourself unlucky, Thunder Tiger, who had hidden his identity and appearance, said when he suddenly saw the similarly anonymous Feng. Taking the initiative, he walked towards Feng. All this waiting around has made me annoyed. Old stranger, you better not make a move. I'm going to use this brat here to relieve some of my stress. Sure, but the equipment he drops will belong to me. Ordinary stranger laughed. Ordinary stranger had discovered Feng's presence the instant Feng had appeared. Initially, he had thought that a powerful enemy had shown up. However, after some close observation, he did not sense any threat coming from beneath the black cloak. On the contrary, he had noticed many holes in Feng's defense. If not for Thunder Tiger declaring his claim, Ordinary stranger would have long since taken action to remove this ant. However, even if the opponent were an expert, it would not matter. Thunder Tiger was a top-tier expert of King's Return. Currently, he was already level 38. Placed in Star Moon Kingdom, his level would rank within the top 10. Not to mention, he was fully geared in level 35 Dark Gold equipment. His maximum HP was as high as 14,600. His combat standard was also at the refinement realm already. Dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary experts simultaneously would be child's play for him, even if the opponent were an expert of the same combat standards. Thunder Tiger was a refinement realm expert of King's Return. The guild had long since presented the Berserker with a Berserk skill. As long as Thunder Tiger activated this Berserk skill, he could kill a refinement realm expert easily. He could even defeat a flowing water realm expert in the off chance that Thunder Tiger was no match for this new arrival. Ordinary stranger himself could still back up the Berserker. If he and Thunder Tiger worked together, they would be practically invincible in Star Moon Kingdom. Only Zero Wing's Black Flame and Feng could cause them to feel fear. No one else was worth mentioning. As soon as Ordinary stranger finished speaking, Thunder Tiger retrieved a two-handed saber from his back and used charge assure Feng when using charge. Controlling the sudden increase in speed was extremely difficult for ordinary players. As a result, they would usually reveal flaws in their attack. However, Thunder Tiger was different. He had long since mastered this skill. By adjusting his center of gravity, he had managed to apply his increased speed to his attack. Creating his own charging slash, he had transformed a system-generated skill into a personal skill. Not only did his saber speed up, but the power contained within it also increased. Even a shield warrior of the same level would have to retreat several steps, breaking their stance boom. As the two-handed saber landed, sparks scattered into the surroundings. A silver one-handed sword actually stopped Thunder Tiger's lightning-fast saber. Thunder Tiger was shocked as he stared at Feng, standing steadily in his original position. The charging slash getting blocked did not come as a surprise to Thunder Tiger. However, this was his first time to encounter an enemy who could remain standing steadily after receiving his charging slash. Even Broken City, an elder of King's Return, had to retreat half a step after receiving this attack of his. This situation was simply inconceivable. Tiger, be careful. We got a tough one. Ordinary Stranger warned hurriedly after realizing that their enemy, this time, was no common player. As he began casting a spell, he added, "We'll deal with him together." I understand. Thunder Tiger's expression had turned serious as well, the contempt he felt before disappearing completely. He promptly used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to drive Feng away. However, as soon as he started swinging his gray saber, a streak of blue light struck his weapon. A crack in space also appeared along the path the blue light had taken. Thunder Tiger felt his hands going numb as his saber came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if he had just struck an iron wall. Immediately after, however, a powerful impact shook him, forcing him to retreat 4 steps before he could stabilize. His body damage of minus 1,338 points appeared above the Berserker's head. He had instantly lost close to 10% of his HP. Who are you? At this moment, even if Thunder Tiger were a fool, he would understand that the man before him was definitely stronger than himself. In just a single exchange of skills, he had lost over 1,000 HP. Feng's strength could practically rival a chieftain of the same level before Thunder Tiger could react. A streak of blue light instantly slashed his body. Although the Berserker had tried to defend himself with his saber, he was simply no match for the speed of the sword light. 151. The lightning effect having triggered, Feng's attack instantly took away half of Thunder Tiger's HP. The Berserker himself also went flying over 10 yards away. Who am I? At this time, Feng laughed. You dare to come and find trouble with Zero Wing, yet you still ask who I am? Hearing Feng saying so, whether it was Thunder Tiger or Ordinary Stranger, both of them immediately shuddered as a name appeared in their mind: Sword King Blackflame. Why is he here? Ordinary Stranger's expression darkened, his heart roiling with confusion. Their operation this time was top secret. They had even placed a soul lock on the targets of their ambush. The two women should have no way of contacting anyone from Zero Wing. Hence, the possibility of them encountering Black Flame here was practically non-existent. Yet, now, Black Flame had appeared before them. However, Ordinary Stranger gave no further thought to this matter. Since Black Flame was here, there was only one thing they could do right now: escape. They had next to no chance of winning against Black Flame in a direct confrontation. Their only hope for resisting Black Flame was to meet up with the Falcon Legion. In the next moment, Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and cast the Tier 1 spell Summon Flame Spirit. A level 38 special elite flame lizard appeared immediately following which he used one of the activatable skills of his magic staff, Undead Sacrifice. Suddenly, the flame lizard let out an agonized wail as the red flames covering its body turned into an emerald green, its body doubling in size. Its rank had increased from Special Elite to Lord as well. Undead Lizard. Undead Lord. Level 38. HP 3, 600, 000/3, 600, 000. Such a powerful monster was more than enough to deal with a top-tier expert. Moreover, as a summoner, He could form a soul link with his summoned creature, which allowed him to transfer 50% of the damage he received to it. However, Ordinary Stranger knew quite well that even with the undead lizard, Thunder Tiger, and he was still no match for Feng. They had a very clear understanding of just how powerful experts of Feng's standard were. He had summoned the undead lizard only to delay Feng. The undead lizard was a speed-type monster. At the same time, it possessed multiple control skills. It could surely pin down Feng and give him an opportunity to escape retreat. Ordinary Stranger waved his staff and shot elemental bullets at Feng. Simultaneously, he willed the undead lizard forward to attack. Feng Thunder Tiger no longer held back, either, as he activated his berserk skill, Heart of Fury. The skill instantly increased his strength by 80%, his endurance by 50%, and his movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 2 minutes. After activating his berserk skill, Thunder Tiger turned around and fled without hesitation, looking at the oncoming elemental bullets and undead lizard. Feng sneered and said, "Don't you think it's a little too late to be escaping now?" Saying so, he abruptly stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground. Chapter 841, Taboo Skills Might. You're not getting away. Feng deflected the elemental bullets using Killing Ray while activating one of the abyssal blade's skills, Abyssal Curse. Immediately, a black magic array appeared on the ground. With Feng as the center, it covered a radius of 30 yards, instantly enveloping the undead lizard, which was the size of a small house, as well as Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. Endless streams of black mist flowed into their bodies. Not good. It's an AoE control skill. Ordinary Stranger frowned. Right now, it felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He could not move at all. He had never imagined that Feng would have such a trump card as well at this moment. Not to mention him, even the Lord-ranked undead lizard was immobilized. As a result, Feng had readily broken through the Lord's defensive line and was currently charging rapidly at them. Tiger, delay him. Buy me some time. Ordinary Stranger no longer tried to hold back as he activated his berserk skill, Mana Detonation, his attributes increasing by a large margin. At the same time, he used Mental Exemption, becoming immune to all control effects for 5 seconds. He then began chanting an incantation, causing the surrounding mana to churn violently. Thunder Tiger nodded in response to Ordinary Stranger's instructions. Activating Brilliant Will, he removed the control effect of Abyssal Curse, then shifted in front of his summoner companion. Come, let me have a look at the abilities of the Sword King. Thunder Tiger bellowed as he stomped down, shattering the ground underfoot. He then swung his two-handed saber abruptly at the swordsman, rushing straight at him. Tier 1 skill, Storm Slash. Over a dozen wind blades flew at Feng, every one of them targeting his blind spots. Unlike the normal attacks of players, the wind blades of Storm Slash appeared simultaneously. There was no time lag between each attack, preventing Feng from evading them entirely. Moreover, Storm Slash was a skill that could not be blocked, only dodged. It was an extremely rare skill of the Berserker class. This skill was also the trump card. Thunder Tiger, usually used to kill experts of equal standards. For players who did not know the intricacies of this skill, they would generally defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome of doing so would be these players receiving the strikes of a dozen or so wind blades. Currently, Thunder Tiger had his berserk skill activated. The destructive power of his Storm Slash could easily instant kill. Feng, try to block it if you can. Thunder Tiger could not help but sneer as he saw Feng remaining steadfast in his charge forward. Unfortunately for Thunder Tiger, he had grossly underestimated Feng's understanding of God's domain. When the wind blades arrived before Feng, he was already within 20 yards of Thunder Tiger. He promptly used the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. Suddenly, Feng vanished before the wind blades of Storm Slash and reappeared in front of Thunder Tiger. Faint arcs of electricity circling Feng's body. Thunder Tiger panicked. He instinctively executed Whirlwind Slash. However, before the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash could complete even half a rotation, numerous blue arcs of lightning devoured him whole. In the next moment, Thunder Tiger's HP dwindled at a rate visible to the naked eye until it finally hit zero. How is he so fast? Thunder Tiger's eyes widened as he looked at where the strikes had landed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that what he was seeing was real. He had activated his berserk skill. He should have received significant improvements in speed, yet he still failed to keep up with Feng's swords. Not to mention his body. Before his eyes could even react, the swordsman's swords had cut through him multiple times. This was definitely his first time witnessing such speed standing a short distance away. Fear similarly covered Ordinary Stranger's face. He had never dreamed that Thunder Tiger would not manage to delay Feng for even a short, while despite having activated his berserk skill fortunately, Feng was still roughly 10 yards away. The time it would take for the swordsman to reach Ordinary Stranger was more than enough for him to finish casting his spell. At that time, although the spell would not kill Feng at the very least, it would help buy Ordinary Stranger time to escape. Huh? Where is he? During the brief moment Ordinary Stranger was lost in his thoughts, Feng, who had been standing in front of Thunder Tiger, actually vanished. Suddenly, Ordinary Stranger felt a pang at his heart. Without him noticing, a long sword wrapped in blue electric arcs had emerged from his chest. Turning his head around, Ordinary Stranger discovered Feng standing right behind him. He had actually failed to notice the swordsman approaching him altogether. It was as if Feng's presence was completely non-existent, seeing his HP decreasing without any signs of stopping. Ordinary Stranger was at a loss for words. He and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts of King's Return. They could easily become top-class existences in any kingdom they went to. Although he had long since known that he and his berserker companion were no match for Feng, he had never imagined that the gap between them was actually so enormous at this moment. Even if he related everything that had happened here to someone else, most likely, nobody would believe him. Ordinary Stranger still wished to say something. He was already out of time as his vision suddenly turned gray, his body falling to the ground. When he died, he dropped 2 pieces of cloth armor. There were actually 2 refinement realm experts. It's no wonder Rain and the others were no match for them. Although Feng had failed to discover the identities of thoughtful Rain's assailants, he clearly grasped the combat standards of the 2 from the battle just now. With the strength of those 2 players, they would be hard-pressed to find any opponents capable of opposing them. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered him today. Not to mention, he had even activated a Tier 2 Taboo skill to deal with them, following which, Feng picked up the items that the 2 dropped. He then summoned the demonic Flame Tiger and headed straight into the Crystal Maze. Deep inside the Crystal Maze, the members of the Falcon Legion were currently busy clearing out the crystal wolves blocking their path. They were moving increasingly closer to the lair of the crystal wolves. These 2 beauties sure know how to run. They're hiding wherever there is danger. However, let's see how you'll continue escaping once you enter the lair of the crystal wolves, Coral muttered as he switched his footwork. Like a black gale, the dagger in his hand struck at a level 45 Special Elite Wolf. Without giving the Special Elite Wolf any opportunity to react, Coral landed blow after blow with his daggers. Although the Special Elite tried to resist, none of its attacks could connect with the assassin's body. Little by little, Coral plundered away the Special Elite's HP, wielding the pitch-black daggers in his hands rapidly. A short moment later, the Special Elite Wolf, whose HP had been in the hundreds of thousands, fell to the ground. From start to end, the wolf had never once managed to land a hit on Coral team leader. Coral is amazing. His skill level has improved again. In the guild's next class competition, his ranking will no doubt increase once more. A nearby level 37 female assassin said, her face filled with admiration as she looked at Coral. Don't make a fool of yourself. Team leader Coral has very high expectations. With your standards, do you think you will be able to gain his favor? Let's just hurry up and clear away these crystal wolves. Otherwise, they're going to call for more reinforcements. If we make team leader Coral angry, we'll definitely suffer miserably. A level 37 male ranger criticized the female assassin, who possessed an above-average appearance and figure, remained unperturbed by the ranger's comment. Instead, she retorted, hee hee, so what if I'm trying to gain his favor? If you were as capable as team leader Quirrell, I would try to gain your favor too. In the opinion of outsiders, once one became an inner member of Super Guild, a wonderful future awaited them in reality. However, this was a big misconception. Super Guilds were far crueler than other guilds. The competition among its inner members was extremely intense. All those who managed to become a part of the middle management of the guild were indeed experts among experts, dragons among men. They were experts who could easily wipe the floor with the so-called top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world. This strength was also the reason why the various super guilds paid no particular attention to the super newcomers of each year. Meanwhile, as long as Quirrell improved just a little bit more, he could enter the middle management of King's Return. At that time, he would become a celebrity-level character, enjoying endless fame and glory. Team leader Quirrell. Something happened. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger are dead. Chapter 842, Feng arrives. They die. When Quirrell heard the report, he quickly called out the system team window. Sure enough, among the list of team members, both the names of Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger had turned gray, which meant that the two of them were no longer alive at this time. When the other members of the team heard this, they promptly checked their team windows as well. They simply could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing was true. Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were both top-tier experts in their guild. Their strength was equal to Quirrell's. If the two of them worked together, even a team of ordinary experts would be helpless against them. It was truly hard to imagine that these two experts had died. Leader, should we head back and take a look? An assassin asked. We can't just let someone kill the members of King's Return and do nothing about it. If we don't deal with this matter properly, the other super guilds will surely make fun of us. No, just traveling back to the entrance will take us more than half an hour. By that time, the enemy would have long since disappeared, Quirrell said, shaking his head. Moreover, we don't have a clear understanding of the situation over there. First, find those two women. We'll talk about what to do next after we've gotten rid of those two. If the enemy is capable of killing both Stranger and Tiger, we cannot underestimate their strength. It is highly likely that the enemy is a powerful team that came here to grind. It won't be too late for us to deal with them after we complete our mission. In Quirrell's opinion, even a Great Lord-ranked monster would not be able to kill Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger. No doubt the two of them had died at the hands of other players. Moreover, the enemy had to have very large numbers. They should also have many top-tier experts among them. Otherwise, with the two's strength, at least one of them should have survived, as the number of opponents was high. Resolving this matter would definitely be time-consuming. Their primary mission was to kill Zero Wing's core members. They would risk letting their targets get away if they chose to deal with this new enemy first. The losses greatly outweighed the gains. Now that they were close to completing this mission, they naturally could not give up halfway, following which Quirrell and the other members of the Falcon Legion continued to move deeper into the lair of the Crystal Wolves, defeating one pack of Crystal Wolves after another. Leader, I found the two women's footprints up ahead. Judging from the tracks, they should have moved through here only recently. An assassin, who had detection activated, said as he looked at the light blue footprints on the ground. These light blue footprints showed that players had passed through this place before. However, these footprints were visible only to players using the detection skill. One could make rough judgments based on the size and brightness of these footprints. The brighter the footprint, the more recently it was left behind. Good. We can finally put an end to this game of hide-and-seek. Quirrell revealed a cold smile as he looked at his map. As Quirrell said so, the members of the Falcon Legion began slowly walking in the direction indicated by the assassin Rain. What should we do now? Blue Bamboo, who was hiding in a crack in a rock wall, asked nervously as she looked at the slowly approaching Falcon Legion. Her hands tightly clenched around her staff. They were currently level 39. If they died now, it would take several days of hard work to make up for the loss. There's nowhere else to hide. When the time comes, we can only make a last stand. Thoughtful Rain was also out of ideas. Previously, they had used up their instantaneous movement scrolls to escape from the sudden ambush. Afterwards, to shake off the pursuit of their ambushers, they had no choice but to hide inside the crystal maze. Now, however, It seemed that all their efforts were still in vain as the 18 members of the Falcon Legion moved increasingly closer. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo began casting their respective spells, resolved to fight to their very last breath's roar. When the Falcon Legion was roughly 100 yards away from Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the cave. The members of the Falcon Legion halted their steps as they turned to look for the origin of this roar. One after another immediately discovered a tiger the size of a house slowly approaching them. Step by step, the paws of this tiger covered in pitch black flamed. Surprisingly, there was actually a person sitting on top of this giant tiger. However, as this person wore a black cloak, the members of the Falcon Legion could not discern this person's appearance or identity. They could only tell that this person was a mana player. A hint of fear woke in Coral's heart as he looked at this cloaked man riding the giant tiger. He had already used an identification skill, which confirmed that the man on the tiger was indeed a player. Then, this situation could only mean one thing: the mysterious player before them was at least level 40. As for the giant tiger, needless to say, it was this player's mount. Moreover, its quality should be very high currently. In God's domain, the top 10 players on a ranking list of empires were only level 39. Coral had yet to hear of anyone reaching level 40. Since this mysterious player had managed to attain such a level, needless to say, his strength was extremely extraordinary. Leader, that person is coming over. What should we do? A level 37 ranger asked somewhat anxiously. The ranger could feel significant pressure coming from the demonic flame tiger before them. However, the player capable of possessing such a mount was definitely even more powerful for a time. The members of the Falcon Legion were at a loss as to what to do. Let's find out what his goal is for now. Coral did not hurry in making a decision, although they had the advantage in numbers. The fact that the other party dared to walk over all by himself showed that he had no fear of them whatsoever. Otherwise, he would have long since turned around and left when dealing with such an expert. Making rash decisions was not wise. They sent that big brother Yifeng's mount. The giant tiger gave Blue Bamboo a great sense of familiarity. However, she was also somewhat uncertain. After all, the likelihood of them encountering Feng at this place was abysmally low. That's right. That is indeed the demonic flame tiger. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flickered with joy. She had never thought that they would be able to meet Feng here. However, after a brief moment of joy, her heart filled with anxiety. After all, she could tell that the Falcon Legion was specifically targeting the core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Feng was someone important in Zero Wing's upper echelon. He was sure to be one of the Falcon Legion's targets. If they found out Feng's identity, they would immediately jump him. For sure, every member of the Falcon Legion was an expert. Many in the Legion were capable of defeating Gunfire and Death Wind in a one-on-one. Among them, the leading assassin, Coral, was incomparably powerful, trouncing even the experienced Death Wind. In just a few moves, Feng would definitely end up in an extremely dangerous situation if these 18 experts surrounded him, just as Thoughtful Rain was thinking of a way to warn Feng. Seated atop the demonic flame tiger, Feng looked down at Coral, who stood at the head of the team, and asked, "So you're the ones looking for trouble with Zero Wing?" When Coral heard Feng's question, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately understood Feng's objective. Moreover, he was very certain that ordinary strangers and Thunder Tiger's deaths had something to do with Feng kill him. Coral abruptly retreated and activated stealth. Hearing his command, the members of the Falcon Legion sprang into action. The 3 shield warriors of the team abruptly shifted to the forefront. The healers retreated, the assassins entered stealth, and the magical classes began chanting their spells. Everyone reacted with practiced motions. What is Big Brother Yifeng trying to do? Blue Bamboo could not help but gape when she witnessed this scene. Let's give him a hand. I'll help open a path for him. Blue, you heal him, Thoughtful Rain said hurriedly. However, as the two of them rose from their hiding place, a gigantic crimson magic array appeared on the ground where the Falcon Legion stood. This skill was none other than the aura of fire skill, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames devoured the Falcon Legion. Despite the 3 shield warriors of the team reacting very quickly and activating shield wall the instant the flames appeared, when bathed in the violent flames, the three of them still lost over half of their HPs in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the other classes fared much worse by the time the flames dissipated completely. The entire area had turned into a scorching hell just like that. 13 out of the 18 players died all at once. The situation of the Falcon Legion took an abrupt turn. Chapter 843. Showing off one's trivial skills before master. At the sight of his companions reduced to ashes, Coral's mouth twitched slightly. This large-scale destruction spell came all too suddenly evidently. Feng had long since been prepared to cast the spell while he was approaching them. He had only voiced that question earlier to tempt them into attacking him and draw them into his trap. It did not have any time to evade this surprise attack at all if, not for Coral being near the edge of the spell's coverage. He would not have been able to utilize the brief invulnerability wind steps provided to rush out of the flames in time. At this moment, he would have most likely suffered the same fate as his 13 other companions' leader. What should we do? A level 37 elementalist asked. Softly, we'll retreat. Coral replied, gnashing his teeth. Although he didn't want to back off, since the man before them was capable of defeating Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger, just the 5 of them would not be able to do anything to him at all previously. They had 18 players on their side, enough hands to activate a magic array to suppress their opponent. Now, however, that plan was no longer viable. If they remained to fight, the only outcome would be a complete team wipe. Don't think you can escape that easily. Feng smirked slightly as he looked at Coral and the others gradually moving away from himself. With quick steps, he approached the closest level 37 elementalist previously. In order to survive his firestorm, these players had already used up all their life-saving skills. It would be near impossible for them to escape him. Now don't hold back when going up against him. I'll pin him down. Range classes support me. When Coral saw Feng approaching them like a gale, he hurriedly activated his berserk skill, and his attributes increased by a large margin. He then used shadow steps to appear directly behind Feng and stabbed his Feng-like dagger at Feng's heart. Absolute strike. This was the fastest and most powerful skill of the assassin class. In addition to Coral's flawless movements, there was practically no time lag between the activation of shadow steps and absolute strike. It was simply impossible for ordinary players to guard against his attack. Moreover, after Coral activated his berserk skill, the power and speed of his attack were both boosted to inhuman levels. The elementalist at a distance also shot one fireball after another at the location Feng dodged to. His coordination with Coral seamless. The ranger, standing on the other side likewise, sent a barrage of frost arrows at Feng, his attacks accurately targeting the swordsman's vital points. Looking at the coordination of the 3 players, even thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who rarely fought other players, could tell that their enemies were very powerful. Immediately, panic appeared on their faces all at once. However, Feng disappeared. Coral's and the others' attacks all struck air. Where is he? Coral hurriedly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he rushed at the distant elementalist, shouting, "Dodge quickly!" At this moment, Feng had already appeared behind the elementalist using silent steps. He then violently swung the sacred sword in his hand. A streak of blue light flashed. Dang. Although the blue light was fast, when it landed on the elementalist's body, it moved no further, as if it had struck an impenetrable wallless barrier. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the elementalist, who was currently covered in a layer of ice. The elementalist looked just like an ice sculpture right now. Ice Barrier was the strongest life-saving skill of the elementalist class, providing the user with invulnerability for 8 seconds. However, after activating the skill, the user would not be able to do anything else. This skill was extremely rare. Generally, finding 1 or 2 people who had learned the skill out of 100 expert elementalists was unlikely. Helpless against this skill, Feng could only shift his sights to someone else. However, just as he started searching for a new target, a blue magic array appeared above his head. In the next moment, the rumble of thunder echoed in the cave. Coral, who stood at a distance, also revealed a cold sneer on his face. This magic array was the result of him using a Tier 2 magic scroll, Thunderhell. Not only would the spell deal a frightening amount of damage to a certain area, but could also prevent players within the affected area from wielding any of their skills. It was a magic scroll that was meant to counter experts, in particular die. Quirrell shouted as he guided arcs of lightning to descend from the sky boom. Boom! Boom! Arc after arc of lightning descended from overhead, turning a radius of 20 yards into a world of thunder and lightning. Any player caught within the region of Thunder Hell would not survive. Only the Elementalist, who had activated Ice Barrier beforehand, would remain unharmed by the spell. Team leader is still the best. The ranger laughed proudly as he looked at the flurry of lightning bolts crashing before him. Players were fated to remain as only players. Even if they had extremely high attributes and combat standards, actual field battles did not rely on just these two things. External tools still had great influence on the outcome of battle, even if Feng possessed attributes rivaling those of a chieftain of the same level. If he could not use any of his skills, he would definitely succumb to the destructive power of a Tier 2 spell with the pitiful amount of HP he possessed, seeing the lightning storm devouring Feng. Quirrell breathed out a sigh of relief as well. Although Feng's silent steps had surprised him somewhat, the latter must not have expected him to possess a magic scroll that was meant to counter expert players. Only, this magic scroll had a relatively long activation time. However, the Elementalist just happened to earn him quite a lot of time. All right, you guys are next. Quirrell then shifted his gaze towards the distant, thoughtful Reyna. At this moment, the previously celebrating ranger suddenly screamed as numerous streaks of blue light bloomed on his body. The ranger's body then collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment dropping off his body. How did you manage to escape? Quirrell's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets at the sight of Feng standing behind the dead ranger. Moreover, the swordsman was entirely unharmed. Do you think you're the only one who has a magic scroll? Feng smirked as he picked up the dropped equipment. The appearance of Thunder Hell had indeed shocked him. Fortunately, he always carried around plenty of magic scrolls when he went out, especially the life-saving instantaneous movement scroll. Although the magic scroll had a cooldown of 10 minutes, the scroll boasted instantaneous activation. It was an item specifically meant to counter control skills. Just who are you? Why are you targeting us? Quirrell asked, his complexion deathly pale. However, while Quirrell was posing his question, he was also making subtle gestures, signaling the two other assassins in stealth to circle around and ambush Feng. The two stealth assassins nodded silently. They then began approaching Feng with light steps. Both of them were experts capable of melding their actions with their environment. Even a top-tier expert would find it difficult to discover them while they were in stealth trying to divert my attention. Feng laughed as he shook his head. He then turned around without any warning and used Thundering Flash. Several arcs of lightning streaked across space. Immediately, two figures emerged in the path the lightning arcs traversed. They were none other than the two stealth assassins whom Quirrell had signaled to before. At this moment, both their bodies fell to the ground abruptly. Both their HPs having already hit rock bottom. Feng had activated Omniscient Eyes as soon as the battle began. Hence, he could see the two stealth assassins approaching him as clear as day. He had only pretended not to notice them. However, now that they were taking the initiative to present their lives to him, how could he possibly refuse their offer? Quirrell's complexion darkened significantly when he saw this scene. Now you're the only one left, Feng said in a low tone. Only me? Quirrell was inwardly confused. There was clearly an elementalist still present. Why would Feng say that he was the only one left? In the next moment, a crimson dart appeared in Feng's hand. He then threw the dart at the elementalist stuck inside the ice flame, God's Fury. The instant the duration of Ice Barrier ended, before the elementalist could even react, Blazing Meteor had already appeared before him. Feng's grasp on time had reached perfection. Right after, flames devoured the elementalist completely, reducing his body to a pile of smoldering ash. Just who are you? Quirrell asked, fear painted across his face after he had set up so many traps. Even the apex experts in his guild would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, As if he had been playing in Feng's palm all this time, none of his traps had worked on Feng. Just thinking up to this point made his heart shudder in fear, a sense of powerlessness spreading throughout his entire being. Do you have any last words? Feng asked softly, not bothering to answer Coral's question. Instead, he slowly walked towards the assassin, step by step. For each step Feng took, Coral unconsciously retreated by a step as well. Despite his berserk skill being active right now, Coral was not the slightest bit confident he could win against Feng. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching this scene, were both stupefied. I am part of King's Return's Falcon Legion. Are you trying to make an enemy out of King's Return? Coral demanded. Gnashing his teeth, he did not wish to die. The guild's class competition was rapidly approaching. If he died now, the loss in level, equipment, and skill proficiency would have a significant effect on his performance in the competition now. His only choice was to reveal his identity previously. The reason they had concealed their identities was to avoid letting Zero Wing take preventive measures against them. With their identities unknown, their subsequent operations would flow much more smoothly. Now that everyone except for himself had died, there was naturally no need to continue hiding this fact. Moreover, the stronger an expert was, the more knowledgeable they were about how powerful super guilds were. If the opponent still dared to make a move even after he revealed this fact, this person would definitely be a fool. Chapter 844, Field of Swords. What? Don't believe me? Upon seeing Feng showing no signs of stopping, Coral hurriedly took off his black cloak and displayed his King's Return Guild emblem. This sight momentarily stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. Why? Is someone from a super guild targeting us? Thoughtful Rain was confused as she looked at the King's Return's emblem. She no longer possessed her previous joy at seeing Feng defeating the Falcon Legion. On the contrary, she felt somewhat worried. Instead, although she had come into contact with virtual reality games only recently, she still knew just how powerful an existence a super guild was in current society. Virtual reality games had over a century of history already. The super guilds of virtual reality games were just like major celebrities. In the real world, one often saw news coverage of these existences. Hence, it was difficult for one not to know about them among them. King's Return operated slightly differently from other super guilds. The guild would occasionally recruit expert players. Regarding popularity, King's Return greatly surpassed the other super guilds. One could frequently hear news of certain powerful experts joining King's Return. Hence, Thoughtful Rain had a certain degree of understanding of the guild, and she knew just how wide the gap between Zero Wing and King's Return was. Whether it was in terms of member count or number of experts, the two guilds were on entirely different levels. If a war were to break out between their two guilds, it would be a disaster for Zero Wing. No wonder you guys dare to take action against Zero Wing's members in Star Moon Kingdom. So you're a member of King's Return. Feng finally understood what was going on. Because he had rejected King's Return's previous offer, the guild was now targeting Zero Wing's core members. However, he immediately smiled at Coral and asked, "But don't you know who I am?" Saying so, Feng stored away his black cloak and revealed his original appearance. Feng. Coral's mouth slackened when he saw Feng's appearance. He simply could not bring himself to believe this was true. Feng was not as famous as Zero Wing's Black Flame, and was an existence known only among the major powers of God's domain. But when speaking of strength, Feng was someone who had defeated Sirius, one of the Wolf Kings of the Battle Wolves Guild. After the fight at the Dark Arena, King's Return had even created a database specifically for information on Feng. Coral himself had watched the battle video between Feng and Sirius. Learning from it hence, Coral recognized Feng right off the bat. However, although he had indeed recognized who his opponent was, his complexion turned even uglier than before. Damn it. Why is my luck so horrible? To think I would actually encounter him here. At this moment, Coral was regretting the fact that he had revealed his own identity. If he had not exposed himself, he might still have a chance of surviving. Now, however, nothing he said would get him out of this situation alive, although he still had his vanish skill. Even if he was stupider, he could tell that invisibility skills were useless against Feng. Otherwise, Feng would not have struck at the stealth assassins behind him without even the slightest bit of hesitation. If even stealth was ineffective, then wanting to escape in front of such an expert was nothing more than a pipe dream. King's Return had done detailed research on that battle of the Dark Arena and made a rough estimation of the attributes of the two fighters already. In terms of basic attributes, he was considerably inferior to Feng. Not to mention, speed was also one of Feng's strong points. Squirrel's face darkened at the sight of Feng rushing over. Damn it. To think that I would have to use that opportunity now. I definitely won't forgive you, Feng. I will definitely massacre every core member of Zero Wing. Squirrel bellowed. He then took out a purple crystal ball from his bag while continuously spewing venomous curses. Just you wait. Squirrel, will definitely make you regret this day. In reality, the real reason he did not wish to die was the crystal ball in his hand. This item was something he had obtained unexpectedly after completing one part of Chain Quest. It was a one-time use item. Moreover, it could only be stored in his bag and would drop upon death. This item could directly transfer its user to a special space. Based on his research, that special space should be a sacred training ground capable of allowing players to improve their combat techniques and standards. Its effects should be even better than those of a secret technique tablet his guild possessed. This item was something he had kept to himself originally. He had intended to wait until he had grown stronger and had hit a bottleneck before going to that special space, because based on the information he obtained, that space was extremely dangerous. If he went there too soon, he would only be wasting this opportunity. Hence, he had always done things with great care, avoiding dangerous situations as much as possible. He had never expected that he would actually be forced to enter that special space due to the mission this time. This crystal ball was his greatest opportunity to join the guild's upper echelon. Now, however, Feng ruined all of his plans. How could Coral not be angry? Suddenly, an endless amount of mana rapidly flowed into his body. A crack then appeared in the space behind him. Like a black hole, the spatial crack sucked the assassin towards it. You think you can get away? Feng smiled with disdain. He switched the aura of fire to the aura of time and then activated absolute time. Suddenly, the mana within a radius of 100 yards stilled. The mana surrounding Coral's body also dissipated abruptly, following which the crack in space started mending itself. No. Coral was momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, his eyes turned bloodshot as he abruptly executed unique footwork and transformed into 3 identical copies of himself. These 3 copies then charged at Feng maniacally. The 3 indistinguishable copies of Coral continuously circled Feng. Die. All 3 Corals bellowed as they held their daggers in a reverse grip and stabbed them at Feng like a black whirlwind. The pitch-black daggers struck at Feng from all directions. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were watching the scene from afar, were stupefied. They understood clearly that the phenomenon of the black whirlwinds they were seeing right now was not a result of a system-generated skill. Instead, it was the result of a combat technique used by the player himself. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. They were utterly clueless as to how the assassin had achieved such a feat compared to Coral. The experts they had encountered before were simply weaklings. It was no wonder death wind and gunfire fell at Coral's hands in just a few moves. He was practically a monster in human skin, so he's finally using his specialty, Whirlwind Strike. This sudden development did not surprise Feng. After all, Coral was no stranger to him. In the past, Coral had been titled the Whirlwind Assassin. Although he had not been particularly famous during the early stages of God's Domain, upon his promotion to King's Return's middle management, he began improving rapidly. In the end, he had even managed to become an Adjudicator of King's Return. His strength back then had been extremely overbearing, not daring to be careless. Feng chose to activate Thunder God's Descent, which increased his movement speed and attack speed by 150% and damage dealt by 50%, as well as decreased all damage received by 50% facing the storm-like dagger attacks. Feng madly brandished his 2 swords immediately. Sparks scattered as the clangor of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surroundings. Multiple times Feng had already reached the Void Realm. He had long since exerted his five senses to their limits. He read his surroundings like an open book. Even if it was an attack that was invisible to the naked eye, Feng could still clearly perceive it and execute a timely response in the next moment. Numerous streaks of blue and silver lights bloomed around Feng's body, forming an inviolable field. As long as the black daggers entered this field, they would immediately get repelled since Coral had his berserk skill activated. The assassin was superior to Feng in strength. Hence, Feng would lose around 200 HP following each clash of their weapons. Fortunately, with Thunder God's descent, Feng still had a clear speed advantage, so none of Coral's attacks managed to penetrate his defense aside from blocking all of Coral's attacks. Feng would also occasionally strike back at the assassin, reaping a large chunk of the latter's HP in reality. Feng could have ended the battle instantly. However, he wanted to improve his own techniques by fighting the assassin. Hence, he had not bothered using any of his berserk skills to increase his attributes. How can this be? Why can't I hit him? The more Coral fought, the more fearful he became. Despite having already activated his berserk skill, his basic attributes surpassing Feng, he could not break through Feng's defense no matter what. On the other hand, Feng managed to strike at his vital points time after time, whittling his HP chunk after chunk until it finally zeroed out as Coral fell reluctantly to the ground. He also dropped several items. Chapter 845, 5 Great Legacies. When Coral died, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched quietly from afar, were astonished when they looked at Feng again. Shock filled their eyes. They felt as if the man before them was a stranger. This was the first time they ever truly understood Feng's strength. Those two were simply too strong. Words alone were no longer sufficient to describe this level of strength. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an intense battle. Their eyes had not been fast enough to keep up with the combatant's speed, let alone their bodies. If they had fought Coral, the battle would have ended as soon as it had begun in the end. However, Feng was still superior. Big brother Feng is so strong. If I had even half of his skill, I could defeat Autumn Goose. Excitement filled Blue Bamboo's eyes as she stared at Feng. Thoughtful Rain could not help herself from laughing when she heard her friend's words. When they were usually out in the fields adventuring and questing, Blue Bamboo was always lazy. She was never particularly interested in fighting and would generally stay in the back to heal the members of their party. Although they had advised her many times to brush up on her combat techniques, she never bothered to do so. Instead, she usually replied by saying that it would be fine so long as she had good equipment and that she didn't need good combat techniques. Thoughtful Rain had never thought that the girl would be mesmerized by this one battle's combat techniques. Right, enough daydreaming. Let's head over there. It's too dangerous to stay here, Thoughtful Rain said, laughing. Feng began to collect his loot naturally. An elite squadron from King's Return, led by an expert like Coral, possessed excellent equipment. Every piece of equipment they dropped was level 35 dark gold quality. Each item was worth dozens of gold. In total, he had gained several hundred gold's worth of equipment. What's this? While Feng looked over the loot he had placed in his bag, he discovered a glowing purple crystal ball. Among the many weapons and equipment that dropped, it was eye-catching. Moreover, Feng felt a faint hint of pressure from this crystal ball, a very familiar pressure divine might. It was a special power that only gods could wield. This is interesting. Feng took out the crystal ball and observed it carefully. Spatial transfer orb consumable, able to send one player to a mysterious otherworld. This item can only be stored in the bag. Drops upon death. There were very few items in God's domain capable of sending players to an otherworld based on Feng's understanding. Every item that could transfer players to an otherworld was considered an absolute treasure. Even an epic item was not as valuable in God's domain. An otherworld was the equivalent of a dungeon. Only, this dungeon was a lot larger than generic dungeons. Otherworlds also offered far more bountiful rewards. The lowest reward one could obtain in an otherworld was an epic item. Some people had even obtained fragmented legendary items in the past, while others earned super skills and such. To put it simply, all of the rewards one could gain in an otherworld could significantly improve a player's strength. It's no wonder why he had tried so hard to live. He obtained a chance to head to another world. I wonder what rank this other world is. When Feng recalled the Quarrel's deranged expression as the assassin fought, he could not help but chuckle. He would have fought desperately to live, too. Quarrel hadn't been particularly famous in King's Return during the early stages of the game, either. However, after joining the guild's middle management, his progress had suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. His progress might very well be related to this thing. There were many other worlds in God's domain. Based on the main God system's categorization, other worlds fell into common, epic, and legendary rank, with each one being larger than the previous. Each rank also offered players greater benefits. A common otherworld alone could massively impact a player's growth. By visiting a common otherworld, an ordinary player could instantly become an expert. There was no need to mention epic or legendary otherworlds. However, the majority of the otherworlds in God's domain were common rank. Even so, many desperately wished to encounter one. But alas, many failed in the past. When players had discovered otherworlds, the various large guilds had frantically searched for clues relating to them in the hopes of nurturing a large batch of their own experts. After all, there were innumerable guilds in a virtual gaming world. Not every one of them could nurture their own experts. With such a golden opportunity available, the various large guilds could not let it slip through their fingers in the past. A top-tier expert had sold an opportunity to go to an otherworld at an auction. Although the otherworld in question had only been common rank, the various large guilds fought over it like a pack of wolves. In the end, Summer's Emerald, a first-rate guild, had won the transfer tool for 15,000 gold. Everyone who had participated in that auction had been stunned. After all, during that time, a single epic item had only sold for around 2,000 or 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could easily purchase 5 or 6 epic items. One could also use 15,000 gold to purchase a good plot of land. Yet, Summer's Emerald had used that money to purchase a common otherworld, which was the equivalent of a single epic item. Wasting so much money was the epitome of foolishness, yet nobody could have ever imagined that, in the end, Summer's Emerald would profit from the exchange. The guild had only obtained a single epic weapon, which was worth roughly 6,000 gold from the common otherworld. That had been far less than the money it had spent. However, thanks to the adventures in the otherworld, Summer's Emerald had also gained a Void Realm expert. The outcome had made many guilds regret not fighting harder during the auction from then on. Transfer tools to otherworlds became extraordinarily precious. Even Feng, who had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, had invested a long amount of time before he had gotten his hands on a common otherworld transfer tool. Although he had not experienced breakthrough during his visit, his combat techniques had improved significantly. What a strange transfer tool. It doesn't have a rank displayed. Even after observing with omniscient eyes, Feng had not discerned the purple crystal ball's rank. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, however. Although there was no rank displayed, the crystal ball reminded Feng of something otherworld transfer tools. This was a good option to cultivate guild experts the general populace had yet to learn of otherworlds. They were also not well known by the various large guilds. Hence, none of the guilds were bothering to look for clues regarding otherworlds. Although Feng only knew 5 or 6 clues, no one else had obtained any of these otherworld transfer tools. He could head out to search for them. Once he obtained these otherworld transfer tools, he might be able to increase the number of Zero Wings Refinement Realm experts. As Blue Bamboo walked over, her eyes practically shone as she looked at Feng. Patting her ample chest, she said, "Big brother Feng, it is truly a blessing to meet you here. If not for you, Rain and I would have suffered. From today on, I've decided to work hard to improve myself. Big brother Feng, can you teach me how to fight, please? I only hurried over here after hearing from Autumn Goose that you were ambushed. Fortunately, I made it in time. It is a good thing that you wish to learn how to fight. Unfortunately, as I'm not a cleric, I am not particularly clear as to how clerics should fight. However, I can have Violet teach you." Her combat standard ranks at the very top of our guild. Feng chuckled really. Blue Bamboo's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. She had only made the comment as a joke. She knew full well just how busy Feng was. How could he possibly have time to teach her? However, she had not expected to get a chance to learn from her idol. She felt as if she were dreaming, of course. When have I ever lied? Feng nodded. By the way, why did you two come to the Crystal Forest? Didn't you already finish your quest? We thought we had finished it. However, after I handed the quest in, I received another special quest that requires me to collect a crystal heart. However, we have yet to obtain it. Thoughtful Rain explained Crystal Heart. What kind of quest is this? Feng was slightly surprised. He knew how to obtain the Crystal Heart. One had to kill the Crystal Wolf King. The quest was not easy to complete alone. Thoughtful Rain then sent Feng the quest details. How did you receive this quest? Feng could not help his shock upon reading the quest introduction. The quest Thoughtful Rain had accepted was no ordinary quest. Rather, it was one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests, the Witch's Sin. Chapter 846, Witch's Sin. When Feng read the quest introduction, he wondered if he had read it wrong. However, after reading it a few more times, he was 100% certain that this quest was one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacy quests. Is this quest very difficult? Thoughtful Rain asked when she saw Feng's shocked expression. I can't say for certain, but it should be more difficult than an epic quest, Feng explained. Just for the first phase of your quest, you have to kill the Crystal Wolf King to obtain the Crystal Heart. There were many legacies in God's domain, however. In Starmoon Kingdom, there were 5 legacies known to be the strongest. The Witch's Sin was one of them. These 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. Unfortunately, there was no concrete method to triggering any of these 5 great legacies quests. It was highly possible for one to trigger the quest after completing an ordinary quest. Those who encountered these 5 great legacy quests were extremely lucky. They were the system's pampered children after all. Peak legacies were extraordinary. As long as one succeeded in their class change, they would improve their strength tremendously. Until now, throughout Zero Wing, only Feng and Violet Cloud had managed to obtain a hidden class. One could just imagine how rare hidden classes were. However, stumbling upon one of Starmoon Kingdom's 5 great legacies and completing one were completely different matters. Most importantly, there would be frightening consequences if one failed the quest after accepting it. Those who failed a basic legacy quest would, at worst, be barred from logging into the game for a certain amount of time. They could continue challenging the quest once they were able to log back into the game. As for legacies that provided hidden classes, players only had one chance. Failing these legacy quests usually resulted in a single death. However, the punishment for failing the 5 great legacy quests was extremely severe. Not only would one lose 3 levels, but they would also enter a weakened state for 10 days. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The worst part about failing one of the 5 great legacy quests was that one would permanently lose some of their luck attribute. The luck attribute was a hidden attribute. Normally, it was difficult to increase the attribute by 1 or 2 points. If a player permanently lost some of their luck as a result of failing the legacy quest, it would massively impact their performance in various aspects, such as their drop rate when opening treasure chests and grinding monsters. Due to this, the 5 great legacies of Starmoon Kingdom have been extremely famous in the past. There is only a thin line separating heaven and hell on the surface. They were known as the 5 great legacies. Secretly, however, players knew them as the 5 great curses in the past. Many players had obtained the 5 great legacy quests of Starmoon Kingdom. However, based on Feng's knowledge, Gentle Snow was the only one who had completed one of the quests. He had never heard of anyone else. One could just imagine how difficult the quests were correspondingly. However, when Gentle Snow had obtained one of the 5 great legacies, she had risen to fame in God's domain instantly. In field and guild battles, she had killed plenty of top-tier experts and had even killed apex experts. Unfortunately, she had suddenly disappeared from the game, and the incident became one of God's domain's unresolved mysteries. If Gentle Snow had not left God's domain, Many people speculated that she would have become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Many players could not help but sigh at how unfortunate the situation was hence. When Feng saw that Thoughtful Rain had accepted the legacy quest for the Witch's Sin, he was both excited and worried. More difficult than an epic quest? Thoughtful Rain's eyes widened when she heard this, and inwardly, she smiled bitterly. Up until now, she had completed many quests in God's domain, so she understood one thing very well. The more difficult a quest was, the more difficult its punishment for failure would be. There was nothing good in accepting a quest that was beyond her abilities. A player would suffer if they failed an epic quest. If she failed a quest that was even more difficult than an epic quest, she did not dare to imagine the consequences awaiting her. There is no need to get too hung up about it. The quest has a time limit of 3 months. You still have 3 months to grow stronger and complete this quest. During this period, how do you feel about training with the guild's main force? Feng asked. Even Feng didn't know the finer details of the 5 great legacy quests. However, since it was a legacy quest, Feng was sure of one thing. Players had to rely on their own strength to pass the quest's final phase. If one were strong enough, it would not be too difficult to complete the legacy quest based on what Feng remembered. Gentle Snow had completed her legacy quest when she had reached the Flowing Water Realm. As long as Thoughtful Rain could also reach the Flowing Water Realm, she should have no problems completing the final test. At that time, Zero Wing would have another player with a hidden class I can join the training. Thoughtful Rain could not help her surprise when she heard Feng's offer. The treatment Zero Wing's main force enjoyed was far from ordinary. The magic crystals they received each day alone even made experts like Autumn Goose Drool One could use magic crystals to challenge the trial tower inside the Divine Colosseum and improve their combat standards. The magic crystal was an absolute hard currency. However, its supply was low, and it was difficult to obtain. Even if one had the money, large guilds would generally supply their main force members with around 3 to 5 magic crystals each day. However, Zero Wing gave its main force members 15 crystals per day. In other words, Zero Wing's main force members could challenge the trial tower up to 15 times each day. Even the members of large guilds could not catch up to their development speed. Moreover, based on what she had heard, Zero Wing's main force members also got to watch all sorts of battle videos. These battle videos included expert battles that were not available on the internet. In addition, they could also spar against top-tier experts like Fire Dance. However, the most amazing part about being a member of Zero Wing's main force was the rumored Hunterberry wine. Although she did not know the purpose of the Hunterberry wine, she knew that even the main force members fought over this item like crazy. Some were even willing to trade a large amount of guild contribution points and magic crystals for it. However, those who obtained the Hunterberry wine would never trade them. Instead, they consumed the beverage secretly. One could just imagine how valuable the item was. Big Brother Feng, can I train with the main force as well? Blue Bamboo asked sweetly as she batted her eyelashes. Sure, but let me say this first. You two are only reserve members. If you fail the exam 3 times, you'll be kicked out of the team. Feng strictly informed the women. Thank you, Big Brother Feng. When Autumn and the others hear about this, they will die from envy. Blue Bamboo could not help but giggle when she thought about the benefits the main force members enjoyed. Right? How long will it take before you two are released from your locked state? Feng asked. Roughly 2 hours. Thoughtful Rain replied after she took a look at her status window. Although their enemies were already dead, the soul lock debuff was in effect. They were still stuck in a combat state and could not use a return scroll to leave. Blue, have you learned the Dispel skill? Feng asked. Blue Bamboo Cleric's Dispel skill was not mainstream. Moreover, the skill was relatively rare. Very few clerics had it. However, this skill had a miraculous effect when raiding certain bosses. Dispel could remove a positive buff from an enemy. To bosses who loved buffing themselves, this was the equivalent of yanking out their fangs and claws. The Crystal Wolf King was one such boss. I bought one from the auction house and learned it already, Blue Bamboo said and nodded strangely good. Has it reached Tier 1 yet? Feng had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King many times before. If one used a Tier 0 Dispel, At most, they could remove a few Tier 2 buffs. Only a Tier 1 Dispel could remove buffs from Tier 3 skills. This? Not yet. I don't use this skill very often, Blue Bamboo answered awkwardly. Take these magic scrolls. When the time comes, use them before you use Dispel, Feng said. He then took out 5 golden Tier 1 magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Blue Bamboo. These 5 magic scrolls were spell amplification scrolls. Each one could upgrade a spell up to Tier 1 Big Brother Feng. What am I supposed to do with these? Blue Bamboo was even more confused now. Getting ready to kill the Crystal Wolf King. Of course. Feng responded casually. Kill the Crystal Wolf King? Blue Bamboo was stunned. Thoughtful Rain was also at a loss for words. They had already seen the Crystal Wolf King. It was a level 50 Great Lord. With just the 3 of them. Challenging it would be tantamount to suicide, however. Ignoring the 2 women's shock, Feng retrieved 2 contract from his bag and began to chant an incantation emerge. Immediately, 2 teleportation magic arrays appeared on the ground following a flash of silver light. 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged from the 2 magic arrays. These 2 were none other than Kite and Anna, Feng's personal guards. Chapter 847, Strength that Surpasses Tears. NPCs. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were surprised when Kite and Anna suddenly appeared. Both Kite and Anna radiated an intense aura. They felt suffocated as they stood so close to these 2 NPCs after not seeing them for some time. They sure have grown a lot. Feng was quite satisfied when he looked at the handsome Kite and charming Anna. Both are level 60 now, as expected of Dark Gold guards. Their growth rate sure is fast. It was especially true for Anna's improvement speed. Despite having become his personal guard a little later than Kite, she had caught up to her companion's level. Moreover, she had become a Tier 2 summoner in God's domain. It was not that easy to nurture a powerful personal guard. First and foremost, one required a large sum of money. As personal guards were NPCs, they required far more EXP to level up than players. If players frequently brought their personal guards when they went out to grind, this would only hold back the NPC's growth rate. If players wanted to let their personal guards level up and improve quickly, they had to let these personal guards accept quests at the Adventurers Association on their own. However, money was required when personal guards accepted a quest. Moreover, depending on the rank of the quest, the fee would also change. Although these personal guards would receive money, EXP, and other rewards after completing the quest, the player would receive none of it. This was because personal guards would use the money they earned to purchase their own equipment and items. Unlike players, who had to obtain powerful equipment by raiding dungeons, personal guards could purchase such items from the Adventurers Association or NPC-run weapons and equipment shops. However, personal guards could only use the money they earned themselves. Hence, the first step to nurturing personal guards was to increase the amount of money they possessed, and they had to complete a lot of quests to obtain that money in the Adventurers Association. The quests personal guard could accept were categorized in a bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic rank. The higher the rank the quest was, the more abundant the rewards were. Likewise, the fee players had to pay would be higher as well. Currently, a level 60 bronze quest required an application fee of 5 gold, 10 gold for mysterious iron, 20 gold for secret silver, 40 gold for fine gold, 80 gold for dark gold, and 200 gold for epicas to whether the personal guard in question could complete the quest. That depended on the personal guard's strength. For example, a bronze guard would have a 70% chance of completing a bronze quest, but they would only have a 40% chance to complete a mysterious iron quest and 10% chance for a secret silver quest. However, one could increase a personal guard combat power through their equipment, increasing their quest success rate. Unfortunately, one needed time to gather the required resources. However, Anna and Kite were different. Their innate potential was dark gold rank. Even in basic equipment, they had a 50% chance of completing a dark gold quest. As long as their equipment was up to date, their success rate for completing a dark gold quest could easily exceed 80%. After their strength reached a certain degree, they could even challenge an epic quest. Only epic quests were not readily available. that depended on the daily updates of the Adventurers Association's quest lista. Feng's personal guards could accept much higher-ranked quests than other players' personal guards. Their leveling speed was much faster. Feng, are we really going to deal with the Crystal Wolf King? Thoughtful Rain asked somewhat worriedly as she watched the high-spirited Feng. Although the two level 60 tier 2 NPCs were very powerful, the Crystal Wolf King was a great lord, an existence equivalent to a tier 3 class. Relax. I've already investigated the Crystal Wolf King. The boss's skills are buff-oriented. As long as blue casts Dispel on it, our forces will be enough to take it down. Feng explained, chuckling. This was not the first time he had dealt with the Crystal Wolf King. The Wolf King was powerful because of its speed. Even a top-tier MT of the same level would find it difficult to respond to the Wolf King's attacks. In addition, the boss had a stackable gain skill that allowed it to grow stronger the longer it fought. If they did not deal with this gain buff appropriately, they would be annihilated. However, if they dealt with the boss's gain buff properly, with a strength of 2 Dark Gold guards, they should have no problems taking down the Crystal Wolf King, following which Feng led Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to a cavea. Strong gale accosted the small team at the cave's entrance. As they stepped into the cave, they heard the howling of a wolf. The howl echoed throughout the cave, causing the cave walls and floor to tremble. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged from the depths of the dark, spacious cave. The figure stood over 10 meters tall, bearing its snow-white fangs. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the figure's crimson eyes as it overlooked Feng's group. The figure's body was made entirely of crystals, and a green glow flashed where its heart should have been. Crystal Wolf King, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 50, HP 21, 000, 000, /21, 000, 000. Kite, you'll tank the Wolf King. Anna, you'll act as support. Blue, focus on healing Kite. Feng immediately commanded. As Feng gave his orders, the tall and robust Kite transformed into a gale as he dashed towards the Crystal Wolf King. Kite only had 750,000 HP. Compared to the Great Lord, that was practically nothing. The Crystal Wolf King swung its razor-sharp claws, sending numerous streaks of silver light flying at the Swordmaster. The silver lights were so fast that no ordinary player would have time to react. However, rather than dodging, Kite unsheathed his 2 swords and brandished his weapons. Pung, pung, pung. The guards shattered the flying silver lights. Kite released a low growl, and the 2 swords in his hands released a dazzling blue glow. He then swung the weapons forward violently. Tier 2 skill, Wind Fang. The 2 massive blue fangs transformed into 2 streaks of light, instantly piercing the Crystal Wolf King's body. Aoo. The Crystal Wolf King screamed in pain and retreated by 2 steps, 2 damages of over -100,000 points appearing its head. However, Kite was not done with his attacks. Immediately, he appeared before the Great Lord. The Crystal Wolf King was furious. Baring its fangs, it swung its massive paw at Kite so fast that one could only see black shadows move towards the sword master. Boom. The earth shook. However, the Wolf King's paw never made contact with Kite's body. Instead, Kite blocked the attack with one hand. Kite then countered with a slash towards the giant paw's joint. A streak of blue light struck the Wolf King's paw, causing the boss to lose over 20,000 HP. Big brother Feng, your personal guard is so strong. Blue Bamboo's eyes widened with surprise as she watched the fight. She had seen many powerful personal guards before. However, all of the Tier 2 personal guards she had seen had even struggled to deal with a Lord, not to mention a Great Lord. They also required players' assistance, yet Kite could block this Great Lord's attack with a single hand. Feng was similarly shocked. He had never thought that Kite would be this powerful. The NPC had already grown to be capable of withstanding a Tier 3 monster's attack. He even had slightly higher strength than the Crystal Wolf King. Only now did Feng understand why those super guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain a Dark Gold guard. If Kite was this strong right now, how powerful would he be when he reached Tier 5? While Feng watched, astonished, Anna, who stood a short distance away from the Crystal Wolf King, also began to attack. where her chanting came to an end. Suddenly, a brilliant light filled the dark, cavia massive. Golden magic array had enveloped over half of the cave. Anna's aura also grew by multiple times. Even Feng, who stood far away from the summoner, had trouble breathing in the dense aura. Chapter 848, Frightening Dark Gold Guard. What is this spell? Feng could feel the aura around Anna strengthening. Right now, it felt as if a Tier 3 NPC was standing before him. This was the first time Feng had seen such a spell. Tier 3 NPCs were generally tasked to defend city. Even in a major city like White River City, they would be considered top-class individuals. Players would find it difficult to meet one. Feng immediately called out Anna's skill menu. What? She's grasped a Tier 2 curse already. Feng was extremely shocked when he saw the list displayed on the skill menu. Anna's growth potential was incredible. Previously, Feng had checked Kite's skill menu. Although the Swordmaster had learned quite a number of Tier 2 skills, he had picked up just one Tier 2 Taboo skill. Moreover, he had obtained this Taboo skill only after completing many quests. In contrast, Anna actually already possessed two Tier 2 curses right now. Moreover, one of them was even a curse Feng had never heard before. Song of Summoning. Not only would the curse forcefully upgrade the caster to Tier 3 temporarily, but it would also summon a golden giant, a Tier 3 creature. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana began gathering at the center of the golden magic array. After roughly 3 seconds, the large supply of mana condensed into a golden giant over 10 meters tall. The giant was fully equipped with golden armor, and it carried a giant golden axe on its back. Golden giant, elemental being, Great Lord. Level 60, HP 30, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, /30, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Feng was ecstatic when he saw the golden giant. Anna's performance was simply terrific. Despite being only a Tier 2 NPC, she was already capable of summoning a Tier 3 creature. Moreover, Anna herself had also reached the standard of a Tier 3, albeit temporarily. With this, dealing with a Tier 3 monster of the same level would be child's play for Heron. The next moment, the golden giant charged at the Crystal Wolf King and swung its golden axe. However, the speed of the giant's axe was not particularly fast. As a result, the Wolf King managed to block the weapon in time using its paw boom. The impact of the collision sent the Wolf King flying, and then its body slammed heavily into the ground. The paw it defended itself with trembled uncontrollably as well. At this moment, when the Wolf King looked at the golden giant, its eyes were filled with fun. It only had the Crystal Wolf King gone flying from his frontal clash, but it had also suffered over -5,000 damage from the resulting impact. If the Wolf King had not blocked the golden giant's axe, the damage it received from the golden giant would have definitely exceeded the damage Kite had inflicted. A single golden giant was already more than enough to deal with the Crystal Wolf King. After including Kite's targeted strikes at the Wolf King's weak points, the Crystal Wolf King immediately fell into an absolute disadvantage. In the end, it could only accept its fate, serving as a punching bag. It seems my plans were unnecessary. Feng laughed involuntarily as he looked at the Crystal Wolf King's constantly decreasing HP. He finally got to experience how those players had felt when they obtained a dark gold guard of their own. Initially, he had still planned on taking action himself. Now, however, it would seem that his plans were utterly superfluous. If he were to join the fray as well, he would be bullying the Crystal Wolf King. However, he had to admit that it indeed felt awesome to have a dark gold guard. He could practically level up even while lying down and doing nothing. Even if he were a player who did not know how to fight, he could simply rely on his personal guard to help him level Upits. No wonder those players back then had invested all their money into nurturing these dark gold guards. Feng could not help but think back to those players who had been lucky enough to obtain dark gold guards in the past. It turns out that the difference in strength is actually so massive logically. If one possessed such a powerful guard, grinding, leveling up, and earning money should be a piece of cake. After all, field bosses were practically walking ATMs to players with dark gold guards. Generally, guilds would have to organize large expeditions to raid these powerful field bosses. They even had to make enormous sacrifices to take down these bosses. On the other hand, the only task players with Dark Gold guards had to do was search for field bosses. They could leave everything else to their personal guards to handle, even if it took 2 or 3 days to locate a single field boss. Once they killed the boss, its loot would be all theirs for the keeping. Their income would definitely be far above that of experts of God's domain yet. In the past, any player that possessed a relatively good personal guard in God's domain was extremely poor. This was because these personal guards were no different from a bottomless pit. If the equipment and skills of a personal guard did not improve along with the increase in their levels, then raiding field bosses of the same level would become much more dangerous. After all, unlike NPCs, monsters didn't need equipment. As long as their levels increased, their attributes would increase significantly as well. In contrast, a personal guard's strength was not dependent on just their attributes. They also relied heavily on their equipment and skills. They needed to continually improve themselves in order to go up against bosses of the same level when players died. At worst, they would lose a single level and a piece of equipment. However, the death of personal guards was different. Not only would they lose many levels, but their revival would also take a very long time. Not to mention, the cost of reviving personal guards could sting even top-tier experts. Hence, to reduce the possibility of their guards dying, players in the past would try to increase the strength of their personal guards as much as possible time flowed by quickly, while under the observation of Feng and the others. Since Blue Bamboo had dispelled all the gain buffs cast by the Crystal Wolf King on itself, its HP quickly fell to 30%. Right just then, the Wolf King's crimson eyes suddenly gave off a bloody glow, its half-transparent crystal body gradually turning crimson as well blue. Hurry up and use the scroll. Rain, you and I will join the battle. Feng instructed hurriedly once the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 30%. It would stop using the Tier 2 buff skill and start using the Tier 3 gain skill instead. Just the first stack of the buff could increase the Wolf King's strength and speed by 10%, while subsequent stacks would further enhance its strength and speed by 10%, up to a maximum of 30 stacks. In other words, the Crystal Wolf King's strength and speed could increase by as much as 300%. At that point, even a Grand Lord of the same level would not be a match for it. Hence, they needed to finish off the Crystal Wolf King before things got out handily. Its gain buff stacked up very quickly. It would gain a stack once every 10 seconds. If nobody removed this buff, in just 2 minutes' time, the Crystal Warwolf strength could rival a Grand Lord got it. At this time, Blue Bamboo retrieved a magic scroll from her bag and began amplifying her dispel as the first stack of buff got removed. Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and began attacking from the Crystal Wolf King's side thundering flash. Chop! Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. One skill after another landed on the Crystal Wolf King, each one dealing around -10,000 to -20,000 damage to the Great Lord. In contrast, Thoughtful Rain was not faring particularly well. The Crystal War Wolf was an elemental being, so it possessed relatively high magic resistance in addition to its own defense. Thoughtful Rain's attacks very rarely dealt over -3,000 damage to the Great Lord when the Crystal Wolf King's HP fell below 3 million. Kite executed the Tier 2 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent. Anna also stopped holding back as she cast the Tier 2 curse, Judgment of Light. A gray cyclone promptly appeared in the sky, and like a sharp blade, it stabbed directly at the Crystal Wolf King. As for Anna's Judgment of Light, when she completed the curse, it called forth a battle angel into the battlefield. The moment the battle angel appeared, she threw a sacred golden spear at the Wolf King. Boom. -1, 0, 45, 137-1, 274, 646. Instantly, 2 massive damages appeared above the Crystal Wolf King's head, forcing an agonized howl out of the Great Lord. The Wolf King then fell to the ground, its body paralyzed. It had obviously suffered massive injuries from the 2 attacks and entered a weakened state for a short period. The tremendous amounts of damages thoroughly stunned Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo naturally. Feng would not let this golden opportunity pass. He immediately activated Divine Providence, followed by Flame Burst when he finished executing his 15 consecutive attacks. The Crystal Wolf King collapsed to the ground, its body completely motionless.